Chapter 1165. A gentle middle-aged man was like a scholar in the human world. He should not have the strength to catch a chicken, but this scholar was not elegant at all. Instead, he looked like a demon. His momentum was like a rainbow, and his killing intent soared into the sky. He was like an ancient demon that had descended into the world. Yellow and black chi filled the world, displaying a terrifying combat strength that made one's heart palpitate. As long as one succeeded in cultivating the great arts of the great beasts throughout the ages, one's entire body would be filled with a murderous aura that would cause all living things to pale. This bloodline was made up of beasts that were born to kill. First move. The middle-aged man pointed a finger, and a ball of divine light emerged from the tip of his finger. It was like a black and yellow divine sun that instantly grew bigger and rushed towards the old turtle. He wanted to kill the old turtle in 10 moves. Rumble. It was as if a real sun was moving and the entire void shook. Cracks in the void began to spread in all directions with the ball of mysterious yellow divine light as the center. This was a terrifying power that could tear the heavens and split the earth. Gu Fei and the others watched this scene from afar and could not help but be shocked. They were very worried for the old turtle. It should be noted that the descendant of the great bandit was probably a half-saint. The old turtle had only recovered his cultivation and strength at the peak of the almighty realm. It seemed that he had no chance of winning against a half-saint unless he used the Tai Huang seal. Hand of the Great Dragon. The old turtle did not flinch. He shouted and used the great technique of the Dragon Clan. A purple dragon claw rushed out from his hand, emitting a terrifying wave of energy. The purple dragon claw quickly grew bigger and covered the entire void in front of the old turtle. It directly grabbed at the yellow and black divine light that was rushing towards him like a divine sun. This was simply a divine dragon snatching a pearl. This scene was so shocking that even Gu Fei and the others were dumbfounded. The power of the true dragon surged and the purple dragon claw tore through the void, destroying everything. It grabbed the ball of heaven and earth divine light in its claws and wanted to crush it. However, the yellow and black divine light did not wait for the old turtle to exert any force and self-destructed. Boom! A strong light flashed and instantly illuminated the entire dark world. This was followed by an earth-shattering noise. The purple dragon claw that the old turtle had transformed into suddenly collapsed. Damn it! The power of the yellow and black divine light erupted, causing the old turtle to suffer a great impact and fly backward. Second move. The middle-aged scholar walked in the void. Every time he took a step, a Dao pattern formed by the interweaving black-yellow spirit chi emerged under his feet. He directly chased after the old turtle, who was still flying backward, and slapped it with his palm. Bang! The void collapsed under the palm of the middle-aged scholar. The extremely fierce palm force crushed the void between heaven and earth, forming a terrifying force that could destroy heaven and earth. It rushed toward the old turtle. Old Tortoise was infuriated that he was suppressed by his opponent as soon as he made his move. Moreover, his opponent was still calculating how many moves he had made. This was simply looking down on him. The old turtle roared. He then used the dragon god step and soared into the sky. The disdain of the old turtle stimulated his endless fighting spirit. If he was really killed by the old turtle in 10 moves, the Dragon Clan would lose all face. Even the old turtle, who had been missing for countless years, would probably vomit blood if he knew that his son could be killed in 10 moves. The middle-aged man's palm power enveloped the world and sealed the void. If it was an ordinary great cultivator, they would definitely not be able to avoid it and could only fight against the descendant of the great calamity. However, the old turtle was not an ordinary great cultivator. The power of the middle-aged man's palm shrouded heaven and earth in all directions, suppressing the void of this part of the world. If it was an ordinary almighty, they would definitely not be able to avoid it and could only face the descendant of the great omen head-on. However, the old turtle was not an ordinary almighty. The Dragon God Step was a great technique of the Dragon Clan. It was a footwork technique created by the old turtle. With every step the old turtle took, there would be Dao rhymes under his feet. He actually rushed out of the middle-aged scholar's palm power. A killing technique of the Dragon Clan? Seeing this, the middle-aged scholar was a little surprised. His second move was actually dodged by the old turtle. He retracted his palm. Mysterious yellow 13 sage slaughtering forms. As the middle-aged man shouted, he performed the life-slaying technique with both hands. A terrifying force surged from his hands. The Dao rhymes circulated as he attracted the power of the great Dao. Swoosh! The middle-aged scholar's hands swept across the void. A divine light of annihilation immediately rushed out from his hand and instantly arrived in front of the old turtle. The old turtle used the dragon god's step as if he had transformed into a heavenly dragon. He soared in the 9 heavens and rushed out the moment the divine light of annihilation was about to kill him. The middle-aged man's expression changed. The old turtle's footwork was too mysterious. It could even avoid the mysterious yellow sage slaughtering forms. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. The mysterious yellow 13 sage slaughtering forms was a killing technique created by the great calamity of the ancient era. It was a supreme technique created solely for killing. After obtaining the inheritance of the mysterious yellow 13 sage slaughtering forms, the middle-aged scholar was invincible. As long as the 13 killing techniques were used, he could instantly kill opponents stronger than him. Because of this, he dared to say that he could kill the old turtle within 10 moves. However, it seemed that he had underestimated the old turtle. One had to know that the old turtle was the son of the Supreme Emperor. The Supreme Emperor was a supreme character that deterred an era. Before he had achieved the flawless Great Dao, he could already compete with the great calamity of the ancient era. The great technique of the Dragon Clan that he created was the embodiment of the Great Dao. When it was used, there would be Dao rhymes that could attract a trace of the power of the Great Dao. This was a technique of the Great Path Great Saint. The great techniques created by the Great Dao were imprinted with the Great Dao comprehended by the Great Dao. This was a Great Dao Saint technique that could not be compared to ordinary techniques. I have underestimated you. But so what? I can still kill you within 10 moves. The middle-aged scholar could not help but be moved when he saw that the old turtle could dodge his divine light of absolute death. He immediately attacked again. This time, he did not use the divine light of absolute death. Instead, he used the Dao patterns that were condensed from the endless mysterious yellow divine light. Every Dao pattern emitted a terrifying fluctuation. It was as if every Dao pattern could crush a piece of the world. It was extremely terrifying. Buzz! The Dao patterns were vibrating. The void emitted the heavenly sound of the Great Dao. Countless Dao patterns filled the void between heaven and earth. The old turtle could not escape at all. The mysterious yellow Dao patterns trapped the old turtle inside. The mysterious yellow Dao patterns intertwined and formed a formation. A terrifying aura that seemed to be able to destroy the world emanated from the countless Dao patterns. This time, even the old turtle's expression changed. The mysterious yellow 13 sage slaughtering forms was indeed worthy of its reputation. It was only the second move, but it could already attract a trace of the power of the Great Dao. Countless mysterious yellow Dao patterns were combining. The middle-aged scholar wanted to use the Dao patterns to attract the power of the Great Dao of heaven and earth to obliterate the old turtle. This is the fourth move. You no longer have a chance. The middle-aged man said coldly. He was in the endless mysterious yellow Dao patterns. His body bloomed with mysterious yellow divine light, illuminating the whole world. It was as if he had really incarnated into an ancient fierce man. The middle-aged scholar was so powerful that he could completely suppress the old turtle. This scene was too shocking. The middle-aged scholar's body emitted a supreme ferocious power. It was as if the ancient fierce man had come back to life, shocking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Gu Fei and the others were completely shocked and dumbfounded. It's too early for you to be happy, the old turtle said coldly. He could feel the power of the Great Dao condensing. This guy was really amazing, but this level of strength was not enough to kill him. Even if you have mastered all kinds of supreme techniques of the Dragon Clan, you will still be killed by the mysterious yellow Dao patterns. The middle-aged scholar was very confident. Once the mysterious yellow 13 sage slaughtering forms was used, it would always be successful and invincible. In fact, the middle-aged scholar also admired the old turtle very much. He could actually force him to use the second move of the mysterious yellow 13 sage slaughtering forms. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation since he started his cultivation. All the opponents he had encountered before, even those who were stronger than him, had died under the first move of the mysterious yellow 13 sage slaughtering forms. No one had ever been able to force him to use the second move. The old turtle was the first. Every mysterious yellow Dao pattern was imprinted in the void, blooming with endless divine light, triggering the power of the great Dao of heaven and earth. A terrible power of heaven and earth emerged. This power was enough to kill a half-step saint. In the distance, Gu Fei and the others were sweating for the old turtle. They watched the battle in front of them nervously. The old turtle was at a disadvantage, and everyone could see it. Someone who could suppress a peak demon emperor, if not a half-step saint, then what was? It should be known that a peak demon emperor was invincible among the same level. Only those who had broken through the almighty realm and had taken the step to become a saint could suppress a peak demon emperor. The dense, mysterious yellow Dao patterns that covered the void gradually suppressed the old turtle. The power of heaven and earth was like a blade, almost penetrating the old turtle's body. You win. I, the old turtle, will also fight with my life. Although the old turtle was using the dragon god step, it was impossible for him to rush out of the array formed by the yellow and black Dao patterns. The yellow and black Dao patterns were everywhere and had completely sealed the void of this part of the world. Roar! The old turtle roared at the sky. His demonic power was vast and mighty. The purple chi that rushed out of his body was vast and mighty for 30,000 miles. The whole world shook under his roar, and even the dark clouds in the sky were dispersed. Ah, 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 ah. In the midst of the roar, the old turtle's clothes burst, and dragon scales appeared on his skin. Soon, the purple dragon scales covered his whole body, and 2 dragon horns grew from his forehead. Bang! A turtle's back burst out of the old turtle's clothes and was revealed. Boom! Endless demonic light rushed out of the old turtle's body, and the void shook. In the demonic light, a behemoth appeared in front of everyone. This is Chapter 1166. Rumble. It was as if an immemorial mountain had suddenly appeared in the sky. The old turtle displayed endless demonic energy and transformed into his original form. It was a huge dragon turtle with the mighty power of a true dragon. The dragon turtle breathed out clouds and mist and was surrounded by endless purple light. With just a slight movement, the entire void trembled. He had the power to destroy the entire world. This scene was too shocking. The dragon had 9 sons, and each of them was different. This was the eldest son of the Supreme Emperor, Xia. In ancient times, he was a great saint of the demon race. Although his cultivation had not fully recovered, even a half-saint would be afraid of him if he fought with his life on the line. Countless dark yellow patterns of the Tao that were imprinted in the void were flashing, and the power of heaven and earth condensed. The middle-aged scholar operated the Great Formation, turning it into rays of destructive divine light that pierced towards the dragon turtle in the middle of the formation. This was the great Tao of the ancient villain. The power contained in such a great technique was immeasurable. Even a half-saint would be killed by it. However, the dragon turtle completely ignored the destructive light condensed from the power of heaven and earth. It directly rushed into the endless yellow Tao patterns, shattering the void and obliterating the Tao patterns. The old turtle, who had reverted to his original form, seemed to have an immortal body. He rampaged through the Great Destruction Formation as if he was invincible. A large number of the yellow Tao patterns that were branded in the void were obliterated by him. The power of the Grand Formation was rapidly weakening. The remaining yellow Tao patterns dimmed and seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Even the descendant of the ancient villain was dumbfounded. He never thought that the old turtle would be so powerful after transforming into his original form. This old turtle, Gu Fei and the others were also extremely shocked. They had never seen the old turtle transform into his original form. One should know that there were not many people in the world who could force the old turtle to transform. Even when he was chased by the little monk Fan Xiao for thousands of miles in the human realm, from the west earth to the north, he did not transform into his original form even in such a critical situation. The Supreme Emperor's bloodline possessed unparalleled power. Old Tortoise was the Supreme Emperor's son, so he naturally inherited the power of the Supreme Emperor's bloodline. No one in the world could compare to the power of this bloodline except for the saints who were also supreme saints. This kind of innate advantage originated from the Supreme Sovereign was incomparable to the descendant of the Great Omen. Obviously, the Old Tortoise had activated the power of his bloodline. The great techniques created by extreme Dao powerhouses could be imprinted with the great Dao they had comprehended, let alone their bloodlines. The Tai Huang bloodline in the Old Tortoise's body allowed him to be close to the great Dao since he was born. When he cultivated the Dragon Clan's great skills, he could get twice the result with half the effort. Even if others cultivated for 1,000 years, they could not compare to him cultivating for 10 years. This was also the reason why all 9 sons of the Grand Emperor could become saints. Once the power of the Extreme Path bloodline was activated, even a saint would be moved. This was because the Extreme Path bloodline contained the power of the Extreme Path. If one could activate this power, it would be equivalent to attracting the power of the Extreme Path. This was Old Tortoise's final trump card. He did not want to reveal this power so early, but the other party had gone too far, so Old Tortoise had no choice but to take action. Boom! Old Tortoise's body once again erupted with an extremely bright divine light. The entire world was illuminated by this divine light, and the light turned purple. The sky seemed to be about to collapse. A trace of Saint's power emanated from Old Tortoise's body, and the endless black and yellow patterns imprinted in the void collapsed one after another. Even the descendant of the Great Omen, who boasted that he could kill Old Tortoise in 10 moves, was sent flying. Terrifying spatial cracks appeared in the void, and each spatial crack was as thick as a mountain. Even though Gu Fei and the others were thousands of miles away, they still could not withstand this extremely powerful aura. Gu Fei had to activate the power of the inner world and shroud everyone. With the power of the inner world as a barrier, the aura coming from the front was weakened to the extreme. Even so, it was difficult to completely isolate the trace of Saint's power. I was careless, completely careless. Only then did the descendant of the Great Omen realize how ridiculous his words were. Killing the Tai Huang son in 10 moves? That was simply impossible. Even 100 or 1,000 moves would not be enough to kill Old Tortoise. The Tai Huang bloodline possessed unparalleled power. Old Tortoise, who had transformed into his original form, had scales that were comparable to a divine weapon. Even the mysterious yellow saint slaying 13 forms would not be able to break through Old Tortoise's defense. This was the advantage of the extreme Dao bloodline, which was superior to everyone else. Old Tortoise's tough body was almost indestructible, and the power of his bloodline was even more terrifying. Bam! Old Tortoise's huge claws directly slammed towards the middle-aged scholar, and a part of the void was destroyed under his claws. This was not a great technique of the Dragon Clan, but a simple blow. Even so, it was frightening enough. How much power did it take to break through the world with just a lift of one hand? Swish! The middle-aged scholar once again unleashed the divine light of absolute death. A ray of mysterious yellow divine light, like a heavenly blade, went towards Old Tortoise's huge claws. Clang! The sound of metal clanging was heard. The so-called divine light of absolute death strangled the claws of Old Tortoise, but only a few sparks were produced. It could not hurt Old Tortoise at all, and not even a mark was left on the scales of Old Tortoise's claws. This, the middle-aged scholar gasped and retreated as expected. At this moment, Old Tortoise could not be resisted at all. Old Tortoise was extremely powerful. Boom! Old Tortoise's claws slammed down, turning the place where the middle-aged scholar was into a mess. Heaven and earth were shattered, and the void was pierced through. Although Old Tortoise had transformed into his original form, which was like an ancient mountain, his movements were still extremely fast. He instantly caught up to the middle-aged scholar, and then opened his mouth to spit. Clang! A sound was heard, and from the huge dragon's mouth, countless terrifying sword-like divine powers were spat out. The divine powers pierced towards the middle-aged scholar who was retreating. It was a sword-like storm that swept out, and the astral wind even cut through the void. Both of the middle-aged scholars' hands moved quickly. In the process of retreating, the mysterious yellow spirit chi gathered towards his hands, and a mysterious yellow pagoda condensed. He performed the life and death technique of the mysterious yellow lineage, and actually condensed the mysterious yellow pagoda with the power of mysterious yellow. Buzz. The mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth vibrated, as if the real mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth had appeared in the hands of the middle-aged scholar. The mysterious yellow spirit chi was mighty, and a trace of Dao rhyme loomed in the mysterious yellow pagoda. Bam. Chapter 1167. The descendant of the great omen of eternity was very powerful. He had actually evolved the weapon of the great omen of eternity. A worldly black and yellow pagoda appeared above his head, emitting a boundless black and yellow divine light. It then pressed down on the old turtle. Bang! The void shook, and the world was almost shattered. The fierce attack of the old turtle was immediately dissolved. Although this worldly black and yellow pagoda was not the real black and yellow pagoda, there was still a trace of Dao rhyme circulating around it. The worldly black and yellow pagoda that the middle-aged scholar had evolved actually attracted the power of heaven and earth. It made everyone feel as if a blade was pressed against their throats, giving them goosebumps. Buzz! The black and yellow divine pagoda shook as if thousands of blades and swords rushed out of the pagoda, emitting a towering murderous aura. The middle-aged man called it back and held it in his hand. When Gu Fei and the others saw this scene, they could not help but think of the black and yellow pagoda that appeared in the depths of the pseudo-heaven realm, which was suspected to be the great omen of eternity. The black and yellow pagoda that appeared in the black and yellow tomb should be the real great omen of eternity. At that time, many powerful figures fought for this supreme great omen of eternity, but Gu Fei did not know who obtained the supreme great omen of eternity. The great omen of eternity was the most ruthless person in the entire untainted land. His weapon was also a peerless great omen. Once he used it, it would definitely be filled with a towering murderous aura that could change the color of heaven and earth. So what? Even if it's the real black and yellow pagoda, I'm not afraid. The dragon turtle, which was as huge as a mountain, was swallowing clouds and spitting out mist in the sky. The power of the true dragon was vast and mighty. Rays of purple divine light constantly flickered around his body. A supreme holy might descended from the sky, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The bloodline of the supreme great emperor was too strong. After the power of the bloodline in the old turtle's body was awakened, it actually attracted a trace of the great emperor's aura. Although it was only a trace of the great emperor's aura, it was enough to shock everyone. The great emperor's bloodline is unparalleled. I was too careless. At this time, the middle-aged scholar could see that even if he had the real mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth, he might not be able to do anything to the old tortoise. This kind of bloodline power was inherited from the extreme Tao Tai Huang. This was an innate advantage that could not be made up for with hard work. As the crown prince, the old tortoise had already stood at a height that others could not reach since he was born. Didn't you say you would kill me in 10 moves? I should be the one saying that. Old tortoise's voice came down from the sky. His original form was not his final form. In a sense, this was not old tortoise's original form. The dragon gave birth to 9 sons, and each son was different. However, when the son of the dragon cultivated to the demonic saint realm, he would transform into the most primitive form of the ancestral dragon. This was the phenomenon of atavism. The current old tortoise still had a dragon head and a tortoise body. Have a taste of my Baxia power. As he spoke, a huge dragon claw slammed down from the sky. The void below the dragon claw immediately shattered, piercing through the world. Rumble. The whole world was shaking. The power of Baxia was too powerful. It was not a great technique, but a manifestation of power that crushed everything with absolute power. As long as the power was strong enough, no matter how powerful one's magical power was, one punch could break it. Nothing could compete with it. The old tortoise's Dragon Clan combat skills were similar to Gu Fei's martial arts combat skills. Both of them used power to win and break all magical powers. The power of Baxia was so violent that it almost overturned the whole world. The middle-aged scholar was shocked and hurriedly used the mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth to resist it. However, the dragon claw of the old tortoise crushed the mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth easily and then slammed down on the middle-aged scholar. The middle-aged scholar's mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth could not shake the dragon claw at all, nor could it stop the momentum of the dragon claw. The legendary power of Baxia? Gu Fei could not help but be shocked when he saw the old tortoise's terrifying combat strength. This kind of combat strength could break all magical powers. No magical power or magical power could compete with it. The old tortoise's move looked like a martial arts technique no matter how he looked at it. Could it be that when any magical power was cultivated to a high level, it could be comprehended with a single principle and 100 principles? Bam! Without any suspense, the middle-aged scholar was smashed down from the sky by the old tortoise's claw. Blood splattered in the sky. So what if he was a half-sage? In the face of absolute power, he was also an ant. The middle-aged scholar was so depressed that his chest almost exploded. He was a half-sage, but he was defeated by someone at the peak of the almighty realm. If this news were to spread, he would lose all his face. He was careless and neglected the most important thing. The old tortoise was not only a demon emperor, but also the son of Wutai emperor. The power of his bloodline was unimaginable. The middle-aged scholar's body was almost torn apart. He fell to the ground, creating a large pit. However, he used the earth chi to perform the earth escape technique, wanting to escape underground. After the Taihuang bloodline in the old tortoise's body was stimulated, his physical body became unimaginably strong. Even a divine weapon of the extreme path would not be able to destroy it. You want to leave? The power of the true dragon surged, and the old tortoise's body gradually shrank. He turned back into a human, but his body was still covered with a layer of purple scales, and the dragon horns on his head did not disappear. He shot out 18 rays of divine light into the ground, piercing towards the middle-aged scholar. Each ray of divine light contained a trace of the Taihuang's power, enough to kill a half-sage. The middle-aged scholar was instantly caught up by the 18 rays of divine light. Then, the 18 rays of divine light pierced through the middle-aged scholar's body and disappeared into the ground. The middle-aged scholar suffered great injuries and almost died. The 18 rays of divine light almost destroyed his Dao foundation, causing him to be seriously injured and on the verge of death. He's still not dead? The old tortoise descended from the sky. He sensed that although the middle-aged scholar's aura was at its weakest, he did not die and was still moving into the distance. The descendant of the eternally ferocious man was truly terrifying. One should know that each of the 18 divine lights he shot out could kill a half-step saint. However, the middle-aged scholar was pierced by the 18 divine lights and survived. Just as the old tortoise was about to attack again, a terrifying aura that caused all living things to tremble suddenly came from the depths of this world. Not only was the old tortoise shocked, but even Gu Fei felt that a great danger was coming. This aura was comparable to the aura of a sage that had appeared that day. Chapter 1168. Rumble. The entire world was shaking. Countless cultivators who had entered the dusky world felt a great threat. A terrifying aura began to emerge from the depths of the world. On a small hill, an old man tore apart a ferocious-looking ferocious beast and looked towards the depths of the world in shock. The old man's eyes seemed to have the stars of the universe fading away. His body was shrouded in the aura of the Tao. He was a half-step saint who had touched upon the grand Tao but had yet to comprehend it. In another direction, a goddess was standing on a 7-colored lotus, also looking into the depths of the world. Next to her was a woman with a white veil covering her face. Somewhere, a hill collapsed, and a skeleton shrouded in a mysterious and yellow aura drilled out of the hill. In its eye sockets, there were 2 balls of divine light twinkling like divine suns. Swoosh! The yellow skeleton shot up into the sky and turned into a beam of yellow and black light. Without any hesitation, it charged towards the depths of the world. At this moment, all the experts who had entered the tomb were alarmed. The almighty emperors were the first to react. On the contrary, the super antiques at the half-step saint level were a little hesitant. The super antiques at the half-step saint level had lived for countless years. Some of them had even survived the late desolate era. Although the supreme tomb could nurture heaven-defying things, it was also filled with unimaginable dangers. These super antiques were a little apprehensive. They had more considerations than the almighty emperors. After all, the supreme tomb had existed since the desolate era. Back then, there were still saints in the world. Even saints couldn't obtain the things nurtured in the supreme tomb. They were only half-step saints, so their chances were even slimmer. But who didn't want to become a saint? This was especially true for the super antiques. This was the goal of their cultivation. It was 10,000 times more important than anything else. Although they were hesitant, these super antiques still rushed into the depths of the world. The heaven and earth were the tombs where unimaginable things were buried. This supreme tomb was rarely seen even in 10,000 years. Normally, it would pass through the earth and devour the draconic energy of the earth to nourish the things inside. No one knew what kind of heaven-defying things the tomb had nurtured over the years. Some people said that this great tomb and the land of Saint Burial came from the same source. The land of Saint Burial was the Yang tomb, while this peerless great tomb was the Yin tomb. Some people wanted to throw the Yin and Yang into chaos. Gao Tianji's old tortoise transformation completely vanished, and the dragon scales and horns vanished into his body. He descended from the sky, and Gu Fei and the others immediately rushed over. The old tortoise had actually defeated a half-saint. Everyone felt that it was unbelievable. After all, the old tortoise had only recovered his cultivation at the peak of the almighty realm. However, he was afraid of even half-saints when he fought with his life on the line. Once the grand imperial bloodline was awakened, even the inheritor of the eternally ferocious man was almost killed by him. Although Old Tortoise was a pinnacle demonic emperor, he had the battle prowess of a sage slayer. I want to go in and take a look. Those old things are already on the move. Old Tortoise looked into the depths of this world. There seemed to be stars floating in his eyes. Several powerful auras began to surge out from the depths of this world. One of them belonged to the Emperor Xian of the eastern land, Yuangu. After that, a few more powerful auras surged out from the depths of the world. This was the strength of a half-saint. Their auras were so powerful that they could spread throughout the entire great tomb and intimidate the evil guards of the tomb. Shrill and terrifying roars rang out everywhere in the peerless great tomb. Countless evil guards were roaring uneasily. There will be a great battle here. Do you want to enter my inner world or stay outside? Old Tortoise asked. This was a battle between almighty realm experts, and it was not something that Gu Fei and the others could withstand. Although He Tian and Xiaoqing were only half a step away from the almighty realm, they were not almighty realm experts. They were not qualified to participate in a battle of this level. Gu Fei and the others had a brief conversation. Then, apart from Gu Fei and He Tian, Xiaoqing and Balan chose to enter Old Tortoise's inner world. They did not have the ability to protect themselves in a battle of this level. Their holy weapons were stolen from the Yuanshi Immortal sect in the human world. If they were seen by the experts of the Dao sect, they would be in big trouble. Gu Fei was confident that he could deal with almighty realm emperors, but He Tian wanted to try his luck. His background was mysterious, and he cultivated all kinds of incredible secret techniques. Even almighty realm experts might not be able to do anything to him. In the end, Old Tortoise rushed into the depths of this world. Gu Fei and He Tian also went into the depths of this world. They both had life-saving trump cards, but they had to be careful. After all, the great necropolis had devoured the lives of countless experts over the years. Countless cultivators had fallen here, and it was definitely one of the most evil and terrifying places in the world. Roar! However, after traveling for only 500 kilometers, a roar came from the front. Killing intent soared into the sky, and a figure flashed. A god wolf the size of a small mountain was fighting with a young cultivator. It was a purple-haired young man. Purple lightning appeared with every move he made. This was a thunder art that attracted the power of thunder and lightning to attack the opponent. Dazzling lightning constantly cut through the void, illuminating the world. However, it had no effect on the god wolf. It could not break the god wolf's defense. Roar! The divine wolf's roar shook the earth and the mountains. The black fog in the entire region was dispersed. Although this divine wolf was also shocked by the mighty semi-sage aura coming from the depths of this world, it still had a great ferocious might. The successor of the Purple Emperor? Gu Fei could tell at a glance that the young man's cultivation technique came from the same source as the Purple Emperor of the Yuanshi Immortal sect. The young man's identity was clear. It's an emperor. He Tian was also very surprised. The successor of the Purple Emperor was very powerful. He already had the cultivation of an emperor of the celestial being realm. It seemed like he was only one step away from cutting the Tao. However, even an emperor was not enough to deal with this god wolf. The god wolf's body was covered with pitch-black fur. Each hair was shining with black light and endless death chi. Even though it had been dead for a long time, it was still very terrifying. The god wolf did not know any of the great techniques of its previous life. It only instinctively pounced and bit, but it could still force the successor of the Purple Emperor to step back. This god wolf was definitely a demon emperor when it was alive. Moreover, it was a demon emperor at the advanced level. Otherwise, its body could not be so strong. He Tian said, a demon emperor at the advanced level had fallen here and become a fierce evil guarding the tomb. Just thinking about it made people feel cold. Even a demon emperor would not be able to protect himself here. Chapter 1169. A demonic shadow silently appeared behind Gu Fei and the others. The shadow of a huge scorpion could be vaguely seen on the body of this demonic shadow. This demonic person used magic to conceal his aura and arrived behind Gu Fei's group. Shua! A speck of black light flew out from the demonic person's back and directly pierced through Gu Fei's head. The speck of black light shattered the void and pierced through the heaven and earth. It was extremely fast and instantly shot towards the back of Gu Fei's head. Be careful! The purple-haired youth in the front noticed something strange and immediately warned them. However, this warning came too late and could no longer serve as a warning. The moment the speck of black light flew out from behind the demonic shadow, Gu Fei felt a dangerous aura instantly shrouding him, causing all the pores on his body to open up. Buzz! A loud sound came from Gu Fei's body and an ancient cauldron shadow emerged from his body. At the same time, he used the 8 desolate steps and directly rushed forward. Even so, Gu Fei's reaction was still a bit late. In an instant, the speck of black light shot out and touched the cauldron shadow that had just emerged from Gu Fei's body. The cauldron shadow blocked the speck of black light. However, the speck of black light contained a great amount of demonic power. It was the demonic shadow's sure kill attack. The violent power sent Gu Fei flying. Bold demonic person. He Tian was shocked and angry at the same time. He patted his head and a mass of starlight immediately rushed out from the top of his head. Boom! The heaven and earth shook. The mass of starlight burst out with brilliant starlight. It was as if a huge star had appeared in the dusky world. The power of the stars was vast and a trace of emperor's might was emitted from the starlight. He Tian did not hesitate. He immediately unleashed the huge star that floated above his head and pressed down on the demonic shadow. A part of the void collapsed under the pressure of the huge star. The power of the almighty holy weapon was extremely powerful. With He Tian's current cultivation base of being a half-step almighty, he could almost completely activate this almighty holy weapon to unleash a powerful attack. Rumble! It was as if a real star was descending, crushing a part of the void, wanting to obliterate the demonic shadow below. The power of the stars was like thousands of divine swords, condensing into resplendent starlight and slashing towards the demonic shadow. The demonic shadow walked out of the demonic chi. It was the scorpion demon that was scared away by the mysterious expert. With a flip of the scorpion demon's hands, a large flag immediately appeared in his hands. Then he waved the flag, and a torrential demonic aura surged out from the flag, enveloping the entire region and blocking the destructive starlight. Within the demonic chi, a demonic god could vaguely be seen. In the distance, Gu Fei let out a furious roar, causing the entire region to tremble. His roar could shatter mountains, rivers, and earth. Even in this part of the world, it caused the void to tremble. Scorpion Demon. Gu Fei only felt a dull pain at the back of his head. Although he was not pierced by the black light, the demonic power from the black light still hit the back of his head. Even the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers could not completely isolate this demonic power. What kind of demonic weapon was this? Swoosh! He used the 8 desolation steps and took a step forward. In an instant, he rushed into the devil chi and struck out with the flawless 5 elements fist. Monstrous fire elemental true power erupted from his fist like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time. The extremely ferocious power directly pierced through the void between heaven and earth. Bang! The heaven and earth shook. The mighty fire elemental true power dispersed most of the demonic chi in an instant, causing the scorpion demon to have nowhere to hide. Gu Fei directly rushed towards the scorpion demon. How is this possible? When the scorpion demon saw that Gu Fei did not seem to be injured at all, he couldn't help but be shocked and angry. No one had ever been able to block his scorpion tail. The scorpion demon was a demon scorpion in the 100,000 Devil Mountains. He cultivated a life-bound demonic weapon, which was his own scorpion tail. The barbs on the tail could even pierce through the flesh of a sage. Since this demon appeared, it was unknown how many great figures had died under his scorpion tail. This person in front of him was only a celestial being realm emperor. How could he still be alive? In fact, Gu Fei was also secretly shocked. If he did not use the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers to protect himself, he was afraid that his head would have been exploded by this scorpion demon. With a cultivation like Gu Fei's, he had already refined the mark of life into every part of his body. Even if his head was exploded, he would not die. Even if there was only a piece of flesh left on his body, he could still be reborn. The scorpion demon used the demonic flag to block the falling stars, but Gu Fei's flawless 5 elements fists bombarded him one after another. This was a fist technique created by a saint. Every punch carried a trace of Tao power, causing the world to shake and the divine might to be awe-inspiring. Even the scorpion demon had to change his appearance. He had wanted to kill the Vermilion Bird Emperor of the Vermilion Bird clan, but he had been struck by a mysterious expert and had almost died. Even though he had managed to escape with his life, his cultivation base had been reduced by more than half by that expert. The scorpion demon's strength was not as strong as before, but he was still a demon emperor with rich combat experience. When he saw that Gu Fei's fist technique was incomparably powerful, he could only continuously retreat. Bang! Gu Fei struck out with the metal element fists, and his fists seemed to transform into 2 golden suns, as the vast metal true force dispersed the demonic chi in the surroundings. The golden fists drew in a mysterious trajectory in the void, drawing in the power of the heaven and earth, striking towards the scorpion demon. The powerful force caused the scorpion demon to have no choice but to retreat again. Damn it! The scorpion demon was furious. He was actually forced into such a difficult position by a junior. This was something that had never happened in his life. The devil chi around his body surged, and the shadow of a scorpion once again appeared on his body. Swish! A black light flew out from the scorpion demon's back, and in an instant, the black light shot towards Gu Fei, wanting to pierce through his body. Too fast, this black light was simply too fast. It was so fast that even Gu Fei didn't have time to react before the black light had already flown over. Gu Fei's heart thumped fiercely, as though it was about to jump out of his chest. His scalp also felt like it was going to explode. He felt a great sense of danger. He could only hurriedly stretch out his right hand to block. Puff! Gu Fei only felt a pain in his palm. The black light actually penetrated his palm, and in an instant, it hit his body. This shocked him to the extreme. Chapter 1170. I'm actually injured. Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. That black light that flew out from the scorpion devil's back was actually so powerful that it could pierce through his palm and even his body. He was a human with a king martial body. His physique was so powerful that even demonic kings and savage beasts at the same level couldn't compare to him. His physique could suppress all other physiques. But now, his extremely powerful physique, which was comparable to a holy weapon, was actually injured. This was simply unbelievable. How could such a thing happen? Gu Fei was sent flying. Although his palm and body had been pierced by that black light, it wasn't fatal. However, it still made Gu Fei feel a pain he hadn't felt in a long time. Roar! He raised his head to the sky and roared, stopping his retreat. His long hair fluttered in the wind as a torrential blood chi surged out of his body. He wanted to heal his injured body. However, something unexpected happened. Gu Fei's palm and body that had been pierced by that black light actually couldn't heal. There was a strange force attached to his wounds. This is... Gu Fei was startled. That black light was very strange. Even someone like him, whose vitality was comparable to a giant dragon, couldn't heal his injuries in a short time. You've been poisoned by my devilish poison, so you're dead for sure. The scorpion devil sneered. He didn't chase after Gu Fei because in his eyes, Gu Fei was already a dead man. No one had ever survived his scorpion stinger. Scorpion poison? Gu Fei couldn't help being startled. This scorpion devil was truly hateful, and his scorpion poison was also very powerful. Gu Fei could sense a strange force slowly spreading from his wounds. This strange force was destroying Gu Fei's vitality. This was a force that could destroy a cultivator's vitality. It should be that devilish poison. Gu Fei's blood chi surged as an extremely powerful aura rushed out from the top of his head. His blood chi was like a dragon, and his vitality was exuberant. Even a devilish poison wouldn't be able to harm his life for a while. Impossible! The scorpion devil was shocked to see that Gu Fei hadn't fallen. He sensed Gu Fei's blood chi and was even more shocked. How could a human have such powerful vitality? You devil, go to hell. At this moment, countless divine runes appeared on He Tian's body. Countless divine runes rushed out from his body and imprinted themselves in the void. He had set up a killing formation in the void. Boom! Boundless killing light suddenly appeared, emitting a towering killing intent. Then, it suddenly enveloped the scorpion demons and the boundless demonic chi below, sealing them in the killing formation. The huge star above He Tian's head descended from the sky. His entire body blossomed with profound runes as the power of the formation merged with his own. He was the master of this killing formation. Numerous runes were imprinted into the ground, stirring up the essence energy of the earth. Instantly, the earth energy rose, as if there was a giant dragon turning over in the ground. Humph! A killing formation of this level isn't enough to kill me. In the middle of the killing formation, a devil flag was fluttering. The scorpion devil's cold voice came out from the surging devil chi. Roar! The devil flag fluttered, and a devil god roared from it as if it wanted to struggle free. This was one of the 9 child god fiend flags that hadn't been destroyed by Gu Fei. Furthermore, it was the main flag of the 9 child god fiend flags. The 9 child god fiend flags were divided into child flags and mother flags. The 9 flags that Gu Fei had destroyed were the child flags, while the one in the scorpion devil's hand was the mother flag. As long as the mother flag wasn't destroyed, there was a chance that the 9 child flags could be refined again to form the 9 child god fiend formation that could slaughter saints. Although the devil god in the 9 child flags had been destroyed by Gu Fei's godly plunder technique, the 9 child flags could still exert some of their power. The scorpion demon took out the 9 child flags and erected them in all directions, blocking the old tortoise's killing formation. Endless devil chi surged, and a huge demon god's shadow loomed in the midst of the devil chi, emitting a great demonic might. The devil god in the mother flag was far more powerful than the one in the 9 child flags. Even the scorpion devil had to be careful in controlling it, for fear of being devoured by the devil god. Swoosh! A black light suddenly appeared in the devil energy and shot toward He Tian in the sky. Its speed was still extremely fast, and it appeared in front of He Tian in an instant. However, He Tian was already prepared. The void around him distorted, and the black light was immediately moved away by a force. It couldn't hit He Tian at all. He Tian stood in the formation, and the power of the formation was under his control. He seemed to be standing in an independent void, which was a field formed by the power of the formation. The scorpion devil, who was trapped in the killing formation, was very surprised. He Tian was only a pinnacle Renhuang. Although he was only half a step away from the severing path, he was still not a severing path mighty figure. How could he avoid his killing move? The black light didn't hit He Tian, and it flew back into the killing formation and into the surging devil energy. The power of the killing formation couldn't suppress the black light at all. He Tian knew that the black light should be the scorpion hook on the scorpion devil's tail. This was the scorpion devil's natural weapon, and it had been refined into a terrifying devil weapon. The scorpion hook of the scorpion devil could even pierce the skin and flesh of saints. Rumble! The huge star floating above He Tian's head descended toward the killing formation, and the endless power of the star merged into the killing formation, providing it with endless energy. The killing formation emitted a peerless killing light that constantly obliterated the pitch-black devil energy. However, for a moment, all He Tian could do was trap his opponent in the formation, and then think of a way to slowly obliterate it. Although the 9 fetuses' demon flags were already half destroyed, they still displayed great devil power. The 9 flags around the scorpion devil's body resisted the killing formation that He Tian had set up, which was really surprising. At this time, Gu Fei was already sitting cross-legged on the ground. He felt that the vitality in his body was gradually being eroded by the devil poison. If he let the devil poison spread throughout his body, the sovereign martial body that he had painstakingly cultivated would also be destroyed. Gu Fei had no choice but to activate the divine spring in his inner world. The divine spring of life contained endless life essence, which was the nemesis of the destructive poison in his body. As expected, when the pure life essence surged into Gu Fei's body, the devil poison was immediately suppressed. Traces of black dead blood flowed out of Gu Fei's wounds. Chapter 1171. The fiendish poison of the scorpion devil was no trivial matter. Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless. He guided the life essence of the divine spring of life in his inner world to gradually disperse the fiendish poison in his body. If it was an ordinary emperor expert, the vitality in his body would have been corroded by the fiendish poison and turned into a corpse. Fortunately, Gu Fei's physique was different from ordinary people. His life essence was majestic and exuberant to the extreme. Therefore, his life wasn't in danger for the time being. Gu Fei's guess was right. The life essence was the nemesis of this fiendish poison. Everything in the world was mutually reinforcing and restraining. The fiendish poison could extinguish the vitality in the cultivator's body. Similarly, if the vitality in the cultivator's body was too strong, it could also restrain the fiendish poison. The black qi on his right hand began to disperse. The necrotic flesh on the wound began to fall off and was replaced by new flesh. Gu Fei's body was gradually recovering. At this moment, He Tian and the scorpion devil were evenly matched. None of them could suppress the other completely. However, it wasn't easy for the scorpion devil to break out of He Tian's killing formation. The purple-haired youth who was fighting with the god wolf in the distance took out a black nail-like object and threw it at the god wolf. The 1-foot-long black iron nail turned into a black light and shot towards the god wolf. The god wolf has already turned into a tomb guard. It doesn't know how to dodge. Piff! After a soft sound, the god wolf's head was blasted by that rotten iron nail. The huge body of the god wolf fell to the ground with a loud bang. After the black iron nail blasted the god wolf's head, it flew back to the purple-haired youth. It was really surprising that the inconspicuous black iron nail could blast the god wolf's head so easily. This black iron nail must be a precious treasure. There was no energy fluctuation, no divine radiance or spiritual qi, but it was able to smash the head of a god wolf that was at least at the great perfection demon the arch realm when it was alive. One should know that it was the physical body of a greater mastery demon the arch. Even though it had fallen for countless years, the physical body of the demon the arch was still extremely tough and comparable to the saint weapon of a mighty figure. Could it be that this inconspicuous black iron nail could actually shatter the holy weapon of a mighty figure? The wolf god's head had exploded, but it was still moving. Without its head, the wolf god seemed to have lost its sense of direction. It couldn't even stand up and rolled on the ground. It seemed that the weakness of the tomb guards was their heads. As long as their heads were destroyed, they would completely lose the ability to fight. The successor of the Violet Emperor didn't bother with the headless wolf anymore. He flew towards Gu Fei and the others. And at this moment, Gu Fei stood up from the ground. The demonic poison in Gu Fei's body was completely expelled by him. How is this possible? You are just a puny sovereign realm expert. How could you survive after being poisoned by my demonic poison? The Scorpion Devil's astonished voice came from the killing formation. No one knew better than the Scorpion Devil how powerful his demonic poison was. Even a half-step saint would suffer unbearable pain after being stung by his scorpion tail, let alone a celestial being realm expert. You are Gu Fei? The successor of the Violet Emperor came to Gu Fei's side. His eyes flickered with divine light. He looked at Gu Fei curiously and asked, You know me? Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't have any acquaintances in the heaven realm. He only had enemies, and extremely powerful ones at that. I am also from the mortal realm. The purple-haired young man said. What? Gu Fei was shocked. The opponent was also from the mortal realm. Could it be that the Violet Emperor also brought his successor into the heaven realm? That was the only reason. Otherwise, how could this guy enter the heaven realm? After the path between the heaven realm and the mortal realm was cut off, the heaven realm and the mortal realm were separated. No one could enter the mortal realm from the mortal realm, and no one could ascend to the heaven realm from the mortal realm. Only the Dao platform where Ancestor Wu Dao comprehended the Dao could connect the heaven realm and the mortal realm. It opened up a path to the heaven realm, allowing the people of the mortal realm to enter the heaven realm. That was the heaven platform. When the heaven platform was in the mortal realm, it was controlled by the primordial Dao sect. However, tens of thousands of years ago, someone killed their way into the primordial Dao sect and wanted to steal the heaven platform. As a result, the heaven platform disappeared. When the heaven platform appeared, it accidentally opened up a path between the heaven realm and the mortal realm. That was why Gu Fei and the others could enter the heaven realm. Don't be so surprised. Other than the Almighty, I am not the only one who entered the heaven realm. The purple-haired young man said. His words shocked Gu Fei once again. So this successor of the Violet Emperor was taken into the inner world of the Violet Emperor and brought to the heaven realm. After a brief conversation with the successor of the Violet Emperor, Gu Fei found out that there were many people who entered the heaven realm this way. The elite disciples of the various forces were all chosen. When the news of the heaven platform appearing in the sky market spread, the Almighty of the mortal realm had already made preparations when they entered the sky market. With the cultivation of the Dao severing Almighty, it was not difficult to open up an inner world. If that was the case, it was possible that the Almighty had brought a large number of disciples into the heaven realm. No wonder the Violet Emperor dared to set up a sect in the heaven realm. It turned out that he had a strong force in his hands. At that moment, countless array patterns were flashing. A terrifying aura of destruction came from the front. He Tian had raised the power of this killing array to the limit. Rays of divine light were like heavenly blades. They constantly chopped into the surging devil chi in the killing array, directly killing the scorpion demon in the devil chi. However, the scorpion demon waved the mother flag of the 9 divine demon flags in his hand. A terrifying power of the devil way spread out from the large flag, shattering the void. At the same time, it also shattered the divine light that was coming towards the scorpion demon. Roar! The demon god in the mother flag roared. The demon god in the large flag had come to life. It actually wanted to struggle out of the large flag. The 9 divine demon flags floated in the surroundings. The devil chi was vast and mighty. There seemed to be many demonic shadows in the surroundings. The power of the 9 divine demon flags formed a safe zone, blocking the power of He Tian's killing array outside. The successor of the Violet Emperor took out the black iron nail again. Then he raised his hand and threw it at the trapped scorpion demon. A ray of black light instantly rushed into the killing array. There was no power that could stop it. The black iron nail hit the mother flag in the hands of the scorpion demon. An unbelievable scene appeared. The mother flag in the hands of the scorpion demon was actually broken in half. Chapter 1172. An inconspicuous black iron nail had actually broken the mother flag of the 9-child divine demon flags in the hands of the scorpion demon. This truly left everyone dumbfounded. Just what kind of weapon was this? It was simply too unusual. There were no monstrous spiritual fluctuations, nor was there any terrifying aura. It was just an ordinary black iron nail. Even if it was on the road, no one would take a second look at it. How could it have such great power? It was truly shocking. Roar! An angry roar came from within the killing array. The scorpion demon was enraged. This was his life's work, yet it had been destroyed by a single iron nail. It must be known that refining the 9-child divine demon flags was definitely not an easy task. The 9-child divine demon flags needed to be fed with the blood essence of all living beings. It also needed to find 10 demons with cultivation to become the demon gods within the flags. The blood essence and soul power of all living beings were all used to feed the demon gods within the flags, causing the demon gods to gradually become stronger. At the end of the refinement, the demon gods within the flags would be able to rush out from the flags and display all sorts of incredible demonic techniques. The 9-child divine demon flags had already been refined by the scorpion demon into 10 flags. The demon gods within the flags would be able to rush out and transform into demon gods, displaying their demonic might. However, the 9-child divine demon flags had first been slain by Gu Fei. Now, the mother flag had been broken into 2 by that inconspicuous black iron nail. How could the scorpion demon not be angry? "I'll kill you all." The scorpion demon roared. The destruction of the mother flag of the 9-child divine demon flags meant that his last hope of refining the 9-child divine demon flags had been severed. Swoosh! A black light flew out from behind the scorpion demon and shot towards the black light formed by the black iron nail. The black light's momentum was extremely fast, and in an instant, it collided with the black light. However, the moment the black light and black light collided, the scorpion demon cried out in alarm. The sound of something shattering could be heard. The black light that had flown out from behind the scorpion demon had actually been shattered by the black light. At this moment, following the destruction of the main flag, the demonic chi within the killing array was continuously obliterated by the power of the killing array. One could see faint, illusory figures dissipating within the surging demonic chi. The large star floating in the center of the killing array released endless starlight. Every ray of starlight was like a starry sky sword that pierced towards the figure within the demonic chi. Without the protection of the 9-child divine demon flag's main flag, the endless killing light successfully penetrated the demonic chi. The scorpion demon cried out in alarm. The scorpion demon's losses were disastrous. His 2 life-threatening magic tools had been destroyed, greatly weakening the scorpion demon's power. After all, the black light that had flown out from behind the scorpion demon was a demonic weapon that could even pierce through Gu Fei's sovereign martial constitution. This magic treasure was incredible. After all, the black light that had flown out from behind the scorpion demon was a demonic weapon that could even pierce through Gu Fei's sovereign martial constitution. Gu Fei's sovereign martial constitution was comparable to an almighty holy weapon. It had been thoroughly tempered, but it had still been injured by that black light. There were no fluctuations of divine power or immortal power, yet it had been able to destroy 2 demonic weapons. This was truly incredible. This kind of magic treasure must have had a very powerful origin. However, at this moment, Gu Fei and He Tian were not in the mood to study the black iron nail. He Tian activated the killing array with all his might. Countless array patterns imprinted in the void and the earth emitted a dazzling divine light. The array attracted spirit chi from all directions and drew upon the power of the earth to form an inescapable net that sealed the scorpion demon within. The killing light emitted a terrifying aura of destruction as it continuously penetrated the demonic chi within the array. The demonic chi that had been sealed within the killing array was rapidly dissipating. The demonic chi was rapidly being obliterated by the terrifying power of the killing array. He Tian's array had already reached an extraordinary level. This was a technique that could draw upon the power of heaven and earth at will. His entire aura was fused with the killing array, so he could sense any changes occurring within the killing array. Damn it! Within the killing array, the demonic chi was tumbling and the powerful demonic power was constantly erupting. The scorpion demon was really panicking. He was rampaging within the killing array, trying to break out of it. However, the killing array had the endless power of the stars provided by the huge stars. It also drew upon the earth chi of the entire earth. These two powers were endlessly poured into the killing array, causing the killing array to display great power. The scorpion demon roared again and again in the killing array. Demonic blood kept appearing. The killing light condensed by the killing array had penetrated the scorpion demon's body countless times. However, Scorpion Demon was a devil emperor after all. Although his cultivation base had been reduced by more than half by the half-step saint and he couldn't use any of his devil Dao techniques, it was still not an easy task for him to kill this devil emperor. Although the Scorpion Demon's cultivation had been reduced, he still had the incomparably powerful body of a demon emperor. His vitality was incomparably strong, and it was difficult to kill him in a short time. At this time, countless demon scorpions began to rush out of the killing array. The scorpion demon had no choice but to release his demon scorpion army. The ground and the void were densely packed with demon scorpions. However, the killing array was operating, and the killing power strangled everything in its path. The demon scorpions, whether they were on the ground or in the air, were all pierced and minced by the destructive killing light. A fishy smell immediately filled the void. This was the blood of the demon scorpions splashing out when they were minced by the killing light. It was nauseating. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. The demon scorpions were endless. Batches after batches died, but there were still demon scorpions rushing out of the killing array. It seemed like there was no end to them. Soon, the ground was covered with a layer of pitch-black demonic blood. The runes on the ground gradually dimmed. The blood of the demon scorpions was actually corroding the runes on the ground. As a result, the killing array's power immediately weakened. Heavenly demon disintegration. In the middle of the killing array, the scorpion demon roared, and the whole array shook. Then, the demonic shadow in the middle of the demonic chi suddenly exploded with a bang. An extremely terrifying and powerful demonic power suddenly erupted. This was a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. This power swept out in all directions, and the runes that were imprinted in the void and the earth collapsed one after another. The killing formation actually collapsed. Roar! He Tian let out an unwilling roar. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. The big star in the middle of the killing array also collapsed and flew high into the sky. Chapter 1173. The heavenly demon disintegration was a killing technique of the demonic Tao that allowed one to perish together with their enemy. This killing technique could burn every single drop of demonic blood in a demonic Tao cultivator's body, allowing the demonic Tao cultivator to erupt with all of their strength in an instant, obtaining a strength that surpassed the demonic Tao cultivator. The power of the devil Tao cultivator who used the heavenly demon disintegration was at least twice as strong as when he used his full strength. It was very terrifying. The scorpion demon trapped in the killing formation was really at the juncture of life and death. He didn't hesitate to destroy his own Tao foundation to kill his opponent. Once the heavenly demon disintegration was used, the scorpion demon was crippled. His cultivation and even his emperor-level demonic body no longer existed, leaving only a weak primordial spirit. If he was lucky, the scorpion demon could possess another cultivator's body and seize their body and Tao foundation to cultivate again. If he was unlucky, his weak primordial spirit would also dissipate in the void with the wind. The result would be the miserable destruction of his body and soul. Rumble! A mass of devil chi exploded and swept across the heaven and earth. Within the devil chi, there was a terrible blood light constantly flickering. The scorpion demon's emperor-level demonic body exploded and formed a terrible power that could destroy the heaven and earth. Every bone, every drop of flesh and blood radiated endless devil light. All the power contained in his demonic body was evaporated by the heavenly demon disintegration. Without any suspense, Mahakala, who had trapped the scorpion demon with the killing array, was the first to suffer a great impact. The killing array collapsed in an instant, and countless array patterns were instantly obliterated by the eruption of demonic power. He Tian coughed up a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying backward. Even the great star that had been refined from the star was sent flying high into the sky. Go! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei and the successor of the Purple Emperor quickly turned around and fled. This power was not something that could be resisted. Even a half-sage would be shocked. If not for the power of the killing formation and the protection of the endless star power, He Tian's body and soul would have been destroyed in an instant. Gu Fei's heart trembled. He sensed a great danger. He used the 8 desolate steps and rushed out several hundred miles in an instant. But even so, he was blown away by a wave of qi. As for the Violet Emperor's successor, he was in an even worse state than Gu Fei. He did not have Gu Fei's godly speed, and was almost swept into the destructive storm that spread out in all directions. He had just barely managed to escape, but he had already sustained heavy injuries. He had spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood essence, and his expression had also become weary. How terrifying! When Gu Fei landed on the ground, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Demonic qi surged, dust rose up into the sky, the void was collapsing, and the earth was sinking. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Within 1,000 miles, everything ceased to exist. A terrifying power had destroyed everything. Even the phrase, "the heavens are falling and the earth is splitting apart," couldn't describe it. All of the cultivators in the great necropolis could sense what was happening. The self-destruction of a devil emperor was causing a huge commotion. What's going on? There's actually a demon here. Is it that little demon? It's the aura of the demon emperor. It's actually the demon emperor using the demonic disintegration killing technique. Several powerful divine senses rushed out from various places in the great necropolis, sweeping towards the area where the scorpion demons self-destructed. Even the half-saints who had entered the depths of the great necropolis turned back. Rumble! The world shook as if it was about to be overturned. In the sky of dust and demonic qi, a blood-red light rushed out. In the blood-red light, there was a faint and illusory figure. The figure was only the size of a fist, but it exuded a heart-palpitating aura. It's the demon's primordial spirit. The Violet Emperor's successor exclaimed. But at this time, he no longer had the strength to use the black iron nail in his hand. He had suffered a great impact, and his entire body's yuan qi was almost scattered. Even his Dao foundation was shaken. Even the demonic disintegration killing technique doesn't die? Gu Fei was also shocked. Without thinking, he directly soared into the sky, using his extreme 8-step speed to rush towards the blood-red light. When the scorpion demon saw Gu Fei rushing towards him, he was frightened out of his wits. He hastily used his primordial spirit escape art to escape. Although the scorpion demon's devil body had disintegrated, his primordial spirit still remained. But at this time, his primordial spirit was extremely weak and couldn't endure any more attacks. Swish! The blood-red light tore through the void, instantly rushing hundreds of miles away. The scorpion demon's primordial spirit circulated its last trace of devil energy to flee. As long as his primordial spirit could escape, he would have a chance to cultivate again. If his primordial spirit was destroyed, then he would completely disappear from this world. You want to run? Gu Fei used his extreme 8-step speed. His martial Dao true force surged, and yin and yang energy overflowed from his body, forming a layer of qi astral around him. He transformed into a black-white bolt of lightning as he chased after the scorpion demon. How is this possible? The scorpion demon's primordial spirit was truly shocked. The opponent's speed was no slower than his primordial spirit escape art. It was truly horrifying. This great devil scorpion demon in the 100,000 Devil Mountains had shed his original form and transformed into a human. Even his primordial spirit was in human form. The scorpion demon wrapped in the blood-red light looked exactly the same as the scorpion demon. At this time, the scorpion demon was panic-stricken and desperately tried to escape from Gu Fei. But it had to be said that Gu Fei's extreme 8-step speed was too fast, unrivaled in the world. Even the primordial spirit escape art could catch up. The distance between the two was gradually shrinking. When those experts' divine sense swept over the place where the scorpion demon self-destructed, Gu Fei and the scorpion demon's primordial spirit were already thousands of miles away. At the scene, only He Tian and the Violet Emperor's successor were left. What's going on? A divine sense was transmitted from the depths of this world. It was vast and mighty, and an illusory figure immediately appeared in the void. It was an illusory figure condensed by the divine sense. It was not a real expert who had descended, but even so, a powerful coercion still descended from the sky. After the figure appeared, the other extremely powerful divine sense immediately retreated. At this time, the power of the scorpion demon's self-destruction had expanded to the extreme and was shrinking inwards. The area within a radius of 1,000 miles had turned into chaos. This was a 1,000-mile hole between heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth in this part of the world could automatically repair the collapsed void, but it was difficult to repair the chaos hole within 1,000 miles in a short period of time. "Hayden, where's Gu Fei?" that person asked aloud. In the entire heaven realm, the only emperor-level figure who could recognize He Tian and Gu Fei was probably the Old Turtle. Chapter 1174. Old Tortoise's divine sense spread out from thousands of miles away and arrived at the scene. He could not help but be shocked when he saw the void collapsing and the world within a radius of thousands of miles turning into chaos. Which demon used the Sky Demon Disintegration Forbidden Killing technique? The phantom formed by Old Tortoise's divine sense was equivalent to the arrival of his real body. Even if he was thousands of miles away, he could immediately know what was happening here. It seems to be a scorpion demon. He Tian struggled to sit up from the ground. He was badly wounded this time. If it weren't for the killing formation he deployed, which had activated the earth energy from the earth and attracted the power of the stars to counteract most of the power of the sky demon body disintegration, He Tian would have died a long time ago. Scorpion demon? Could it be the scorpion demon emperor from the 100,000 Mountains? Old Tortoise was very surprised. How could Gu Fei and the others force the scorpion demon to use the Sky Demon Disintegration Forbidden Killing technique? One had to know that once this forbidden killing art was unleashed, the person who unleashed this killing art would lose all their cultivation and even their Dao foundation in an instant. If the demon who used the forbidden killing technique was unlucky, even his primordial spirit might collapse. His body and soul would be directly destroyed and he would perish together with the enemy. Where's Gu Fei? Old Tortoise could not help but worry. Before he arrived, Gu Fei had already chased the scorpion demon's primordial spirit for thousands of miles. Old Tortoise could not sense Gu Fei's aura. Boss? Boss went to kill the scorpion demon. He Tian panted as he spoke. His injuries were not light, and there were terrifying cracks all over his body. His heaven-defying body of flesh and blood, which had been reborn, was on the verge of collapse. Old Tortoise was about to ask again, but at that moment, a low roar suddenly sounded from the depths of the world. Old Tortoise's phantom immediately dimmed and then completely disappeared into the void. At the same time, the heart-palpitating aura from the depths of the world suddenly increased by more than 10 times. The entire world trembled under this aura. Everyone felt great pressure and danger, as if the master of this world was awakening. Everyone felt a sense of fear and trepidation. He Tian recalled the star treasure that was sent flying away. He used the star force to protect himself and stood up with difficulty. At this moment, he just wanted to leave this damned place as soon as possible. This was indeed a ghastly place. After this terrifying aura appeared, the countless ferocious guards who had been intimidated by the Emperor's aura immediately roared and were no longer affected by the Emperor's aura. Furthermore, the evil spirits guarding the tomb had become much more ferocious and powerful than before. He Tian took out a lot of pills and threw all of them into his mouth. The spiritual energy of the pills quickly spread throughout his body. The spiritual energy in He Tian's body was abundant, and his injured body was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. These pills were immortal pills and divine medicines that Yen-Er had refined before she went into closed-door cultivation. With Yen-Er's cultivation and strength before she went into closed-door cultivation, the pills she refined were naturally not ordinary pills. They were incomparably precious immortal pills and divine medicines. He felt the strength in his body gradually increase, so he stood up from the ground and walked over to the Violet Emperor's successor. The Violet Emperor's successor seemed to be even more injured than He Tian. At this moment he was still circulating his energy to heal himself. However, this was not the time to do so. If he was right, a world-shaking battle was about to begin. He Tian couldn't care too much. He directly interrupted the Violet Emperor's successor's healing technique and pulled him towards the entrance of this world. If they didn't leave now, they probably wouldn't be able to leave anymore. At this moment, Gu Fei, who was chasing the scorpion demon's primordial spirit, also sensed that something big was about to happen. If he continued to chase, he would most likely be in danger. Swish! With a thought, a vertical purple mark appeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows. It was as if a divine eye was about to open on his forehead, and a powerful divine sense was emanating from it. "Divine snatch!" shouted Gu Fei. As he spoke, a figure wrapped in divine light rushed out of Gu Fei's forehead, flying directly towards the scorpion demon's primordial spirit. This was a projection formed by Gu Fei's powerful divine sense. It was equivalent to another Gu Fei. One of the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao, the divine snatch secret art, was a supreme great art for cultivating the soul. It was the most mysterious and unfathomable great art. Those who cultivated this secret art could display all sorts of unimaginable divine abilities. The figure that rushed out of Gu Fei's forehead instantly caught up to the primordial spirit of the scorpion demon. In an instant, it pounced on the primordial spirit and entered it. The scorpion demon sent out a horrified spiritual sense wave, then stopped in the void, motionless, as if it had completely lost its consciousness. The bloody light around the scorpion demon's primordial spirit dissipated, and the charm of the great Dao swirled around it. This wasn't the scorpion demon's own power. The figure that had entered the scorpion demon's primordial spirit appeared above it. This was a shocking scene. Gu Fei was using the divine snatch secret art to seize the scorpion demon's fruit of the way. The scorpion demon's primordial spirit was changing, and 2 different presences appeared above it. The appearance of the primordial spirit kept changing. Sometimes it was the scorpion demon, and sometimes it was Gu Fei. The scorpion demon was putting up a final struggle. He didn't want his primordial spirit to be devoured just like that. However, all of this seemed to be in vain. Every secret of the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao had the power to seize the fortune of heaven and earth. They were supreme great arts that saints had created by deriving the great Dao. Without any suspense, the scorpion demon's primordial spirit was completely refined by Gu Fei's divine sense. The appearance of the primordial spirit finally stabilized. It was a small person that looked exactly like Gu Fei, only the size of a fist. "I also have a primordial spirit?" Gu Fei felt a little incredulous. He had actually used the divine snatch secret art to seize a primordial spirit, the primordial spirit of a demon emperor. Everything of the scorpion demon emperor, including his primordial spirit, had been seized by him. When refining the scorpion demon's primordial spirit, Gu Fei read the scorpion demon's memories and learned many secrets of the 100,000 demon mountains, as well as the situation of the entire Nanling Mountains. The Nanling Mountains was dominated by 2 factions. The demon race and the demons dominated everything here. In ancient times, this place was a battlefield between gods and demons. For countless years, the demon race and the demons had been fighting incessantly. It was precisely because of this harsh environment that the demon race and the demons grew up in that they had rich combat experience. They were much more powerful than the demons and demons of other regions. Swoosh! With a thought, the primordial spirit that Gu Fei seized from the scorpion demon flew back and sank into Gu Fei's glabella, sitting cross-legged in his Naiwan palace. Warriors only cultivated the physical body and didn't cultivate the primordial spirit. Gu Fei only had a powerful soul, which was the mark of life. But now, he actually obtained a primordial spirit. This was absolutely something that had never happened in countless years. Even Gu Fei felt a little dazed, as though he was in a dream. Chapter 1175. Gu Fei originally wanted to use the divine plunder technique to seize the scorpion demon's Dao fruit and refine his primordial spirit. However, something unexpected happened. His divine sense entered the scorpion demon's primordial spirit and assimilated it with his primordial spirit. The scorpion demon's primordial spirit was a vessel. When Gu Fei's primordial spirit entered it, the scorpion demon's body and soul were destroyed, but his primordial spirit was preserved. The primordial spirit wasn't a divine soul, it was an existence formed by the essence, qi, and spirit of the immortal, celestial, demon, and Buddhist cultivators. It was mysterious and unfathomable. Gu Fei walked the martial Dao, different from the other cultivation systems. He only cultivated the mortal body and didn't cultivate the primordial spirit. He didn't know how to condense a primordial spirit. But now, he unexpectedly obtained a primordial spirit that belonged to him. One of the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao, the god Plunder, seized the fortune of heaven and earth and possessed unimaginable divine might. It could actually assimilate the primordial spirit. A little person sat in the Naiwan palace on Gu Fei's forehead like a god. The demonic qi around him had long dissipated and the entire primordial spirit changed. The demonic nature turned into divinity. Immortal Dao primordial spirit? Gu Fei sensed the ripples of the immortal Dao. It was strange, he could sense an unfathomable power in the heaven and earth. This power was elusive and indescribable, but it was vast and boundless. He tried to sense it with his heart. In this illusory state, there seemed to be something attracting him. He seemed to have touched something, but there seemed to be nothing at all. Gu Fei's consciousness entered the primordial spirit, and he could actually sense the supreme immortal Dao. Was this the effect of the god Plunder art? He sat in the sky with a solemn expression. His aura was changing. Sometimes, immortal qi coiled around him like a true immortal from the 9 heavens. Other times, his blood essence surged and his battle intent soared into the sky. He was like an ancient innate god. Gu Fei had once seized Li Xuandao's Dao fruit and slain his primordial spirit, so he knew quite a few secret arts of the immortal Dao. At this time, Gu Fei tried to use one of the divine arts of the immortal Dao. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was immediately attracted by his aura. A huge seal appeared above his head, emitting a terrifying divine might of the immortal Dao. This was the embodiment of a type of immortal Dao divine technique. A large imprint emitted terrifying fluctuations of immortal Dao energy, possessing the power to shatter mountains and rivers. In the end, the seal floating above Gu Fei's head gradually dissipated into the void. He was trying to imitate the Tai Huang seal, but he did not succeed. The extreme Dao Saint weapon was unique. Even if one had great magical powers, it would be difficult to imitate it, much less display the power of the Tai Sovereign seal. Gu Fei was both surprised and overjoyed to have obtained a primordial spirit. With this primordial spirit, it was like he had 2 lives. Even if he was completely obliterated, as long as this primordial spirit was not destroyed, he could be reborn. Just as Gu Fei was consolidating his primordial spirit with the immortal Dao divine art, a terrifying fluctuation came from the depths of this world. The monarchs who had entered the depths of this world had finally made their move. Extremely powerful auras erupted in the depths of this world. This was the might of the monarchs, causing the entire world to change color. There were monarchs fighting in the depths of this world. If it was an ordinary Deva sovereign, they would have long collapsed to the ground, unable to withstand the pressure of the monarchs. But Gu Fei was not an ordinary Deva sovereign. Buzz! A rumbling sound came from his body as the image of an ancient cauldron emerged from him. The power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers protected Gu Fei within. The pressure of the monarchs was completely repelled, unable to affect Gu Fei. The cauldron of mountains and rivers was a sacred weapon of the extreme Dao. Unless it was the supreme might of an extreme Dao saint, even a saint's might wouldn't be able to affect Gu Fei. Gu Fei was startled awake. After a moment of thought, he strode deeper into this world. But soon he had no choice but to slow down. Dried bones began to appear below, and there were even broken artifacts scattered on the ground. The terrain ahead was clearly different. Mountain ridges began to appear in front of them. Each mountain ridge was like a giant dragon lying on the ground. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. The mountain ridges were like dragons. This was a dragon vein of the earth, and not an ordinary one at that. It was most likely an ancestral vein of the earth. Swoosh! Boundless yellow energy rushed out of a mountain ridge ahead, and a yellow skeleton appeared on the mountain ridge. 2 yellow divine lights shot out from the skeleton's eye sockets like 2 heavenly swords and pierced through the sky. Bam! The void around Gao Tianji immediately collapsed and turned into chaos. Within the chaos, there was a heart-palpitating aura. A black shadow directly walked out of the chaos. Demon? Monstrous demonic energy surged out of the black shadow and enveloped the entire world. In an instant, the area ahead became as terrifying as a demonic domain. Terrifying demonic shadows could be seen from time to time in the demonic energy. Did this guy really enter the heaven realm? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the yellow skeleton. This was a ruthless character. Even the primordial path master suffered a great loss in the hands of this guy. Half of his body was shattered. This was a ruthless character that could kill a monarch. However, what shocked Gu Fei even more was that a terrifying demon had also entered this world and was hiding in the side. He didn't need to think to know that this demon wanted to reap the benefits of a third party. Others risked their lives to take advantage of it. There didn't seem to be such a good thing in this world. Endless yellow divine light soared into the sky and swept through the world, contending against the monstrous demonic energy that came down from the sky. 2 terrifying forces collided, causing the whole world to tremble. Gu Fei directly retreated to the distance. He was very clear about the power of the yellow skeleton. This yellow skeleton definitely had the terrifying combat power to kill a monarch. Only a character of this level would dare to fight in this place. The terrain here was extraordinary and contained great killing intent. This was because Gu Fei discovered that the land in front of him was filled with undulating mountain ridges. He didn't know how many dragon-like mountain ridges were entrenched in front of him. In the depths of this world, it was likely that an incredible thing had been bred. The spiritual energy of the whole world had gathered here, and every mountain ridge was like a real dragon. Although it took countless years of transformation to form such a terrain. Using the world as a tomb, an existence buried in the depths of this world was probably comparable to a supreme saint when they were alive. Only such a character could have such a grand plan. Laying down a heaven-defying terrain, gathering the spiritual energy of the whole world, just to nourish the supreme existence buried in the Dragon Mountain. Rumble. The 2 supreme experts fought. The yellow chi and demonic energy surged violently. The 2 auras were earth-shattering. Even the Dragon Mountain below was shaking. A dragon's roar resounded in the void. The Dragon Mountain below shook as if it was about to soar into the sky and transform into a dragon. The Earth's dragon chi was vast and mighty. It didn't seem like a mountain ridge, but a real dragon. This ancestral vein already has a soul? Not only Gu Fei, but the yellow skeleton and the great demon were also shocked. The dragon-shaped mountain ridge actually condensed a soul. This was an existence born from the heaven and earth. With a soul, it had life. The terrain here was incredible. The dragon vein had a soul. This was a dragon with life, a life born from the heaven and earth. The battle between the yellow skeleton and the great demon had alarmed the sleeping dragon soul. The entire mountain ridge was shaking and a terrifying aura spread out from the mountain ridge. At the same time, the same aura spread out from other regions. This shocked everyone. The dragon souls of the earth were awakening. All the emperors who had entered cried out in shock, and then they charged out from within. 49. It's actually 49 ancestral veins. 49 ancestral veins that have given birth to life. How is this possible? Gu Fei couldn't believe it. Such a terrain couldn't be formed under the natural conditions of the heaven and earth. There were 50 great Daoists and one was missing. In the world of cultivation, 49 represented the extreme of the great Daoists. Someone had already set up everything countless years ago. Using a great amount of magic, he captured the 49 ancestral veins of the earth. These 49 ancestral veins gradually devoured the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After countless years, this place became a lifeless place. The Xianyin qi of this world was probably not ordinary. It didn't come from the Xianyin divine acupoint. It probably came from the supreme existence buried in the 49 ancestral veins. The Yin tomb seemed to be a misrepresentation. This place probably couldn't give birth to such an ancestral vein. This was definitely a heaven-defying method. Someone wanted to go against the yin and yang and the cosmos. He didn't hesitate to use the world as the price to nurture the 49 ancestral veins. 49 similar auras gradually converged into a shocking aura. This was a supreme aura comparable to a saint. Even Dao-severing almighty emperors couldn't bear it. Everyone fled into the distance in a panic. When Gu Fei sensed this aura, he couldn't help but be shocked. He wasn't unfamiliar with this aura. It was the world-shaking aura that came from the peerless tomb that day. It turned out that this aura comparable to a saint didn't come from the supreme existence buried here. It came from the 49 ancestral veins. It was really hard to imagine. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that such a terrain existed. It was like the 49 ancestral dragons had awakened from their slumber. The 49 dragon mountains were shaking. The dragon qi of the earth was vast and mighty. The 49 mountains seemed to struggle to rise from the ground. Chapter 1176. The 49 mountain ridges were like 49 huge dragons lying on the ground. The dragon head of each mountain ridge was facing inward, and the spiritual qi of the entire world was gathering from all directions. This was something that was protected by the 49 dragon-like mountain ridges at the cost of the entire world. This method was too frightening. Perhaps only the legendary extreme Dao experts could arrange such a heaven-defying formation, using the world as a tomb to nurture an inconceivable thing. At this time, the aura of the 49 Earth ancestral dragon's veins converged together. This was equivalent to the arrival of an extreme Dao expert. It actually emitted the extreme Dao's divine might. The mysterious yellow skeleton and the great devil had no choice but to stop and rush into the distance. A trace of the extreme Dao's aura could crush the heavens. No one could withstand it. The entire world seemed as if it was about to collapse. The entire world was shaking. Countless evil guards were roaring. The entire world seemed to have turned into the legendary netherworld, as if doomsday had arrived. A trace of aura that could make even the supreme experts feel a bone-chilling coldness was emitted from the 49 dragon mountains. The 49 dragon mountains were shaking, and the world seemed to be filled with dragon roars. This was not a simple matter of the 49 dragon mountains being placed together. The existence of each mountain ridge was inevitable. The 49 dragon mountains formed a heaven-defying formation. This was a type of extreme Dao sacred formation. On top of each dragon mountain, there were extreme Dao sacred runes faintly visible. The extreme Dao sacred formation had been activated. At this time, the extreme Dao sacred formation was activated. No one could enter the 49 dragon mountains again. The extreme Dao saint's aura was vast and mighty, shaking the heavens. The 49 dragon mountains gradually disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. The area in front of them was obscured by a force. No one could see the scenery inside clearly, not even the almighty experts who had cultivated the divine eye. Gu Fei's martial Dao heavenly eye had also lost its effect at this time. At this time, Gu Fei had already retreated thousands of miles away. However, he still felt his divine soul trembling. The aura in front of him was too terrifying. Even with the protection of the cauldron of mountain and river, Gu Fei could barely withstand the terrifying aura of the 49 dragon mountains. Even the emperors at the almighty realm had to lower their proud heads at this time, trembling with fear. The celestial being realm emperors at the periphery had long been completely intimidated by this extreme divine might. They all lay on the ground, trembling in fear. Who triggered the formation inside? Who is so wicked? Do they want to bury us in there? It seems to be the demon Thearcha's doing. Someone saw him loitering around that divine item. Is it the Grand Imperial Saint? As it turned out, the 49 dragon mountains had long been in slumber. The extreme Dao Grand formation had been suppressed by an item. It was very obvious that an extreme Dao expert had come here before. Hence, the almighty monarchs dared to enter the 49 Dragon Mountains to search for the coffin of the supreme existence buried in the 49 Dragon Mountains. If the extreme Tao Grand Formation was activated to protect the 49 Dragon Mountains, even a half-sage would die if he entered. No one dared to break into such a place of absolute death. Unless there was a topographic map of this area, even an extreme Tao expert would have a headache coming here. Was it the old tortoise who triggered this grand formation? Gu Fei was bewildered. With the old tortoise's character, it seemed that he really dared to do such a thing. The extreme Tao's sacred formation had been revived. Only the old tortoise had the extreme Tao sacred weapon, the Tai Huang seal, could have the power to protect himself in the 49 Dragon Mountains. Little bald donkey Fan Xiu, how does the extreme Tao sacred formation taste? The old tortoise's laughter suddenly sounded in front of them. That laughter actually came from the 49 Dragon Mountains in front of them. After hearing the old tortoise's laughter, everyone's expression changed. It was really this guy's doing. Everyone gritted their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. This was because the demon emperor's background was too great. No one in the entire heaven realm would dare to offend him easily. Gu Fei was also incomparably shocked. The old tortoise really dared to do anything without any scruples. If those almighties did not rush out of the Dragon Mountains in time, they would probably die inside. The extreme Tao sacred formation, even an extreme Tao saint would probably be in danger, let alone almighties. I won't die yet. The little monk Fan Xiu's voice immediately sounded in the 49 Dragon Mountains. Although he had encountered great trouble, Fan Xiu was still calm. Two auras of the extreme Tao emerged from the Dragon Mountains. Even the extreme Tao sacred formation could not block them. It was as if two extreme Tao experts had descended on the Dragon Mountains. It's the extreme Tao's sacred weapon. All of the supreme beings trembled. Everyone felt as if their spirits were about to collapse. This was a type of supreme pressure. Just a trace of its aura could intimidate the heavens. Even Gu Fei, who had activated the power of the cauldron of mountain and river to protect himself, had a terrible look on his face. The cauldron in his body was impacted by the aura of the extreme Tao's sacred weapon and showed signs of rushing out of his body. The cauldron of mountain and river must not be revealed in front of these almighties. Otherwise, Gu Fei would be in big trouble. Who would not be jealous of the extreme Tao's sacred weapon? If these almighties knew that Gu Fei had the extreme Tao's sacred weapon, they would definitely attack Gu Fei. Even with the old tortoise's protection, some people would still attack Gu Fei. Who did not want the extreme Tao's sacred weapon? Who did not want it? Gu Fei retreated towards the exit of this world. At this time, it was impossible for him to enter the Dragon Mountain. The extreme Tao's sacred formation had been revived. Unless one had the extreme Tao's sacred weapon like the old tortoise, anyone who entered would die. At this time, all the almighties were watching the movement in front of them. The extreme Tao's sacred might was vast. Everyone had to use all their strength to protect themselves. In the darkness, there seemed to be more than a dozen suns. Those were the divine lights of the almighties and emperors. Divine power and immortal power were surging. There were more than a dozen existences above the emperor realm who had entered this peerless tomb. These were the super antiques of the heaven realm. Some people who were rumored to be dead also jumped out. Many of them had sacred weapons. Their holy might was vast between heaven and earth. Some emperors of the super forces brought their sacred weapons into this peerless tomb to fight for the heaven-defying thing that was bred in this peerless tomb. In ancient times, the world had not changed. Sages were not extinct. There were tens of thousands of clans in the untainted land. There were many great clans that had transcended the mortal world. Those who comprehended the Tao were called saints. Those who comprehended the great Tao of origin were called extreme Tao saints. There were many saints, but those who could comprehend the great Tao of origin were few and far between. A weapon refined by a saint was branded with the great Tao comprehended by the saint. Such a weapon was the legendary saint weapon that possessed immense power. Only weapons imprinted with Tao marks could be regarded as sacred weapons. By activating the sacred weapon, the Tao marks inside could be released and the full power of a saint could be unleashed. In this world, Only the extreme Dao saints who comprehended the great Dao of origin could refine an extreme Dao sacred weapon with weapon spirit. This was the continuation of the extreme Dao saint's life. Among the dozen almighties, a few people stood at the forefront. There was a trace of sacred might surrounding these people. They had sacred weapons to protect them. After the mysterious yellow skeleton and the great demon retreated thousands of miles away, they started fighting again. Gu Fei dodged far away. He knew how powerful the mysterious yellow skeleton was. Even the primordial path master was not its opponent. If he was caught in a battle of this level, his life would be in danger. The great demon was also amazing. He fought with the mysterious yellow skeleton endlessly. He was so fierce that he was in a mess. Moreover, the great demon was surrounded by devil chi. The devil chi covered his true appearance. No one could see his appearance. The mysterious yellow chi was vast between heaven and earth. The mysterious yellow skeleton continued to use the life-slaying technique. It pierced through the heaven and earth, but it still could not gain the upper hand. That great demon was just too powerful. He also cast a great technique of the demon path to clash with the mysterious yellow skeleton. Pieces of the void instantly collapsed in the collision between the two. The two super experts fought further and further away from Dragon Mountain. At this time, a great battle broke out in Dragon Mountain. With the Extreme Dao Sacred Formation's blockade, Old Turtle and Fan Xiao could use the Extreme Dao Sacred Weapon without any scruples. Bang! A big seal appeared in the sky above Dragon Mountain. The whole Dragon Mountain trembled. 49 mountain ranges trembled at the same time. There was a faint dragon roar lingering between heaven and earth. Even the power of the Extreme Dao Saint formation could not completely obstruct the terrifying Extreme Dao Saint aura that emanated from the Tai Sovereign Seal. Below the big seal stood a figure. Who else could it be but Old Turtle? The Tai Huang Yin Hao released rays of extreme divine light to protect the old tortoise. The power of the extreme sacred formation that came from all directions was blocked outside. If it was any other great emperor, they wouldn't even be able to get close to Dragon Mountain, let alone fight it on Dragon Mountain. The aura emanating from Dragon Mountain was simply too powerful, and it wasn't something that ordinary people could endure. Opposite Old Turtle was a little monk sitting on a lotus throne with a purple gold alms bowl in his hand. The lotus throne under Fan Xiao was blooming with endless Buddha light. He looked solemn and there was a 10,000 Buddha seal in the void around him. When Old Tortoise saw this scene, he was secretly shocked. This guy had probably reached the realm of being both Buddha and himself. A big Buddha loomed behind little monk Fan Xiao, like the Buddha Lord of ancient times, holding flowers and smiling. Is this the lotus throne that the ancient Buddha sat on when he achieved enlightenment? Old Turtle's knowledge was extraordinary. After all, he was the Supreme Emperor's holy son. He could see the origin of the lotus throne under Fan Xiao. It was a very special Extreme Dao sacred weapon. Without saying anything else, Old Tortoise took out the purple gold alms bowl in his hand. A heaven-devouring force surged out of the purple gold alms bowl, causing the entire void to collapse. Chapter 1177. Buzz. The purple gold alms bowl let out a buzzing sound. Traces of Buddhism and Daoist Dao appeared on it. The mouth of the alms bowl produced a heaven-devouring power that swallowed the void and fell on the old tortoise's head. Umph! The old tortoise sneered. Little monk Fan Xiao's purple gold alms bowl was not an extreme Buddhist weapon. How dare he try to swallow me and the Tai Huang seal into the alms bowl? This was simply insane. Bang! The Tai Huang seal that was floating above the old tortoise's head shook a little. The purple gold alms bowl that was swallowing Fan Xiao flew backward. The Buddhist light dissipated and dimmed. Fan Xiao, who was sitting cross-legged on the lotus platform, trembled. He had suffered an impact. He stretched out his hand and called the purple gold alms bowl back. On the surface of the purple gold alms bowl, there were cracks that looked like spider webs. You old demon! Fan Xiao couldn't help coughing up blood. His Buddhist item had almost been destroyed. He had been too careless, thinking that by pouring the Buddhist energy from the lotus platform into the alms bowl, he would be able to contend against the Grand Emperor seal. This was definitely a mistake. Boom! After little monk Fan Xiu put away the purple gold alms bowl, his body suddenly erupted with a Buddhist light that soared into the sky. The shadow of the great Buddha behind him instantly became clear, as if it was going to walk out of the void. The destructive power from the supreme sacred formation was blocked by the Buddhist light. It was as if the ancient Buddha had descended. The Buddhist power was vast and mighty, with a domineering aura. It was useless even if the ancient Buddha came in person, let alone a shadow. The old tortoise flicked his finger and shot a purple divine light at Fan Xiu, who was sitting cross-legged on the lotus throne. Wherever the purple light passed, the void was shattered. This was not the old tortoise's power, but a trace of the supreme sacred might that he had drawn. With the power of the Tai Huang seal, he could use a terrifying power that surpassed that of a half-step sage. At this time, even a half-step sage was no match for the old tortoise. Little monk Fan Xiu sat cross-legged on the lotus platform, his expression unchanged. He stretched out a palm that was as exquisite as divine jade and pressed forward. Dao rhymes circulated on his palm, interweaving into mysterious Buddhist Dao marks. This was a palm that seemed to be able to crush heaven and earth. The Buddha shadow behind Fan Xiu also moved. It also stretched out a palm and pressed forward. Bam! The void in front of the Buddha's palm collapsed. Little monk Fan Xiu's palm blocked the dazzling purple divine light that Old Turtle had shot out. The two forces collided head-on, and there was a muffled sound. The purple divine light shattered, and the little monk Fan Xiu's body shook a little. The big Buddha behind him didn't seem real anymore. "How are you going to fight me?" Old Turtle was incomparably arrogant. He was the son of the Tai Huang Emperor, and the power of his bloodline contained unimaginable power. This little monk Fan Xiu was not the son of the ancient Buddhist lord, and his innate physique far surpassed Fan Xiu. Moreover, the Tai Huang Emperor's seal was an extreme sacred tool refined by Old Turtle's father. He could use it with ease, and it could even activate the power of the extreme path. Little monk Fan Xiu seemed to know his own limits. He didn't say anything and directly retreated, disappearing from the extreme Dao's sacred array. "At least you know what's good for you." Old Turtle didn't chase after him. It should be known that little monk Fan Xiu had obtained the lotus platform that the ancient Buddhist lord sat on when he achieved enlightenment. This lotus seat was branded with the perfect and flawless marks of the Tao comprehended by the Buddhist masters throughout the ages, and it could already be considered as an extreme Buddhist artifact. Moreover, after the passage of countless years, this Buddhist artifact had probably given birth to a soul. With this lotus platform, even if Old Turtle had the Tai Huang Emperor's seal, it would be difficult for him to kill Fan Xiu in a short time. He could only force Fan Xiu away. Rumble! The 49 dragon mountains were shaking, and the dragon soul was awakening. The mountains were empty, and the shadows of 49 big dragons began to condense. This was a phenomenon formed by the rising dragon chi. This phenomenon would only appear where the ancestral veins of the earth were located. 49 ancestral veins, how is this possible? Old Turtle muttered to himself. He was shocked by the scene in front of him. There was no way that this world could give birth to 49 ancestral veins of the earth. The killing intent triggered by the 49 ancestral veins of the earth was absolutely peerless. However, Old Turtle had the Tai Huang Emperor's seal to protect him, so the killing intent couldn't get close. Even so, he felt a great deal of pressure. This place is really strange. The dragon chi was vast and mighty, but deep within the 49 dragon mountains, there was an aura that made even Old Turtle's heart palpitate. There seemed to be great danger inside. An aura even colder than the mysterious Yin chill made Old Turtle feel a chill. Let's see what's inside. This peerless tomb had existed since ancient times. During the era of the Tai Huang dynasty, this tomb had also appeared and stirred up the winds and clouds in the sky. Even Supreme Emperor Wu had once entered this tomb. As the Supreme Emperor's son, Old Turtle naturally knew some great secrets of the world that others didn't. Old Turtle learned from his father that this peerless tomb was extraordinary and that there was a heaven-defying existence inside. However, at that time, the thing inside the tomb had not truly grown. Grand Emperor Wu didn't touch anything inside. In order to nurture that heaven-defying existence, someone used a large world as a tomb in the past. They imprisoned the 49 ancestral veins of the earth and laid out this heaven-defying plan. Countless years had passed. The 49 Dragon Mountains had gathered all the spiritual qi in this world. The thing that was being nurtured inside had probably already grown up. Old Turtle didn't know what was inside the 49 Dragon Mountains. Grand Emperor Wu only told him about it when they were chatting. Back then, Grand Emperor was the ruler of the world. What couldn't he obtain? This was his era. He was an invincible existence and the ruler of the world. Old Turtle didn't expect that the world would change so much and usher in an era without saints. Whether it was in the mortal world or the heavenly realm, all saints disappeared. At this time, Old Turtle was only at the periphery of the 49 Dragon Mountains. The fluctuations inside were truly frightening. Even with the protection of the Supreme Emperor's seal, he couldn't guarantee his safety. 49 dragons were leaping around the 49 Dragon Mountains. Rays of destructive divine light intertwined in the depths of the mountains. Each ray was a trace of the Tao. Chapter 1178. Using the heavens and earth as a tomb to bury an inconceivable heaven-defying existence, this was absolutely the work of an extreme powerhouse. Countless years ago, someone had used a great divine ability to lay down this heaven-defying plan. Old Tortoise was the son of Tai Huang and knew many secrets of the world. The appearance of 49 Earth ancestor veins in this world was absolutely world-shaking. Even the vast and boundless heaven realm did not have 49 Earth ancestor veins. Even if this world was a perfect world, it could not be compared to the heaven realm. Even the heaven realm couldn't nurture 49 Earth ancestor veins, so it was even more impossible for this graveyard to nurture so many Earth ancestor veins. The other Earth ancestor veins should have been taken from other worlds. Taking away the Earth ancestor veins was definitely an earth-shattering event. Once the Earth ancestor veins were taken away, the spirit qi in the area would gradually dissipate. Without the replenishment of the Earth ancestor veins, the area would eventually become a barren land. However, such a thing had never happened since ancient times. No one would do such a thing that could destroy a living thing. This peerless tomb was probably something from the mythological era. The mythological era usually referred to the beginning of the world, the birth of all things, the birth of gods and demons. It was an extremely ancient era. The innate gods and demons were extremely powerful. It was a world ruled by the gods and demons. In the later period of the mythological era, the human race and the monster race became powerful. Supreme saints and monster saints appeared. Such existences could compete with the innate gods and demons. The rise of the human race and the monster race represented the end of the mythological era. After that came the long primitive era. Some people speculated that in the later period of the primitive era, there was a great war between the supreme saints and the innate gods and demons. The war destroyed the primitive era and formed the current situation of the world. The collapse of the primitive era was a great secret of the world. No one knew about it. After the end of the primitive era, all the existences that had become saints, including the innate gods and demons, disappeared. In the long years that followed, no one could become a saint. The primitive era was broken and the laws of the world changed. Both the heaven realm and the human realm were affected. All beings in the 3 realms and 6 realms could no longer become saints. Heaven and earth seemed to no longer allow a saint to appear. No matter how heaven-defying the talent of the cultivators of the various races was, they could only cultivate to the half-sage realm. No matter how amazing one's talent was, they would still be stopped at this insurmountable barrier. Becoming a saint had become incomparably difficult. No one could see any hope of becoming a saint. Hope of becoming a saint? The old tortoise muttered to himself. He did not dare to be presumptuous in this place. He was only at the periphery of the 49 Dragon Mountains and did not go deep into it. However, the extremely powerful ripples emanating from the depths of the 49 Dragon Mountains were enough to make his heart palpitate. The world had become different from the primordial era. The old tortoise had a deep understanding of this because he realized that the great Tao now seemed to be impossible to truly touch. Although he could still sense the existence of the great Tao of heaven and earth, This feeling had become extremely weak. The great Tao of heaven and earth had become difficult to get close to. This was not a good sign. In such an environment, no one would be able to prove their Tao and become a saint. The old tortoise decided to take a risk and break through the 49 Dragon Mountains. His cultivation level was almost completely obliterated by the absolute formation in the virtual sky world, which almost reduced him from the demonic saint realm to his original state. The world had become different. It seemed that it was already an extravagant hope for him to completely restore his cultivation level in such an environment. The old tortoise had obtained the true inheritance of his father, Taihuang. His cultivation level was no small matter and was definitely not comparable to ordinary great emperors. However, in this place, even he had to be cautious. The 49 Dragon Mountains were like dragons. The rocks of the mountains had turned into dragon scales. The dragon heads were facing inward. The spiritual aura of heaven and earth converged from all directions and sprayed out from the dragon heads, nourishing the area in the depths of the 49 Dragon Mountains. There were traces of the great Tao emerging there. It was the power of the great Tao of heaven and earth, which was difficult to comprehend unless one was a saint. Every trace of the great Tao emitted an aura of destruction, flashing in the void like lightning. The power of the extreme Tao's sacred formation was concentrated there to protect the things there. The old tortoise used his divine eyes, but it was still difficult for him to see into the depths of the 49 Dragon Mountains. The extreme Tao traces shielded all the mysteries of heaven there. Even divine mathematician, who was proficient in the great divination technique, found it difficult to calculate what was inside, let alone look at it with his divine eyes. What a powerful method! Did that supreme existence actually bury himself? How could there be a master of the extreme Tao in this world who would spend countless efforts to set up such a heaven-defying plan for others? The old tortoise used the Taihuang seal to protect himself and carefully walked into the depths of the 49 Dragon Mountains. The extreme Tao's sacred formation was not untraceable. After all, the old tortoise was the son of Taihuang. He avoided all kinds of dangers and gradually approached the center of this area, where there were countless intertwining traces of the great Tao. 49 mountains that were no different from the dragon heads faced the countless traces of the great Tao. Every dragon head's mouth was spewing spiritual aura of heaven and earth. Countless traces of the great Tao wrapped the thing inside, like a giant egg that was gestating a sacred fetus. The traces of the great Tao intertwined, and the great Tao of heaven and earth was evolving. The spiritual aura spewed out by the 49 dragon heads was constantly being devoured by the unknown thing wrapped in the traces of the great Tao. What was stealing the creation of heaven and earth? This was stealing the creation of heaven and earth. After countless years, the entire world had become a barren world. All the spiritual aura was gathered by the 49 ancestral veins and devoured by the existence in the intertwining traces of the great Tao. This, although the old tortoise had already guessed something, he could not help but be shocked when he saw this scene with his own eyes. Someone was stealing the fruit of the great Tao of heaven and earth. This method was too unimaginable. All the spiritual aura of heaven and earth had gathered here. The spiritual aura here was so thick that it could turn into liquid. This place was many times better than any of the sacred grounds in the heaven realm. Was someone really using the power of the entire world to gestate a sacred fetus? This is indeed heaven-defying. Even the old tortoise, who had seen many people, was shocked. This was stealing the creation of heaven and earth to fulfill one's own method. Countless traces of the great Tao were intertwined. The old tortoise clearly sensed that there was a faint fluctuation of life among the traces of the great Tao. Was life really born? Chapter 1179. Only an extreme path cultivator could use the heavens and earth as a tomb. The person who laid down the 49 Dragon Mountains was definitely an invincible existence of an era. Such a person would not work for others. The old tortoise had already guessed that the person buried in this tomb was most likely an extreme path cultivator. Countless traces of the Tao interweaved and formed a giant cocoon. Each trace was branded into the void and triggered the power of the great path of the world. Only a saint could master and use this power. The old tortoise was once a great saint of the demon race, so he knew very well how terrifying this power was. Not to mention the countless interweaving traces of the Tao, even a single trace could crush the world and destroy everything. Is this the birth of a saint? The old tortoise thought of a certain possibility and could not help but reveal an expression of extreme shock. Countless years ago, the cultivator who laid down this heaven-defying plan had conspired to do something truly heaven-defying. To build a tomb for himself and bury himself inside, triggering the power of the world. Does he want to sublimate to the extreme and make another breakthrough? The old tortoise could not help but tremble. The extreme path represented the pinnacle of the great path of the world. For countless years, those who could comprehend a perfect and flawless great path could be counted on one hand. In the endless past, someone actually wanted to make another breakthrough. How was this possible? In this world, was there really an existence above the great path of the world? The more the old tortoise looked, the more shocked he became. This place was incredible. There were 50 great paths, but there were 49 dragon mountains here. No one could surpass the great path of the world and stand above the great path of the world. However, the terrain here and the layout here showed the ambition of the supreme existence who laid down this heaven-defying plan. He wanted to sublimate to the extreme. The old tortoise was the son of Grand Emperor Wu, so his knowledge was extraordinary. He once heard his father say that the extreme path saint was the limit of cultivation. Even Grand Emperor Wu did not believe that there was an existence above the great path of the world. The extreme path was the limit, and no one could go further. However, the giant cocoon formed by countless traces of the Tao emitted a wave of life. This was a life born from the traces of the Tao. Such a life was too heaven-defying and frighteningly powerful. It seemed that it was not impossible for something that even Grand Emperor Wu did not think to happen. At the very least, the 49 Dragon Mountains were not existences that could appear in this world. The 49 Dragon Mountains themselves were already a miracle of the world. The old tortoise wanted to get closer to the cocoon, but he stopped after walking for less than 1.5 miles. He could not get any closer. Countless marks of the Tao interweaved in front of him, and a wave of power that made even the old turtle's heart palpitate surged forth. The Tai Huang seal that floated above his head trembled. Beams of purple divine light fell from the Tai Huang seal like a great river, protecting the old turtle inside and blocking the possible forces that were surging in from the surroundings. A flawless Tao mark, old tortoise stared at the giant cocoon in front of him for a long time before saying this. He sensed a vast and boundless wave of energy that he could only sense when he was facing his father, Supreme Emperor. The life that was born from the Tao marks of heaven and earth was definitely an existence comparable to an extreme grade expert. It had not even been born, but it already possessed the might of an extreme grade expert. This was truly unbelievable. Countless years had passed, and the thing that was born from the 49 Dragon Mountains seemed to have grown up, which made the old turtle extremely shocked. If this life could be born, it would be invincible in this world where extreme-grade experts were extinct. No one would be its opponent. Buzz. The Grand Sovereign's seal trembled, and runes began to appear on the surface of the seal. Each rune seemed to be innate as they were imprinted on the seal. An extreme-grade divine might spread from the seal. This was the great path of Supreme Emperor Wu. The Tai Huang seal was awakening, and the entire 49 Dragon Mountains began to shake. The Tai Huang seal contained the flawless great path of heaven and earth that Supreme Emperor Wu comprehended. It was an extreme-grade divine weapon. Once awakened, it could unleash an all-out attack of an extreme-grade saint. The old turtle wanted to take the fruit of the Tao bred from the 49 Dragon Mountains. This fruit of the Tao was too amazing, and no one would not be jealous of it. It was definitely the hope of becoming a saint. Countless Tao marks intertwined to form the flawless great path of heaven and earth. This was a great opportunity, a miracle of the world. Under the state of nature, it was impossible for the world to give birth to such a heaven-defying thing. This life was too high, and it would definitely incur the jealousy of the world. Otherwise, the 49 Dragon Mountains would not have been sealed by someone. However, in order to kill the little monk Fan Xiu, the old turtle pulled out the supreme divine item that sealed the 49 Dragon Mountains, causing them to awaken. The revival of the 49 Earth ancestor veins formed a heaven-defying momentum. 49 mountain peaks that looked like the heads of real dragons began to gush out spiritual energy. The life that was born from the endless Tao marks devoured the spiritual energy gathered by the 49 Earth ancestor veins. The life within the Tao marks gradually became stronger. This was not a good sign. No one knew to what extent the life that was born from the flawless Tao marks had grown. No one knew if this life would suddenly appear after awakening. Buzz! The Tai Huang seal vibrated and the Tao marks began to rush out from the seal. They circled around the seal, and the divine aura of the extreme great path shook the entire world. Even the Tao marks in front of it began to vibrate. The old turtle wanted to activate the Tai Huang seal and strike the giant cocoon in front of him. However, at this moment, the intertwining Tao marks in front of him began to change. Whoosh! 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 Traces of the great path rushed out from the giant cocoon like dazzling heavenly rivers. They exuded a destructive aura as they rushed towards the Tai Huang seal. A vague consciousness emerged from the countless intertwined Tao marks. Although it was a vague consciousness, the old tortoise's expression changed when it sensed the fluctuation. Not good. The old tortoise's shock was no small matter. The life that was born from the Tao aura of heaven and earth had already developed consciousness and could sense danger. Then it immediately reacted. He immediately retreated, but the dozen Tao marks that rushed over still hit the Supreme Sovereign's seal above his head. The dozen Tao marks immediately dispersed the rays of extreme Tao divine light around the Supreme Sovereign seal. However, when the Tao marks dispersed the Tao marks around the Tai Huang seal, they also dissipated in the void. This was the collision of two great path powers. The void was directly annihilated, and nothing was left behind. The old turtle suffered a great impact and was sent flying along with the Tai Huang seal. The Tai Huang seal almost flew away, which made the old turtle break out in cold sweat. Without the protection of the Tai Huang seal, he would not be able to last long in this place. His body and soul would be destroyed by the extreme great path saint. Only the power of the extreme great path could compete with the power of the extreme great path. However, the power of the Tai Huang seal was suppressed here. This did not mean that the flawless great path comprehended by the Tai Huang seal was inferior to the flawless great path comprehended by the existence that laid out this heaven-defying plan. The main reason why the old turtle was sent flying was because he was not strong enough. With his cultivation, it was not easy for him to activate the Tai Huang seal. The power of the Tai Huang seal could not be fully displayed. However, this place was protected by the power of the flawless great path. Under such circumstances, how could the old turtle be a match for the life that was born from the Tao marks? The old turtle reached out to wipe the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and muttered to himself, "Damn it, if I had brought that brat Gu Fei here, he might have been able to suppress this place." The old turtle knew that Gu Fei had a few extreme great path saint weapons. Perhaps he could use the power of the extreme great path saint weapons to suppress this place and then pluck the fruit that was bred here. If he could seize the Tao fruit of life and obtain the flawless perfect great path, becoming a saint would only be a matter of time. It was no wonder that in ancient times, the peerless tomb gave birth to the hope of becoming a saint. This was not groundless, but there really was a hope of becoming a saint. The old turtle could not help but be moved. If he could pluck the Tao fruit here, he would regain his cultivation as a great saint of the demon clan and become a demon saint between heaven and earth. The hope of becoming a saint was right in front of him, which made the old turtle extremely anxious. He had to find Gu Fei immediately. He did not hesitate and directly withdrew from the extreme great path saint formation. Just as the old turtle left, a figure appeared where the old turtle was just now. The person was surrounded by Buddha's light and sat cross-legged on a lotus throne. There was a golden halo behind his head, and there seemed to be the sun and moon sinking in the halo, as if a world was evolving. The person who suddenly appeared silently was the little monk Fan Xiao with white teeth and red lips. At this time, the little monk Fan Xiao looked at the void in front of him with a solemn expression. There were flawless great path Tao marks in front of him. Even the little monk Fan Xiao could not remain calm. However, the little monk Fan Xiao did not make any moves, let alone try to probe. Even the old turtle had to retreat, so it was impossible for him to seize the Dao fruit in front of him. In the end, the little monk Fan Xiu also retreated. Just as the old turtle was anxious to find Gu Fei encountered a big problem at the exit of this big tomb. Two great completion Emperor realm experts intercepted him. Not far behind Gu Fei, there was a middle-aged man in green who was eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey. When Gu Fei sensed the aura of the person behind him, he could not help but be secretly shocked. This was because this person was a great expert, and this person had the aura of a great emperor. This was a young great emperor. Judging from his aura, this middle-aged man in green had most likely broken through to the great expert realm in the past 1,000 years. Chapter 1180. 49 Dragon Mountains awakened, releasing an extreme aura. No one could resist this aura. Aside from a few great figures with saint weapons protecting them, everyone else retreated in a panic. It was a boundless pressure that caused the souls of all living beings in heaven and earth to tremble. Even the countless evil gravekeepers who roamed the lands around the area went silent. Gu Fei used the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers to protect himself and retreated. However, he was intercepted by 3 experts near the exit. They didn't hide their killing intent towards Gu Fei. 2 sovereign realm experts and 1 almighty. "Who is it that thinks so highly of me, Gu Fei?" Gu Fei said indifferently. He didn't show a trace of panic even though he was surrounded by 3 experts. "Do you think you can still live after killing Zi Huang?" A white-robed Shin King said coldly with a somewhat arrogant expression. A sovereign realm expert was only 1 step away from cutting the Dao and becoming almighty. This white-robed Shin King had the qualifications and strength to look down on any sovereign realm expert of the same level. These 3 people all had secret treasures that could resist the mighty aura from the depths of this world. "Why are you talking so much? Just kill this guy and leave this place." Another black-robed immortal emperor said impatiently. "Zi Huang? You are the subordinates of primordial Emperor Xian?" Gu Fei was taken aback. He didn't expect primordial Emperor Xian to send such experts to intercept him. Moreover, there was even a Dao-severing almighty among them. Using such a force to intercept Gu Fei meant that primordial Emperor Xian wanted Gu Fei to be trapped in this peerless tomb. This was a sure-kill situation for the other sovereign realm experts. However, for Gu Fei, although these 3 experts were powerful, they weren't enough to kill him. It was still uncertain who would live and who would die. "All right, you should go now." The middle-aged expert standing behind Gu Fei spoke. He didn't take Gu Fei seriously at all. He could just ignore a mere emperor. There was no comparison between Dao-severing experts and celestial being realm emperors. A Dao-severing expert could kill a large number of emperors with a single hand. "Want to kill me? Bring it on." A look of disdain appeared on Gu Fei's face. This Dao-severing almighty was only at the 1st or 2nd heaven of almighty. Gu Fei could still fight him. The mighty cultivator at the severing path standing behind Gu Fei did not show any signs of making a move. It seemed that a mere Renhuang was not worth his time at all. Meanwhile, the martial emperor who was blocking in front of Gu Fei moved. Bam! The celestial emperor in black stretched out his right hand and pressed it towards Gu Fei. The void suddenly shook, and the celestial emperor's palm rapidly grew larger. It was crystal clear like jade, and there was a terrifying immortal power in it. The jade-like hand grew to the size of a small hill and slammed towards Gu Fei. Boundless immortal force surged, causing the void below the hand to crack into pitch-black spatial cracks. Shattering the void with a palm was an immortal killing technique. Gu Fei sneered. This guy really didn't know what was good for him. He actually dared to compete with his palm strength. Wasn't he courting death? He was really stupid to the extreme. Without any words, Gu Fei directly punched out with the flawless 5 elements fist. With one punch, he shattered the huge hand that was slapping towards him. At the moment when he punched out, Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and rushed forward. The extreme speed of 8 steps was unparalleled in the world. Even powerful experts couldn't catch up to him. They could only eat dust behind him. Swoosh! Gu Fei appeared in front of the black-clad immortal emperor and pressed his body against the black-clad immortal emperors. The black-clad immortal emperor was taken aback by Gu Fei. Oh no! The celestial emperor in black was scared out of his wits. Before he could react, Gu Fei's fist had already hit his face. Without any suspense, the celestial emperor in black's head was smashed by Gu Fei's fist. The celestial emperor in black's primordial spirit couldn't even rush out of his Niwen palace before it was shattered by Gu Fei's fist strength. The headless corpse was still standing on the ground. A gush of blood spurted out from the celestial emperor in black's neck. This was the blood of the celestial god, and every drop contained immortal power. The white-robed Shen King and the powerful expert were dumbfounded. Gu Fei's movements were too fast. Before they could react, the celestial emperor in black's soul had already been shattered by Gu Fei. No one was willing to believe what they had just seen. It should be known that the person who had died was an advanced realm emperor. Moreover, the person who killed this advanced realm emperor was actually an emperor who was a few levels lower than the advanced realm emperor. It wasn't that there weren't people who could kill opponents with higher cultivation levels. However, in the entire world of cultivation, such people were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. How is this possible? The white-robed Shen King hurriedly retreated to the side. This fiend was so close to him that he sensed great danger. His face turned pale. Bam! At this time, the corpse of the celestial emperor in black, whose head had been smashed by Gu Fei's fist, finally fell to the ground. The celestial god's blood dyed the cold soil red. A bloody smell lingered in the void. Good. Very good. No wonder even Zi Huang died in your hands. The middle-aged powerful expert recovered from his shock. 2 rays of cold light shot out of his eyes as he glanced at Gu Fei. This guy's combat strength was too abnormal to be able to kill an advanced realm emperor. If he was allowed to grow, he would become a huge problem for the primordial emperor Xian. The white-robed Shen King was stunned by Gu Fei and didn't dare to make a move. It should be known that the strength of the celestial emperor in black and the white-robed Shen King were almost on par. Even the celestial emperor in black had been turned into ashes in just one move. How could the white-robed Shen King still dare to make a move? The white-robed Shen King was shocked by Gu Fei's thunderous means, but the middle-aged powerful expert wasn't. A monstrous murderous intent radiated from his body as he walked toward Gu Fei step by step. Every step the middle-aged almighty took was extremely firm. Every time he took a step, the ground would tremble. Gu Fei felt a great pressure. The middle-aged man in front of him was like a moving primordial divine mountain that was pressing down on him. Rumble! The middle-aged man's aura was rising. Although he hadn't made a move yet, his aura had already locked onto Gu Fei. The entire void was shaking under his aura. This was the aura of a powerful expert at the severing path. Ordinary realm emperors wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even the white-robed Shen King's expression changed, and he had no choice but to retreat further away. However, Gu Fei still stood there like a mountain in the face of this extremely powerful pressure. His expression didn't change in the slightest. Gu Fei's performance made the middle-aged powerful expert feel a little uneasy. It seemed like something was wrong, but he didn't know what the problem was. After taking 7 or 8 steps, the middle-aged powerful expert's aura soared to the peak. The entire void of heaven and earth seemed like it was about to be crushed by this aura. The bones in Gu Fei's body kept making explosive sounds. His back was ramrod straight. The pressure of the powerful expert couldn't make him lower his head. Instead, it aroused his battle intent. Gu Fei let out a furious roar. His long hair fluttered wildly even though there was no wind. A monstrous qi and blood erupted from his body. It was like a terrifying primordial beast had awakened in his body. The sudden burst of power shook the void around him. A circle of ripples that could be seen by the naked eye spread out from Gu Fei's body. At this moment, Gu Fei's every move was filled with boundless martial path true force. He easily dispelled the middle-aged powerful expert's aura. What? The middle-aged powerful expert's eyes flickered when he saw this scene. This wasn't the power of the immortal path, nor was it the power of the divine path. It wasn't the power of the demon path or the Buddhist path. This kind of power seemed to be very similar to some kind of inheritance from ancient times. The martial ancestors' orthodoxy hasn't been lost? Although the middle-aged powerful expert had the appearance of a middle-aged man, he was able to sever the Dao to become a powerful expert. His age must be frighteningly old. The middle-aged powerful expert was both shocked and angry. His opponent's battle prowess was unparalleled. This was the strength and cultivation of breaking all laws with brute force. No wonder even the Violet Sovereign died when facing this guy. I'm going to extract your soul. The martial ancestor's inheritance will be mine. The middle-aged powerful expert made his move. He pointed out with a finger and a sword wave shot out. Buzz! The void rumbled as if a peerless divine sword was unsheathed. An extremely cold sword chi spread out from the middle-aged powerful expert's finger. The middle-aged powerful expert was very knowledgeable. He could tell that Gu Fei had a martial inheritance. This was a martial emperor. Such an existence could be said to be invincible in the same realm. In ancient times, the martial ancestor's strength was the strongest in the 3 realms and 6 paths. He had invented the martial path of achieving the sacred realm with his flesh. A powerful martial body was like an indestructible weapon. Gu Fei had cultivated the martial emperor body. Even beasts and divine beasts of the same rank would not be as strong as Gu Fei's. In the face of the middle-aged Almighty's killing move, he didn't dodge. Instead, he punched at the sword wave that pierced through him. The power of the 5 elements surged in his fist, and there seemed to be 5 small worlds faintly discernible in his fist. Gu Fei's punch had activated the force of the 5 elements. It was the ultimate killing art invented by the martial ancestor. Bang! Gu Fei's fist did not stop after shattering the sword wave. He threw a punch at the middle-aged powerful expert, causing the rift to vibrate. The middle-aged powerful expert was taken aback. He did not expect Gu Fei's flesh to be so strong that he could shatter the sword wave with his bare hands. An ordinary martial emperor would have been penetrated by the sword wave. Whoosh! Gu Fei charged forward with the 8 desolation steps, but the middle-aged powerful expert was not flustered at all. He waved his hands in front of him and tore a gap in the rift. The cracked void sucked in Gu Fei, who was charging over. Gu Fei was actually sucked into the void chaos. This stunned the white-robed divine emperor, who was watching the battle from afar. Chapter 1181. A Dao-severing Almighty wasn't something an ordinary emperor could compare to. A Dao-severing Almighty had already severed his own Dao and created his own Dao. This was a transformation of being reborn. Only by severing one's Dao could one truly walk their own path. The Dao of others would always belong to others. Even if one cultivated to the peak, it would still be difficult to surpass their predecessors. Only by severing one's own Dao could one hope to become the strongest expert in the world. Although the middle-aged Almighty only had the cultivation and strength of a 2nd or 3rd Ascendant Realm Almighty, he was still a Dao-severing Almighty. Moreover, his own Dao had also reached the minor success stage. He displayed a great killing technique. He tore apart the void and swallowed Gu Fei into the void of chaos. Such a technique could only be performed by a mighty cultivator of the severing path. He killed this guy just like that? In the distance, the white-robed Shen King was dumbfounded. Almighty was indeed a Almighty. He killed such a powerful opponent in one move. It should be known that this Gu Fei blew up the head of the black-robed Immortal Emperor with one move, causing his soul to scatter. Such combat strength was absolutely invincible in the same realm. Killing a Grand Completion Emperor was as easy as crushing an ant. This made the white-robed Shen King's heart palpitate. No wonder even the son of the primordial Emperor Xian, the Violet Emperor who was known as the invincible emperor of the younger generation in the eastern lands, had to die at the hands of this Gu Fei. However, the middle-aged Almighty still had a solemn expression. He waved his hands, manifesting his own Dao. A trace of Dao rhyme flowed between his hands. He sent out divine runes that branded the void in an attempt to close the rift he had torn open. However, there was a powerful force within the rift that he had torn open. What? He still didn't die? The white-robed Saint Emperor had a bad feeling. He felt somewhat uneasy. Inside the void crack was a terrifying chaotic turbulence. It was a destructive force that could destroy everything. Even an emperor at the almighty realm wouldn't dare to recklessly enter the void crack. The inheritance of the martial ancestor is indeed extraordinary. The middle-aged supreme elder's heart trembled. He had actually not died after being swallowed into the primal nothingness. Such battle prowess was truly astonishing. The middle-aged man manifested Dao rhymes with his hands as he imprinted divine runes into the void, wanting to close the tear in the void. However, he discovered that it was extremely difficult. The divine runes imprinted into the void drew upon the power of heaven and earth, and the tear in the void slowly recovered. However, this speed was simply too slow. Bam! The void trembled, and a powerful force rushed out from the spatial crack. The divine patterns that were imprinted in the void trembled and flashed with divine light. How is this possible? In the distance, the white-robed deity emperor sensed Gu Fei's aura. This caused him to be indescribably shocked. Not only did Gu Fei not die, he even had the ability to break through the Almighty's seal. Even the middle-aged Almighty couldn't help but change his expression at this time. The strength of Gu Fei had far exceeded his expectations. If primordial Emperor Xian had only sent 2 advanced realm emperors to intercept and kill Gu Fei, he was afraid that Gu Fei would kill them instead. Is this guy really a sovereign realm emperor? The middle-aged Almighty was secretly shocked. He didn't dare to be negligent and tried his best to manifest his Dao. However, he was only at the 2nd or 3rd heaven of the Almighty. His Dao didn't even have an embryonic form, and he could only evolve a trace of Dao rhymes. Even so, it was still very shocking. A trace of Dao rhymes attracted the power of heaven and earth from all directions. The entire void seemed to have turned the middle-aged Almighty into a supreme god. Even so, it was difficult for the middle-aged Almighty to completely close the spatial crack. There seemed to be a terrifying primordial beast lurking in the spatial crack. Bam, bam, bam. A huge collision sound resounded between heaven and earth. The spatial crack was surrounded by divine runes and was supported by the power of heaven and earth from all directions. However, it still created circles of transparent ripples that looked like water waves. This part of the void seemed like it could suddenly collapse and shatter at any time. I don't believe that I can't destroy you. The middle-aged Almighty was furious. He was a Dao-severing Almighty and an emperor, but he couldn't even deal with a puny sovereign realm emperor. If this news were to spread, he would definitely lose face. Rumble. The middle-aged Almighty's body emitted a terrifying emperor's aura. The violent power shook the entire world. Rays of divine light rushed out from his body and interweaved into a light net, sealing the spatial crack in front of him. The white-robed Shin King immediately retreated. The emperor's aura had greatly impacted him, and he almost had a mental breakdown. This was the power of a Dao-severing Almighty. It was just the aura that was released, but an advanced realm emperor could not withstand it. However, just as the middle-aged Almighty was about to unleash the unsealable technique, an extremely terrifying and powerful energy fluctuation suddenly erupted in the spatial crack like 100,000 volcanoes. Boom! In an earth-shattering sound, the entire void collapsed. The destructive power spread between heaven and earth, and the void within a radius of thousands of feet turned into a black hole without a trace of light. Countless divine inscriptions that the middle-aged Almighty had imprinted in the void were instantly shattered. Even the divine net that the middle-aged Almighty had condensed with his own power dissipated in an instant. The middle-aged Almighty was shocked. He had suffered a great impact, and he directly vomited blood as he flew backward. The divine robe that he was wearing was instantly torn to pieces. Buzz! With a deafening sound, an ancient cauldron rushed out of the black hole without any light, and a terrifying aura descended between heaven and earth. This aura made the middle-aged Almighty's heart palpitate. It was like a trace of aura that was released by a supreme existence, and it was extremely terrifying. Even the spiritual soul of the Almighty was shaken. The middle-aged Almighty flew backward for thousands of feet. Before he could regain his senses, Gu Fei had already rushed in front of him. A fist surging with the power of the 5 elements directly smashed towards his face. The fist had not yet arrived, but the wind from the fist was like a blade. The impact made the middle-aged Almighty's face hurt, and he could barely open his eyes.
What?
The middle-aged Almighty roared angrily. He immediately flew backward without thinking. When fighting against someone from the martial progenitor's bloodline, the greatest taboo was to let the opponent get close to you. Once the opponent got close, the outcome would be miserable. Martial artists who had reached the great accomplishment realm had unparalleled physical bodies. Even the physique of divine beasts could not be compared to them. Their entire body was like a terrifying battle weapon, and their fists could smash the stars in the sky. It was absolutely terrifying to let such an existence get close to you. The middle-aged Almighty thought of various legends and did not dare to be careless. He retreated with lightning speed. However, Gu Fei executed the 8 desolation steps and chased after him like a shadow. In this short period of time, the momentum of his fist soared to the limit. Boom! Chapter 1182. Gu Fei punched out with his strongest punch. He raised the power of the flawless 5 elements fist to the limit. The power of the 5 elements surged and intertwined with each other, with Daoist rhymes circulating. This was the extreme fist technique created by the extreme path martial saint. If he could truly display the power of the flawless 5 elements fist, he would be able to display the extreme path divine might. Under the extreme path divine might, the world would probably be beaten back into a state of chaos. What? The middle-aged Almighty sensed the fluctuation of Dao rhymes from Gu Fei's fist. He could not help but turn pale with fright. Gu Fei was not an Almighty and had not cut the Dao. It was impossible for him to manifest Dao rhymes. There was only one possibility. The fist technique that Gu Fei used was a sage technique. Only when sage techniques were used could they manifest Dao rhymes. This was one of the characteristics of sage techniques. Sage techniques were evolved from the great paths that sages had comprehended. When sage techniques were used, Dao rhymes would naturally be generated, which could draw on a trace of Dao power. Gu Fei's movement technique was too fast. With 8 steps, even the middle-aged Almighty could not distance himself from Gu Fei. Gu Fei's fist arrived in front of the middle-aged Almighty. This made the middle-aged Almighty feel like vomiting blood. He was actually forced to retreat by a mere emperor. Moreover, his momentum was completely suppressed. He was even at a disadvantage. How could he endure this? An emperor stage cultivator had actually forced a Dao-severing Almighty expert to the point of having no choice but to retreat. This was absolutely unprecedented, and it was unheard of. Almighty and Emperor were not existences of the same level. Almighty was so high that they could kill a group of Emperor with a slap of their hands. There was no comparison between the two. But now, Gu Fei had forced the middle-aged Almighty to retreat with one punch. This made the white-robed Shen King, who saw this scene, dumbfounded. He could not believe what he had seen. What's going on? Am I seeing things? How is this possible? The white-robed Shen King's voice trembled. This scene was simply too shocking. If news of this were to spread, the entire world of cultivation would probably be shaken. An emperor was actually able to fight a supreme being endlessly and even force the supreme being to retreat. Such combat strength was simply heaven-defying. A golden divine shield appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. After that, he brandished it and rushed forward. Numerous divine inscriptions could be seen on the surface of the shield. This was a divine weapon of a supreme existence. Bam! Gu Fei's fist fiercely smashed against the golden shield, causing it to collapse inwardly, leaving a fist mark on it. The middle-aged Almighty was sent flying with his divine shield once again. He felt a sharp pain in his arm that was holding the shield. It was almost broken by the terrifying fist force that came from the divine shield. What? The middle-aged Almighty was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The extremely ferocious fist force might have been dissipated by the divine shield, but it still caused the middle-aged Almighty to suffer a significant impact. The middle-aged Almighty was shocked to the extreme. This was a divine weapon of a supreme existence, yet it was almost shattered by a single punch. The area around the fist mark on the divine shield was densely packed with tiny cracks. With the fist mark as the center, the cracks spread in all directions, covering the entire golden divine shield. The fluctuations emitted by the divine shield became weaker. This divine weapon was already half destroyed. The divine inscriptions imprinted on it were already dim. "He's a monster." The white-robed Shin King seemed to be dumbfounded as he mumbled to himself. At this moment, he finally understood how terrifying and dangerous the person he wanted to kill was. A physical body that could resist a divine weapon of a supreme existence. What kind of concept was this? Just thinking about it made the white-robed Shin King's heart turn cold. No wonder the Violet Emperor would die in the hands of this person. The Violet Emperor had no regrets in his death. This Gu Fei was already invincible in the same realm. He was truly invincible in the same realm. When the white-robed Shin King received the order from the primordial Emperor Xian, he thought that the primordial Emperor Xian was making a big fuss over a minor issue. Was he just an emperor? Even two great accomplishment emperors couldn't kill him? The white-robed Shin King and the black-robed Immortal Emperor, who had died in the hands of Gu Fei, were very puzzled that the primordial Emperor Xian had sent an almighty to deal with Gu Fei. An almighty killing an emperor was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. But now, it seemed that the white-robed Shin King knew how wrong he was. If it wasn't for the almighty, he was afraid that he would have been killed by Gu Fei on the spot. Gu Fei wouldn't give the middle-aged almighty any chance to catch his breath. He followed him like a shadow and exerted the extreme speed of the 8 steps to the extreme. He directly punched the middle-aged almighty. It was a simple attack, but it was often the most effective one. The power of the 5 elements was earth-shattering and seemed to be able to destroy everything. Gu Fei was incomparably powerful like a battle saint god. His qi and blood soared to the sky, and his killing intent was like a rainbow. Since the other party was a subordinate of the primordial Emperor Xian, he could only kill him. Being merciful to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. Gu Fei would never be cruel to himself. Their energies were connected, and Gu Fei's attack was like a shadow. The middle-aged almighty didn't have the chance to use any kind of great technique. He could only passively take a beating. This was the consequence of being close to a martial artist. Bam! Gu Fei punched the golden divine shield again and bombarded the same place. This punch almost penetrated the divine shield. Countless divine runes vanished on the divine shield. Without any suspense, the middle-aged almighty was once again sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. Gu Fei strode forward and punched 18 times in a row. Finally, the divine shield in the middle-aged almighty's hand was shattered. One of the middle-aged almighty's arms was broken, and his flesh and blood were badly mangled. Bam! Without the divine shield's resistance, Gu Fei's punch landed on the middle-aged almighty's chest. The middle-aged almighty's chest immediately caved in. His sternum was directly shattered, and his internal organs were also smashed into meat paste by Gu Fei's punch. The middle-aged almighty vomited a large mouthful of blood. He was unwilling to accept this. He was actually injured by a sovereign. This made him feel ashamed and resentful. He even had the urge to die. Wah! The middle-aged almighty roared. He seemed to have gone mad as he desperately urged the immortal energy in his body. Rays of divine light immediately rushed out from his body like divine swords. His injured body was healed in the blink of an eye. It was as if he had never been injured. An extremely powerful force surged out from the middle-aged almighty's body. The space he was in was torn apart by this force. This force even shook Gu Fei away. Either you die or I die. Devour the heavens. The middle-aged almighty coughed out blood, but he still roared. After that, he opened his mouth and inhaled towards Gu Fei. Boom! The space Gu Fei was in suddenly collapsed, turning into primordial nothingness. Gu Fei was shocked. He discovered that he was bound by a force. This force was incomparably powerful. It pulled Gu Fei towards the middle-aged almighty. A great force that could devour heaven and earth emerged from the middle-aged almighty's mouth. Chapter 1183. The middle-aged almighty displayed an unfathomable technique. He opened his mouth and sucked, sucking in the surrounding space. Even Gu Fei was sucked into his stomach. Gu Fei was wrapped up by a great force and flew forward involuntarily. In an instant, he entered a pitch-black void. There was a mighty destructive force here. Gu Fei was shocked to the extreme. He had actually been devoured by the middle-aged man's body, and an invisible destructive power was coming at him from all directions. Swish! A bright divine light suddenly appeared in the pitch-black void. Then, it suddenly shot in front of Gu Fei. It was so fast that even Gu Fei found it difficult to dodge. He stretched out his hand to block it. With a soft sound, blood suddenly appeared. Gu Fei only felt pain in his hand. The divine light had actually penetrated his palm. This shocked and angered him. His emperor martial body was injured. His palm had been pierced. This was the first time that Gu Fei had encountered such a thing since he had cultivated the emperor martial body. This divine light contained a trace of Dao power. Although it was not pure Dao power, it was already enough to injure Gu Fei's emperor martial body. Gu Fei felt danger. This middle-aged man's methods were really frightening. You still won't die this time? The middle-aged great cultivator's voice resounded in the surroundings. After that, rays of divine light that contained a trace of power of the way surged around Gu Fei, and then they interweaved into a huge net that trapped Gu Fei within. The large net formed by the interweaving divine light was rapidly shrinking. Every ray of divine light was emitting a heart-palpitating fluctuation. It wanted to obliterate Gu Fei alive in the large net. You dare to swallow me into your body. The only one who will die is you. Gu Fei sneered. This middle-aged man was really reckless. He had actually swallowed Gu Fei into his body. If Gu Fei activated the mountain and river cauldron, this guy would definitely explode and die. Buzz. A loud sound came from Gu Fei's body. Then, an ancient cauldron appeared on Gu Fei's body. This was not the real mountain and river cauldron, but an illusion of it. The shadow of a huge cauldron blocked the shrinking divine net. Even the divine net, which was formed by interweaving divine light that contained Daoist rhymes, was unable to advance even an inch. What? A figure appeared outside the divine net. It was a phantom and not the true body of the middle-aged man. It was a manifestation of his primordial spirit. This figure looked exactly the same as the middle-aged man. You can die now. Gu Fei smirked coldly. Then he shook the cauldron of mountain and river. Bam! The divine net that enveloped Gu Fei was shattered by a great force that came from Gu Fei's body. The Dao runes dissipated in the void. Wah! The middle-aged man's body trembled violently. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with shock. A force exploded in his body as if it was going to break out. At this time, the white-robed Shen King was walking over from afar. When he saw this scene, he could not help but stop and look at the middle-aged man in shock. He was very clear about the middle-aged man's strength. He was the second most powerful person in the Eastern lands. He was second only to the emperor and was half the ruler of the entire Eastern lands. At this time, the body of the second most powerful person in the Eastern lands seemed to be changing. A strange aura spread out from his body. No way! The white-robed Shen King's expression changed several times. He had vaguely guessed what was going on. His face was filled with disbelief. How could this guy not die? What? The middle-aged man roared at the sky. His face became extremely ferocious. His body was expanding. There was a force inside him that exploded, causing his body to expand. How is this possible? How can you have such a thing? The middle-aged almighty roared. His voice was filled with despair. As his body swelled up, cracks began to appear on it. His physical body was about to collapse. No matter how the middle-aged man used the power of the world to strengthen himself, or how he used the Dao runes, or all sorts of unfathomable methods, he could not suppress the power in his body. The middle-aged almighty let out a final scream. Boom! His entire body exploded as a huge cauldron rushed out of his body. The cauldron of mountains and rivers could shake the earth and mountains. It could exert unimaginable power. Not to mention a powerful being, even a saint would not dare to swallow an extreme sacred weapon into their body. An extreme sacred weapon could cause the entire world to collapse with just a gentle shake. The middle-aged man lost very unjustly. His body exploded, but his primordial spirit turned into a beam of divine light and soared into the sky, wanting to escape. With the middle-aged man's cultivation and strength, as long as his primordial spirit was not destroyed, he could be reborn. However, Gu Fei did not plan to let the middle-aged man's primordial spirit go. After he used the cauldron of mountains and rivers to destroy the middle-aged man's body, a beam of divine light shot out from his brow. Within the divine light was a figure. This was the immortal Dao primordial spirit that Gu Fei had accidentally cultivated after taking the scorpion demon's Dao fruit and assimilating the scorpion demon's primordial spirit. This was something that Gu Fei had never thought that he could have a primordial spirit. Swoosh! The middle-aged man's primordial spirit quickly fled and was about to disappear. However, the flying technique that Gu Fei's primordial spirit used wasn't slow either. Divine Snatch. Without hesitation, Gu Fei used the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao. His primordial spirit immediately turned into a beam of violet divine light and pounced forward at an unbelievable speed. Without any suspense, Gu Fei's primordial spirit immediately pounced on the middle-aged man's primordial spirit. The strange power of the divine snatch immediately enveloped the middle-aged man's primordial spirit. Arg! The middle-aged man's primordial spirit emitted a horrified spiritual fluctuation. It was vast and mighty, wanting to devour Gu Fei's primordial spirit instead. Unfortunately, the divine snatch secret technique was too strange and unpredictable. Under the power of the secret technique, the 2 primordial spirits gradually became blurry. The 2 primordial spirits were assimilating, and Gu Fei was receiving everything from the middle-aged man. The white-robed Shen King was dumbfounded by the sudden change. He never thought that not only would Gu Fei not die, but he was also using a great technique to assimilate the primordial spirit of the middle-aged man. The Dao rhyme was circulating. Gu Fei's glabella flickered with violet divine light. Behind the violet divine light, there seemed to be an unpredictable world connected to it. He sat cross-legged in the void, and the shadow of an ancient cauldron appeared faintly around him. He used the power of the cauldron of mountain and river to protect himself. He was not afraid of any aura from the outside world. Damn it! The white-robed Shen King wanted to attack, but he didn't dare to. One should know that the guy in front of him had killed the other immortal emperor that came with him with a single move. Gu Fei was already invincible among those at the same level. Anyone who went against him would die. Unless it was an existence at the Almighty Realm, only then could they fight with Gu Fei. He could already challenge almighties that were at a higher level. Such an existence made the white-clad Divine Emperor feel a great deal of pressure. The battle prowess and unparalleled aura that Gu Fei displayed had completely stunned him. In the end, the white-robed Shen King chose to retreat. Even if he went forward, he would only be courting death. It was better to escape and inform everything to the primordial Emperor Xian. Gu Fei didn't care about the white-robed Shen King. It seemed that he didn't care about the white-robed Shen King at all. He was using the divine snatch secret technique to assimilate the primordial spirit of the middle-aged man. Such a great technique could seize the fortune of heaven and earth. It could seize the opponent's Dao fruit and even inherit the opponent's primordial spirit power to strengthen one's own. Such a great technique specialized in restraining the opponent's primordial spirit. Even the primordial spirit of the Almighty Realm couldn't escape. In the end, the 2 primordial spirits completely disappeared in the void. Only a ball of Dao charm and flowing light were left there. Something seemed to be nurturing in the divine light. At this time, the white-robed Shen King had already escaped thousands of miles away and was heading for the exit. He didn't dare to stay in this peerless tomb. Once Gu Fei dealt with the primordial spirit of the middle-aged man, he would be free to chase after him. The white-robed Shen King knew how powerful this was, so he didn't dare to stay for even a moment. This time, the bloodline of the primordial Emperor Xian had suffered heavy losses. Almighty's physical body had been destroyed, and even his primordial spirit couldn't escape. It was only a matter of time before his body and soul were destroyed. The middle-aged man was an emperor and had a great background in the Eastern Earth. Even the primordial Emperor Xian had to be polite to him and didn't want to offend him. Although this was the second task in the Eastern Earth, he controlled almost everything. He could replace the primordial Emperor Xian and manage the power of the primordial Emperor Xian's bloodline. The fall of such a person would cause a great upheaval in the entire Eastern Earth. This was a loss that couldn't be made up for. The primordial Emperor Xian was destined to have a tragedy. The more the white-robed Shin King thought about it, the more frightened he became. He didn't dare to return to the Eastern Earth. With such a thing happening, the primordial Emperor Xian would probably kill him. However, no one knew whether the primordial Emperor Xian would punish the white-robed Shin King. But right now, he didn't want to let the white-robed Shin King leave just like that. At the foot of a hill a few hundred kilometers away from the exit, the white-robed Shin King was stopped by an extremely handsome young man. The young man wore black clothes, and his fair skin formed a sharp contrast with his black clothes. Although he was a handsome man, he had an unruly and frivolous expression on his face. "Who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" The white-robed Shin King couldn't help but fly into a rage when he saw someone blocking his way. He couldn't wait to leave this damned place, so he attacked as he spoke. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The white-robed Shin King raised his hand, and 5 rays of divine light shot out from the fingers of his right hand and pierced through the handsome man in front of him. Everywhere the divine light passed, the space seemed to be torn apart, and ripples were left behind. "Umph." The young man sneered. He didn't dodge and just walked over with large strides. When the 5 rays of divine light were less than a foot away from the young man, they suddenly shot back at the white-robed Shin King. "What?" The white-robed Shin King was shocked. He quickly dodged to the side, but at this time, the young man instantly arrived in front of him and punched him in the chest. Chapter 1184. The speed of the young cultivator was extremely fast. Not only did he dodge the attack of the white-robed Shin King, he also instantly approached the white-robed Shin King and punched the white-robed Shin King's chest. The punch caused the white-robed Shin King's body to bend like a prawn. His internal organs seemed to have been shattered, and blood spurted out from his mouth. Bam! The young cultivator's fist shook, and the white-robed Shin King was immediately sent flying. The clothes on his body were torn into thousands of pieces, fluttering in the air like butterflies. How is this possible? The white-clothed deity sovereign was both shocked and furious. He was a deity sovereign of the Great Perfection realm, an absolute powerhouse among those in the same realm. But now, he was sent flying by a single punch. Could it be that this person was even more terrifying than Gu Fei? The white-robed Shin King couldn't help but be shocked. The opponent's battle strength was too heaven-defying. This person was not an almighty, but an emperor in the celestial being realm like him. The white-robed Shin King roared. Rays of divine light emitted from his body. The dazzling divine light illuminated the entire dark sky, and the divine power spread across the 9 heavens. The injured body quickly recovered. The white-robed Shin King's body was crystal clear like a peerless divine jade. Rays of divine light circulated, displaying the peerless aura of the Shin King. A sonorous sound came from the white-robed Shin King's body. It was as if thousands of divine weapons were unsheathed from his body. His entire body seemed to have turned into a heavenly sword, and his aura became extremely sharp. The young cultivator was also shocked. The opponent was actually a sword emperor. The sword emperor was the strongest among the emperors of the same realm. The Shin King had the strongest attack power, and there were few who could be a match for him in the same realm. 9 heavens magic sword, kill! The white-robed Shin King roared. 9 rays of dazzling sword light rushed out of his body. Endless sword chi spread out from the 9 rays of sword light, and the heaven and earth lost their color. The 9 beams of sword light lit up the world and attracted the power of the 9 heavens. 9 beams of divine light shot down from the sky and merged with the 9 beams of sword light. It was as if heaven and earth had been enraged, and the sword of the heavens that could slay everything descended. Wherever the 9 beams of sword light pointed, the void would be cut apart, shattered, and twisted into nothingness. There was nothing that could be left behind. The young cultivator felt a great deal of pressure, but he still maintained a calm expression. There was still a trace of an evil smile on his face. Heavenly magic sword? Interesting. It's worth me, Hayden, to take it seriously. The young cultivator muttered to himself. This guy was the He Tian who was separated from Gu Fei. He Tian was heavily injured in the battle with the Scorpion Devil, but this fellow had many spirit herbs on him. Even the 70 to 80,000-year-old medicine sovereign had a few stocks with him. It wasn't good to be injured in the Great Tomb. One had to know that there were powerful enemies all around, and no one would show mercy. Being killed here wasn't a rare thing. For millions upon millions of years, the great necropolis had appeared several times, and each time it did, countless powerful figures would come seeking the chance to ascend to sainthood. Most of those who entered the necropolis perished in its fearsome formations, but there were also quite a few who died at the hands of other cultivators. He Tian didn't dare to be careless. He consumed an medicine sovereign, and under the effect of the medicine sovereign, his injuries were quickly healed. And medicine sovereign that had grown for 70 to 80,000 years was extremely rare in the world. It was extremely difficult to find one. Such a medicine sovereign could regenerate flesh and bones from the dead. It had unimaginable miraculous effects. With a medicine sovereign in hand, it was like having a life-saving talisman. No matter how serious the injuries on the body were, as long as one consumed the medicine sovereign in time, they would be completely healed. In Gu Fei's inner world, there was no lack of spirit herbs. Countless spirit herbs grew around the god's spring of life. Among them, there were incomparably precious medicine sovereigns, and even an undying divine herb. This fellow, He Tian, had long been eyeing the spirit herbs in Gu Fei's inner world. Although Gu Fei's inner world was guarded by the Undying clan, this fellow still managed to steal a few medicine sovereigns. 9 divine swords slashed down from the sky, seemingly capable of cutting down the stars in the sky. Endless sword chi filled the air, causing the temperature of the entire world to drop to freezing point. The 9 resplendent sword lights connected the heavens and the earth, sealing the space around He Tian. The sword chi was all-pervasive, like flowing mercury, making it impossible for He Tian to dodge. Bam! He Tian directly blasted out with his palm. Endless yin and yang energy intertwined in his palm, forming a giant yin-yang palm. One hand to cover the sky. He Tian's expression didn't change. The giant yin-yang palm instantly grew to the size of a mountain, blocking the entire heaven and earth, and collided with the 9 sword lights. Buzz! The 9 sword lights vibrated, emitting a vast and mighty sword chi that cut through the void. They wanted to pierce through the yin-yang palm that He Tian had struck out and strangle He Tian. However, the yin and yang energy intertwined in the giant yin-yang palm, evolving into the yin and yang of the heaven and earth. There was also a Daoist rhyme circulating around it, making it impossible for the 9 sword lights to penetrate it. Boom! The giant yin-yang palm vibrated, and endless yin and yang energy surged out from the giant hand like a volcanic eruption. This power was simply too strong and indestructible. The 9 sword lights continuously vibrated, but they only managed to resist for a while before collapsing in the void. The soaring sword chi was obliterated by the giant hand. However, just as He Tian performed his supreme magic, covering the sky with one hand and obliterating the 9 sword lights descending from the sky, the void around him suddenly shattered. The 9 divine swords tore through the void and slashed out towards He Tian. He Tian couldn't help but be stunned. This guy is really cunning. He seems to be attacking with all his might, but it's just a cover for his true killing move. It has to be said that such an attack is really hard to guard against. If it was an ordinary sovereign, they would probably be dead by now. Unfortunately, the white-robed Shin King ran into He Tian. In this world, apart from the old tortoise and the little monk Fan Xiu, it was He Tian's turn. Speaking of sneak attacks, this was simply He Tian's specialty. Yin-yang shift. He Tian roared. Immediately, a strange power that was formed by the interweaving of yin and yang energies surged out of his body, causing the void around him to distort. The 9 divine swords that pierced towards He Tian vibrated at the same time. Then, the 9 divine swords lost their aim and flew past He Tian's side. They didn't even touch He Tian's clothes. What? The white-robed Shin King was shocked. He thought his killing move was foolproof, but it was countered by his opponent. He was dumbfounded and in disbelief. He couldn't believe what he was seeing at all. Shen King, who was at the phenomenal success realm, went all out and used such a vicious method. Yet he still couldn't kill his opponent. The white-robed Shen King felt that something was wrong. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The divine swords flew across the sky. The 9 divine swords didn't hit Gu Fei and were called back by the white-robed Shen King. The 9 divine swords danced around him. In the heaven realm, the Sword Emperor represented combat strength. Sword Emperors of the same rank were stronger than other sovereign realm experts. This was something that everyone in the heaven realm knew. The Sword Emperor with unparalleled combat strength had a bad start. This made the white-robed Shen King want to retreat. You want to leave? You won't have the chance. The evil look on He Tian's face became even more intense. He revealed a disdainful expression and said with an evil smile. It was as if he could see through the white-robed Shen King. No matter if it was the aura or the rhythm of the battle, it was all under his control. The white-robed Shen King had no chance at all. Who are you? There doesn't seem to be any hatred between us. The white-robed Shen King's expression was extremely solemn. The opponent was too powerful. They were both sovereign realm experts, but the opponent's combat strength could completely suppress an advanced sovereign realm expert. This made the white-robed Shen King's heart turn cold. The people of the primordial era Emperor Xian should all die. He Tian said coldly. Not long ago, he was chased by the experts sent by the primordial era Emperor Xian for thousands of miles. Could it be that you are? The white-robed Shen King felt the killing intent of He Tian and couldn't help but change his expression. He was definitely not the opponent's match. At this time, he also thought of what happened in the Eastern Land not long ago. He Tian didn't say anything more. He took a step forward and instantly pressed forward. A terrifying aura swept forward like a mountain torrent. The white-robed Shen King subconsciously retreated. He Tian stretched out his big hand and slapped forward. The violent palm force crushed the void in front of him. The power of yin and yang intertwined in his hand. The mighty power that was released could simply obliterate everything. Buzz. The 9 divine swords around the white-robed Shen King let out a dragon roar. The 9 divine swords emitted endless sword light and blocked forward. He Tian's big hand constantly collided with the 9 peerless divine swords. The yin-yang divine light circulated in his palm, allowing his hand to resist the peerless divine swords. Even with the protection of the yin-yang divine light, He Tian dared to resist the peerless divine swords. This was enough to prove that his physical body was also very strong. Although it couldn't compare to Gu Fei, it was still very abnormal. It seemed that only martial artists would dare to use their physical body to resist divine weapons. The white-robed Shen King couldn't help but be shocked when he saw that He Tian only used one hand to resist his 9 divine swords. He was scared to the extreme. After blocking He Tian with the 9 divine swords, he soared into the sky and fled toward the exit of the Supreme Tomb. As long as he could escape, he would be able to soar freely in the sky and swim freely in the sea. Even this fellow wouldn't be able to catch up to him. There was some kind of power enveloping the Supreme Tomb. In this place, even the transportation formations were rendered useless. It was impossible to use them to escape through the void. When He Tian saw that the white-robed Shen King wanted to escape, he immediately used an unfathomable divine ability to deflect the 9 divine swords. He chased after the white-robed Shen King and stomped him down from the sky. A grand completion sovereign was nothing in He Tian's eyes. Unless it was a sovereign with a special bloodline, there was nothing to fear even if a large group of them came. Without any suspense, He Tian charged down from the sky and slapped the white-robed Shen King's head until it exploded. Even the white-robed Shen King's Yuan spirit was scattered by the palm force. Chapter 1185. He Tian's cultivation had already surpassed the celestial being realm. He was already half a step away from becoming a powerful cultivator. Killing an advanced level emperor was as easy as killing an ant for him. It would not take him much effort at all. It seemed like Lu 5 after killing the white-robed Shen King, He Tian turned around and looked into the depths of this world. There was a mighty great Dao there, and it was a perfect great Dao. This peerless tomb really gave birth to incredible things. He Tian seemed to know something. His expression was extremely solemn. The mighty pressure coming from the depths of this world was too powerful. It was as if an extreme saint was awakening. Many important figures retreated. No one could withstand the mighty pressure coming from the depths of this world. Almost everyone chose to retreat. In the vicinity of the entrance to the great necropolis, people began to emerge one after another. Apparently, they had just experienced a fierce battle, and some of them were stained with blood, while others had holes pierced through them, causing immortal god blood to ooze out. Why hasn't the boss retreated yet? He Tian did not sense Gu Fei's aura. The exit of the peerless tomb was right in front of him. Cultivators kept leaving. At this time, even the emperor of the celestial being realm could not withstand it anymore. I don't care anymore. He Tian turned around and walked out of the entrance of the tomb. At this time, no one could stay in this peerless tomb unless they were half-saints. At this time, only half-saints were qualified to take action. Rumble, strange sounds like muffled thunder came from the depths of this world. There, the great Tao was intertwining. The great Tao was vast and mighty. Beams of divine light shot into the sky from time to time, connecting the sky and the earth. Gu Fei wanted to leave this world that was said to have the hope of becoming a saint as soon as possible. However, just as he was about to go in the direction of the exit of this world, a figure stopped him. Stinking brat, come with me. The person directly grabbed Gu Fei and flew into the sky. He flew quickly towards the place where the great Tao was intertwining. This was not to leave this world. Old Tortoise, Gu Fei was shocked and horrified. He was stunned by the scene in front of him. He saw countless great paths intertwining in the 49 Dragon Mountains. The countless Tao marks interweaved to form a gigantic cocoon. A powerful life force ripple came out of the cocoon. A life born from countless Tao marks was no small matter. It was Old Tortoise who had captured Gu Fei. The Old Tortoise used the Tai Sovereign Seal to protect himself. He moved quickly within the formation as if there was no one there. The power of the extreme holy weapon had even attracted the spiritual chi of this part of the world. Outside the 49 Dragon Mountains, Old Tortoise and Guam Fei landed on a hill. What do you want? Gu Fei trembled in fear as he faced the mighty aura of the extreme Tao. If it were not for the power of the Tai Sovereign Seal protecting him and Old Tortoise, he would have died many times over. The aura of the extreme Tao was vast and boundless. It was as if he was facing a whole new world. It was so terrifying that even a half-saint could not withstand it. No one could get so close. If Old Tortoise did not have the Tai Sovereign Seal to protect him, he would not have been able to get close to this place. Endless draconic energy rose from the 49 Dragon Mountains. 49 illusory dragons circled above the Dragon Mountains. Their heads faced the cocoon, formed by the Tao marks, and constantly spewed out draconic energy of the earth to nourish the unknown life inside. The person who set up this plan is really amazing. I'm afraid this is another kind of rebirth of that person. Old Tortoise said. The Tao marks intertwined to form a complete great Tao. This was something that could make anyone go crazy. If one could seize the fruit of the way nurtured by the 49 Dragon Mountains, it would be impossible not to become a saint. Someone buried himself here? Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. The person who could set up such a heaven-defying plan must be a supreme existence of the extreme Tao. How could such an existence bury himself? The hope of becoming a saint was right in front of them. No one could remain calm. Gu Fei was also very excited. Old Tortoise did not say much and directly asked Gu Fei to borrow the extreme sacred weapons of the mountain and river cauldron, half of the peerless saber, and the violet gold divine sword. Gu Fei had all three extreme sacred weapons. You want to break this extreme Tao formation using the same method you used to break the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl? Gu Fei was shocked to the extreme. The Old Tortoise really seemed to be planning on doing that, using the extreme holy weapon to suppress the formation, and then completely breaking it. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron vibrated. This was an extreme sacred weapon that had already nurtured a soul. Impacted by the aura of the extreme Tao, the cauldron's soul was awakening. Primordial chaos chi was faintly discernible on the ancient cauldron. Runes containing great Tao began to appear on the body of the cauldron. A trace of extreme Tao divine might was emitted from the mountain and river cauldron. As soon as the mountain and river cauldron appeared, the 49 dragon mountains immediately calmed down. This extreme sacred weapon displayed the supreme power to suppress the mountains and rivers. Swoosh! Half of the peerless ominous saber soared into the sky, emitting a domineering saber chi. It cut through the void and shattered the heavens and earth before being inserted into one of the array eyes. Rumble! The entire area shook violently and the aura of the extreme Tao began to quickly recede. Although it did not break the extreme Tao formation, it reduced the power of the formation to its lowest point. The essence of the world spewing out from the 49 dragon heads was obviously much weaker. There was a faint dragon's roar that lingered between heaven and earth. The moment the peerless ominous saber was inserted into the array eyes, the 49 dragon shadows in the sky immediately dissipated. The vision of heaven and earth disappeared. The purple gold divine sword also flew up and inserted itself into another array eye. The aura of the extreme Tao that the entire extreme Tao formation emitted immediately disappeared. Even so, the extreme Tao formation could not be considered broken. It was only temporarily suppressed by the two extreme sacred weapons. There was still a peerless killing intent hidden in this area. As long as the extreme sacred weapons were removed from the two array eyes and the mountain river cauldron that was suppressing the 49 dragon mountains, the extreme Tao formation would be revived again and display the power of the extreme Tao. Only the extreme sacred weapons could suppress the power of the extreme Tao formation, and one extreme sacred weapon was not enough. At least two were needed. Done! The old tortoise breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, even he himself was not sure if he could really suppress the power of the extreme Tao formation, but he did not expect it to work. The method worked. Originally, the extreme Tao formation was suppressed by a divine weapon of the extreme Tao. It was only after the old tortoise removed the divine weapon that the extreme Tao formation could be revived. After the divine weapon was pulled out by the old tortoise, it turned into flying ashes. The old tortoise brought Gu Fei to the sky from the hill and arrived above the giant cocoon. He then opened his inner world and swallowed it down. He wanted to take the giant cocoon that was interwoven with endless Tao marks into his inner world. Just at this moment, a golden beam of light shot over from the distance. An auspicious and peaceful Buddhist power rippled through the world as a gigantic figure of a Buddha appeared between the heaven and earth. Stretching out a gigantic hand, it grabbed at the gigantic cocoon below. Damn ball donkey! Chapter 1186. The old tortoise was enraged and his eyes were red. He had always been the one to steal from others. No one dared to steal from him. This little monk Fan Xiu was truly despicable. Go to hell! The old tortoise directly shook the Tai Huang seal. Countless runes rushed out from the seal. An extreme divine might spread out and even the void was annihilated. The golden Buddha's hand was immediately shattered by the extreme divine might of the Tai Huang seal. Specks of Buddhist light, like golden stars, vanished in the void. Heaven-defying divine items belong to those who are fated. The little monk Fan Xiu sat on the lotus platform with a solemn expression. Rays of Buddhist light circled around his body, and a golden halo was fixed behind his head. It was as if the heavenly Buddha had come back to earth. The peaceful power of Buddhism spread across the sky and the earth. The little monk Fan Xiu displayed the great power of Buddhism that could save all living beings. Those with weaker cultivations would most likely be converted. Even Gu Fei felt an inexplicable sense of closeness in his heart, and he felt an urge to convert to Xianxia. This feeling only flashed through Gu Fei's mind for a moment before he came to his senses. The cultivation power of Buddhism was simply too incredible. One should know that Gu Fei's mind was extremely firm and unshakable. However, just now, he almost lost control of his mind. This was something that had never happened before. It seemed that, no wonder Buddhism could still exist in this world after so many years and had tens of thousands of believers. This was a forceful conversion. The old tortoise was truly angry. He had spent a lot of effort to control this supreme matrix, but this little monk Fan Xiu wanted to steal it. There was no such thing in this world. Rumble. The Tai Huang seal emitted divine light and became as huge as a mountain. Countless runes intertwined and the rhythm of the great path was mighty. This was a flawless great path that could destroy the world. It was as if hundreds of thousands of ancient divine mountains were sinking. The entire world was collapsing. Even the 49 dragon mountains below were shaking and showing signs of collapsing. There seemed to be dragon roars lingering in the world, as if thousands of real dragons were wailing. If a divine weapon of the extreme path were to display its true power, it would be equivalent to an attack from a saint of the extreme path. The entire world could be destroyed. Little monk Fan Xiu did not dare to be negligent. He channeled his Buddhist techniques with all his might and a Buddha shadow rushed out from the top of his head. A huge Buddha appeared in the void. It was as if the entire world had transformed into a peaceful Buddhist kingdom. Buddhist chants and chanting could be heard in the air, and an incredible Buddhist power could cause one to feel converted. The aura exuded by the great Buddha was simply too powerful, able to contend against the Tai Huang seal. It was as if a supreme Buddha had descended, and the aura of the great Tao permeated the air. The golden palm that was as huge as a mountain retreated, and the might of the extreme path was vast and mighty. The Tai Huang seal and the Buddha's palm collided in an instant. This was the collision of the two powers of the great path. The entire world could not withstand it and was instantly torn apart like a thin piece of paper. The terrifying power came crashing down, and the entire area almost collapsed. The 49 dragon mountains almost collapsed. At the critical moment, lines of runes appeared in the sky above the entire area. These were the extreme path runes that were imprinted in the earth. Under the impact of the extreme path's power, these runes condensed and drew upon the power of the entire earth to counteract the extreme path's divine might that came crashing down from the sky. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook, and the chaotic primordial chi surged. This was the ancestral chi of heaven and earth, and a trace of it could crush a mountain range. The destructive power that swept down from the sky was reduced by more than half. The purple-gold divine sword and the peerless blade both emitted divine light that shot up to the sky. They were evolving the great Tao on their own to resist the power of the Tai Huang seal and the great Buddha. The entire area did not collapse, and the extreme path runes could not be erased. The three extreme path divine weapons were all reviving and evolving the great Tao on their own to resist the extreme path's divine might that came crashing down from the sky. Gu Fei and the old turtle stood together. Although they were protected by the Tai Huang seal, their spiritual souls were still shaken. They felt an unimaginable pressure, and their minds almost collapsed. This was the terrifying power displayed by the limit of the great Tao, and this power had not fully recovered. No one below the Saint Plane could completely revive the extreme path divine weapons. Several great Daoists clashed. These were different great Daoists, but they all reached the same goal by different means. They all represented the strongest power in the world, and it was difficult to determine who was superior. But in the end, the Tai Huang seal was superior. The shadow of the great Buddha in the void was impacted by the Tai Huang seal and dimmed. Its great Daoists were almost scattered. In this place, the old turtle could attack with all his strength because this place was sealed by the extreme path divine weapons and was protected by the extreme path matrix. Unless a true saint of the extreme path came, no one could destroy this place. A figure rushed out from the Tai Huang seal. It was a blurry figure that seemed to be wearing a crown, and it had a soul-stirring aura. The soul of a divine weapon? Fan Xiu, who was sitting cross-legged on the lotus throne, was shocked. He never thought that the old turtle could revive the soul of a divine weapon. This was not good. Little monk Fan Xiu knew his own situation. Although his lotus platform was a holy object of the ancient Buddhist masters, it was not a true Buddhist weapon. This was because this lotus platform did not have a soul. The shadow that rushed out from the Tai Huang seal was like the reincarnation of the Tai Huang seal, displaying supreme divine might. With just one blow, the shadow of the great Buddha in the void was scattered. Fan Xiu's expression changed, and he immediately rushed into the distance. The soul of the Tai Huang seal turned into a human, like the incarnation of the great Tao. Supreme divine laws appeared, and Fan Xiu was so frightened that he did not dare to fight back. He immediately turned around and fled. Unless Fan Xiu also had a perfect Buddhist weapon, there was no way he could compete with the Tai Huang seal. The old turtle also risked his life. He did not hesitate to sacrifice his vitality to awaken the soul of the Tai Huang seal, urging the soul to kill this living being. However, Fan Xiu did not fight him head-on. The soul of the Tai Huang seal was equivalent to the incarnation of the Great Tao. With Fan Xiu's current cultivation, if he did not have a Buddhist weapon to protect him, he would probably be killed in a single exchange. The old turtle did not chase after him. At this time, the blurry figure flew back and entered the Tai Huang seal. The old turtle's face turned pale in an instant, and his body swayed, almost falling from the sky. With the old turtle's cultivation, it was absolutely difficult for him to urge the soul of the Tai Huang seal to kill the enemy. However, he was a relative of the Tai Huang seal and had received the true teachings of the Tai Huang seal, so he could use it with ease. Even so, the old turtle paid a great price to urge the soul of the Tai Huang seal. He looked a little tired, and there were signs of him collapsing. Chapter 1187. Extreme imperial weapons of the Great Path possessed incredible power. They were the carriers of the flawless Great Path comprehended by the Extreme Path cultivators. They were branded with the flawless Great Path divine markings and nurtured the Extreme Path soldier soul. The Extreme Path soldier soul of the Tai Sovereign seal could be said to be another manifestation of the Tai Sovereign's life. It was a supreme existence derived from the intertwining of the Great Path. The old turtle did not hesitate to sacrifice his vitality to summon the Extreme Path soldier soul to scare away the little monk, Fan Xiu, who was his greatest enemy. But just when he thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, something unexpected happened again. Boom! With a loud noise, the void around the Great Path fetus, which was formed by countless intertwining marks of the Great Path, suddenly collapsed. It was as if the world had opened its mouth to swallow the Great Path fetus. How dare you? Who dares to spoil my plans? The old turtle was about to go crazy. A saintly might surged from the depths of the collapsed void. Someone was driving a holy weapon in the dark, trying to take away the Great Path fetus. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. The old turtle had a holy weapon of the Great Path, but it was still difficult to intimidate the people in the dark. This surprised him. What kind of people were they? You're forcing me to kill. The old turtle did not want to kill the cultivators in the dark, but now that things had come to this, it seemed that he had to kill a few to establish his might. Tai Sovereign Soul Severing Technique. The old turtle roared. A strong light suddenly emerged from between his eyebrows. There seemed to be a divine eye in the middle of his eyebrows. Swoosh! Several shadows rushed out from between the old turtle's eyebrows. Gu Fei was right beside the old turtle. He felt a peerless murderous intent, which made his hair stand on end. The phantoms instantly disappeared into the depths of the collapsing world, and a few screams immediately rang out from the pitch-black chaotic void. It was unknown how far away they were, but the three extremely powerful auras on a certain hill in this peerless tomb disappeared in an instant. A disc-shaped saint artifact fell out of the void. A figure rushed over from afar and climbed up the hill. What he saw shocked him to the core. Three extremely powerful emperors were sitting in a formation, but all of them were dead. In front of the three emperors, there was a saint artifact that was still flashing with light and Tao runes. That person was completely dumbfounded. Three emperors were dead and blood seeped out from the center of their brows. There were no more injuries on their bodies. The Tai Huang secret technique was truly terrifying. Even though they were separated by who knew how many miles, they were still able to kill powerful beings. Furthermore, they had killed three powerful beings at the severing path at the same time. The fall of three almighty emperors would definitely cause a huge upheaval in the heaven realm. As for what would happen, no one knew. Looks like Lu 5-inch humph. You're courting death. At this moment, the old tortoise was incomparably powerful. He had to obtain the Tao core in front of him. This was a Tao core condensed from a flawless great Tao, and it had endless wondrous uses. In this world where it was impossible to become a saint, this Tao embryo was the hope of achieving Tao. Whoever could get it would have the opportunity to become an invincible saint. Rumble. The old tortoise's inner world pressed down from the sky. The power of heaven and earth spread in all directions, and endless essence of heaven and earth surged out from the opened inner world. The power of the inner world formed 49 heavenly blades that contained the laws of the inner world. They rushed out from the inner world, trying to cut off the connection between the Tao core and the 49 dragon mountains. Between the 49 dragon mountains and the Tao core, there were 49 Tao runes. The essence of the dragon mountains flowed along the Tao runes and continuously gathered towards the Tao core. The 49 heavenly blades descended from the sky and slashed at the 49 Tao runes. The clanging sound was endless. The heavenly blades that contained the laws of the inner world could not shake the Tao runes. The old tortoise's inner world was not a truly perfect world. The laws derived from it were not perfect. It was impossible to use the power of the flawed laws to cut the flawless Tao runes. It seems like I still have to use the Tai Huang seal. The old tortoise was somewhat helpless. If he used the Tai Huang seal to cut off the 49 Tao runes, it would cause him to lose his vitality again. If there were still people secretly watching, he would be in danger. The mysterious yellow skeleton has not shown up yet. Gu Fei transmitted his voice to the old tortoise. He had seen the mysterious yellow skeleton appear in this peerless tomb. It was definitely a ruthless character that almost killed the primordial Tao master. What? The old tortoise was shocked when he heard this. The opponent was not a kind person. He felt a little uneasy. The mysterious yellow skeleton must be secretly watching. This guy was very mysterious and very powerful. Everyone saw the mysterious yellow skeleton's attack in the pseudo-heaven realm. Even the great emperors were not a match for it. It almost killed the primordial Tao master. The primordial Tao master also entered the heaven realm, but he did not show up. Perhaps he had not recovered from the injuries he suffered in that battle. No one knew where he was hiding to recuperate. However, the arrow was already on the bowstring. It had to be released. The old tortoise did not hesitate. He immediately used the supreme technique and activated the Tai Huang seal. The seal was shaking. Countless extreme Tao runes emerged on the seal, interweaving into flawless Tao and truth. 49 Tao runes of the great Tao fell from the Tai Huang seal and slashed at the 49 flawless Tao runes connected to the Tao core. This was a battle of extreme Tao power. Buzz! The void was shaking. The Tai Huang seal was branded with the flawless Tao law that the Tai Huang had comprehended. The Tao runes that fell from the Tai Huang seal were the embodiment of the great Tao. The embryo of Tao seemed to have sensed the danger. Countless patterns of Tao lit up, and an extremely dreadful divine power spread out from the embryo of Tao. The whole world seemed to be collapsing. This embryo of Tao was nurtured by the power of the entire world, and because of its existence, the entire world lost its vitality. Now that the Tao embryo was moving, the entire world was shaking. All the experts who had entered this part of the world felt a great sense of danger. Even if they had divine tools to protect themselves, it was not safe at this time. Some people began to retreat, but some were still watching. The hope of becoming a saint was too tempting. Even if they had to risk their lives, it was absolutely worth it. The Tao runes that fell from the Tai Huang seal were like the Milky Way hanging upside down. They could crush the ancient heavens. Nothing could resist them. When the two Tao runes collided, nothing terrible happened. The Tao runes intertwined and the void was silently annihilated. The Tao core became more and more restless. A vague divine thought came out. It was like a newborn baby's divine sense, which was as white as a piece of paper. This divine sense emitted a frightening fluctuation, like a frightened child. This. Chapter 1188. Both Gu Fei and the old turtle were shocked that a new life had been born in the Tao embryo. They had thought that a supreme figure from ancient times was buried there, but they didn't expect it to be like this. No one was able to find out exactly when this peerless tomb had appeared. Not even the super antiques who had survived the late period of the prehistoric era knew anything about it. During the era of the Tai Huang Emperor, the tomb had appeared as well. The Tai Huang Emperor had said that the tomb was nurturing an unimaginable thing. However, during the Tai Huang Emperor's era, the thing nurtured in the tomb had not yet matured. Countless years had passed since the Tai Huang Emperor's era. The world had undergone earth-shattering changes, and the Great Desolate Era had collapsed. However, the Great Tomb had existed for far too long. The old tortoise didn't know much about it, but he did know that it contained the hope of becoming a saint. The Great Tomb's hope of becoming a saint was not groundless, nor was it just a legend. It was real. That unparalleled figure from ancient times had really buried himself in the 49 Dragon Mountains. The flawless Great Tao was that unparalleled existence's flawless Great Tao charm. Burying one's own body and using the supreme Great Tao to give birth to a new life. Such a method, such a spirit, even in the endless river of time, it was one of a kind. Extreme Tao experts represented the strongest power in the world. They were invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, immortal and indestructible. It was obvious that the supreme figure from ancient times wanted to reach a higher level. He wants to surpass the extreme Tao? The old turtle and Gu Fei both thought of this. It was too shocking. There was an existence that could surpass the extreme Tao and stand above the great Tao? The Tao embryo was incredible. Once the life inside was born, it would be an existence on the same level as the extreme Tao saints. It was too heaven-defying. However, there were many people who had their eyes on the Tao embryo. Even the old turtle was jealous. He didn't mind sacrificing his vitality and using supreme techniques to obtain it. The Tao runes that fell from the Tai Sovereign Seal were destroying the Tao laws that connected the 49 Dragon Mountains to the embryo of Tao. However, the process seemed to be very slow. The Supreme Emperor's seal represented the flawless Great Tao that the Supreme Emperor had comprehended, but the Tao embryo had the flawless Tao pattern of that supreme existence from ancient times. This was a contest between two flawless Great Taos. Endless waves of Yuan Qi emanated from the old turtle's body. He did not hesitate to draw the endless essence of heaven and earth from his inner world to strengthen himself and activate the Tai Sovereign Seal with all his might. "Protect me," the old tortoise said to Gu Fei. Then he sat cross-legged under the Tai Sovereign Seal. A ray of light shot out from the top of his head and the shadow of an ancestral dragon emerged. Faster Lu 5 updates. This was the primordial spirit of the old tortoise. He was going to risk his life. The primordial spirit of the old turtle rose from the top of his head. The little ancestral dragon seemed to have some kind of connection with the Tai Huang seal above. Once the primordial spirit of the old turtle appeared, the Tai Huang seal emitted an even more powerful wave of Tao power. The Grand Sovereign Seal resonated with the old tortoise's primordial spirit. Swoosh! A shadow rushed out of the Tai Huang seal. An ancient seal floated above the little ancestral dragon. It was the weapon soul of the Tai Huang seal. The old tortoise's primordial spirit and the weapon soul of the Tai Huang seal became one. Between the two, there were Tao rhymes intertwined. He was using his primordial spirit to connect with the weapon soul and draw out the ultimate power of the extreme Tao. Gu Fei did not dare to delay. He rushed down from the sky and landed on the cauldron of mountain and river. He then used his divine consciousness to connect with the soul of the cauldron of mountain and river, triggering the cauldron to display the power of the extreme Tao. The cauldron of mountain and river shook, and the entire land calmed down. The primordial chaos Qi could suppress the world in all directions. This was the ancestral Qi of heaven and earth, and everything in the world originated from it. At the same time, the purple gold divine sword and the half of the peerless ominous saber were both vibrating. The sword Qi that rushed out from the purple gold divine sword reached up to the 9 heavens and down to the 9 hells, connecting the world. The half of the ominous saber was even more terrifying. Its murderous aura surged and turned the area into a terrifying killing field. There seemed to be countless sounds of fighting in the void. No one knew how many creatures this ominous saber had killed. It was definitely the most ominous saber in the world. The 3 great sacred weapons of the extreme Tao all emitted a trace of the power of the extreme Tao. Under the guidance of Gu Fei, the power of the 3 great sacred weapons formed a terrifying domain. This was a sacred domain that imprisoned and suppressed a part of the world. In the void, vague patterns of the Tao interweaved. Unless a saint jumped out, no one could enter this sacred domain. Gu Fei could not completely control the three great sacred weapons of the extreme Tao, but the sacred domain that was set up by the power of the sacred weapons was enough to stop a half-saint. In this world where saints were extinct, a half-saint was an invincible existence. If even a half-saint could not break in, it was even more impossible for others to pose a threat to Gu Fei and the old tortoise. But even so, Gu Fei still felt a little uneasy. The figure of the mysterious yellow skeleton kept appearing in his mind. This guy must be spying in the dark. The mysterious yellow skeleton was too powerful and mysterious. No one was willing to face such an opponent. It definitely did not enter this peerless tomb to have fun. The hope of the sacred city had even attracted an existence like the mysterious yellow skeleton. Apart from the mysterious yellow skeleton, there must be other terrifying existences secretly watching. These existences had not made a move yet. They were waiting for an opportunity. Gu Fei knew very well what these guys were waiting for, so he stared at the old tortoise nervously. The old tortoise's primordial spirit and the weapon soul of the Tai sovereign seal merged. He actually succeeded in triggering the endless power contained in the Tai sovereign seal. The power of the extreme Tao was almost completely awakened. Inside the seal, there seemed to be a cultivator of the extreme path awakening. Endless laws of the way were intertwined, and countless Tao patterns rushed out from the Tai Huang seal. They intertwined into divine laws of the Great Path and slashed at the Tao patterns of the 49 Dragon Mountains. This time, the 49 Tao patterns that stretched out from the Tao fetus vibrated at the same time. They dimmed for a while and showed signs of dissipating. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the mountain and river cauldron. When he saw this scene, his heart skipped a beat. It seemed that he could really cut off the 49 Tao patterns that stretched out from the Tao fetus. Those who were secretly watching did not have the strength to cut off the 49 Tao patterns, so they did not make a move. In this world, perhaps only the old tortoise had the ability to collect the Tao fetus. Others who did not have the extreme Tao sacred weapon were simply too fast. Even if someone had the extreme Tao sacred weapon, it would be useless if they could not draw out the true power contained in the extreme Tao sacred weapon. The Tai Sovereign Seal was the extreme Tao demon weapon refined by the Supreme Grand Emperor, and the old tortoise was the Grand Emperor's blood relative. In this world, only the old tortoise could make the Tai Sovereign Seal exert almost the full power of the extreme Tao. Bang! The void trembled. Among the 49 Tao patterns, one Tao pattern exploded. The Tao laws contained in the Tao pattern were annihilated and dissipated in the void. It really worked? Chapter 1189. The old tortoise didn't hesitate to sacrifice his vitality to activate the Tai Sovereign Seal. The flawless power of the Great Tao actually cut off one of the runes that extended from the Tao fetus. The runes were cut off and the Tao fetus trembled. The dragon mountain that was connected to the Tao fetus immediately sucked back the worldly essence that was gushing out like a real dragon. The 49 Earth Ancestors' veins were imprisoned in this area, gathering the power of the world to nurture the Tao fetus. The Tao fetus was devouring the power of the Ancestors' veins, and in the long run, the Ancestors' veins would dry up. The Ancestors' veins that already had a soul were naturally unwilling to sacrifice themselves for the Tao fetus. However, the 49 Dragon Mountains were involuntarily supplying a steady stream of worldly essence to the Tao fetus. The mighty power of the great Tao that came from the Tao fetus imprisoned the 49 Dragon Mountains. At this time, one of the runes that bound the Dragon Mountains was destroyed. Although the Ancestor's vein did not immediately regain its freedom, it no longer gushed out worldly essence to the Tao fetus. The Earth Ancestor's vein was protecting itself. Gu Fei was sitting on top of the mountain and river cauldron. He couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. This area already had a soul. It was a living area. It was hard to imagine how long these 49 Dragon Mountains had existed. This was a unique area in this world that could nurture the hope of becoming a saint. The supreme existence in the ancient times had a heaven-defying method. He actually wanted to use this method to increase his cultivation to the next level and become an existence above the Great Tao. Gu Fei activated the power of the three divine weapons of the extreme path to form a saint realm that suppressed the surroundings and sealed the world, including the old tortoise and the Tao fetus. With a powerful enemy peeking at them, Gu Fei had to be careful. For an existence like the mysterious yellow skeleton, once it made a move, it would definitely be earth-shattering. The hope of achieving the Great Tao was something that everyone coveted. After one of the 49 runes that extended from the Tao fetus was destroyed, the mighty power of the Great Tao that came from the Tao fetus immediately weakened. The aura of the Great Path emitted by the Tai Huang seal was even more powerful, almost displaying the true supreme divine might of the Great Path. Countless patterns of the Great Path interweaved, forming a power that could destroy everything falling from the sky. Faster Lu 5 updates, the divine light of the Great Path was like the Milky Way hanging upside down. Every beam of divine light was evolving a kind of flawless Great Path. Every beam of divine light could crush the ages and shock the heavens. Bam! Another pattern that extended from the fetus of the path was destroyed. Divine patterns of the Great Path vanished in the void. The fetus of the path trembled and emitted waves of uneasiness. It seemed as if it was about to escape into the sky. The true dragon sucked in the water, and another ancestral meridian was released. Inexhaustible natural essence energy was sucked back by the Dragon Mountain, and the natural energies around the embryo of Tao were obviously weakened. For the old turtle, this was definitely a good thing. However, for the Tao embryo, it was extremely dangerous. If it was taken by someone, it would definitely not have a good ending. At this time, the old tortoise sat cross-legged in the sky with the Tai Huang seal floating above his head. His entire body emitted boundless divine light as a small ancestral dragon and a small seal intertwined above his head. This was the ancestral dragon primordial spirit of the old turtle and the weapon soul of the Grand Sovereign Seal. This was the only way to communicate with the weapon soul of the Grand Sovereign Seal and draw out the flawless power of the Great Path contained in the seal. This was also the old turtle's trump card. No one below the level of a sage could use an extreme divine weapon to display the supreme power of the Great Path, but the old turtle was an exception. After that, things seemed to go much more smoothly. The patterns that extended from the embryo of the path were destroyed, and the ancestral meridians were released. The spiritual qi around the embryo of the path immediately decreased. When the old turtle activated the power of the Tai Huang seal and destroyed the 40th pattern of the path, something unexpected happened. The moment the old turtle destroyed the 40th pattern of the path, the embryo of the path took back the patterns that bound the remaining 9 dragon mountains. It then turned into a beam of divine light and soared into the sky, trying to escape. With a bang, the divine light formed by the Daoist fetus directly penetrated the saint realm that Gu Fei had set up and rushed out. An extremely powerful aura immediately spread out. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the cauldron of mountain and river, immediately swayed and almost fell off the cauldron. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The sacred realm was broken, and he was also affected. What? The old turtle thought that the hope of achieving the Great Path was already in his hands, but at this moment, this cooked duck was about to fly away. What could he do? Bam! The Tai Huang seal shook, and the divine power of the Great Path burst out. Rays of divine light of the Great Path shot up into the sky like rivers, entangling the huge embryo of the path. It seemed that, at this moment, a pitch-black hand appeared in the void with boundless demonic aura, slapping towards Old Tortoise and the Tai Sovereign Seal. Boom! The demonic hand covered the sky, and the whole world darkened. The terrifying demonic power shattered the void and obliterated a corner of the world. The unimaginably powerful demonic power impacted the Tai Huang seal and made it tremble. The old turtle roared. Those who were watching in the dark had begun to attack, but what was there to be afraid of? His long hair danced wildly, and his eyes were as bright as stars. Swoosh! As the old turtle waved his hand, a divine light condensed from the power of the Great Path immediately rushed out and strangled the demonic hand. At this time, he used his primordial spirit to connect with the soul of the Tai Huang seal, and he could borrow the power of the Great Path from the Tai Huang seal to strengthen himself. However, on the demonic hand that covered the sky, there were also patterns of the Great Path. Rays of black light intertwined to form divine patterns that contained the Great Path and wandered on the demonic hand. What kind of demon is this? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. He thought that the one who would attack was the Xian Huang skeleton, but he did not expect it to be a terrifying demon. This great devil was the demonic path powerhouse that fought against the mysterious yellow skeleton before the extreme Dao Grand Array awakened. This demonic path powerhouse's cultivation was truly formidable. He was actually able to fight against the mysterious yellow skeleton without falling into a disadvantageous position. Such an existence had definitely surpassed the realm of mighty figures and could easily kill emperors. In the face of such an opponent, the old turtle did not dare to be careless. Although the other party had not shown up yet, he could already feel how powerful the other party was. The divine light of the great path that the old turtle shot out collided with the demonic hand. Then, the divine light of the great path and the demonic hand disappeared in the void at the same time. The power of the two great paths seemed to cancel each other out. Swoosh! At this time, the void beside the fetus suddenly shattered, and a figure with demonic aura rushed out. This person stretched out his hand and wanted to take the fetus. A diversion? Seeing this, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. This person's methods were very clever, and they were not easy to deal with. Every step of these people was calculated very accurately. You're courting death. The old turtle was furious. His hair stood up, and endless divine light erupted from his body. Mysterious patterns of the great path circled around him. He directly soared into the sky like a god of war and rushed toward the demon. The Tai Huang seal emitted a mighty divine power that could shock the heavens. It shattered the void and launched an earth-shattering blow at the demon. The entire void was shattered on the spot. It was as if a saint was attacking. The terrifying divine power of the great path wreaked havoc in the sky and earth, piercing through the world. The demonic figure shrouded in demonic aura sneered and disappeared from where he was, dodging the old turtle's angry blow. The next moment, the demon's figure appeared thousands of feet away. This devil's movement speed was so fast that even Gu Fei was startled by it. The Tai Huang seal is indeed worthy of its reputation, but how many more times can you use this demonic weapon? The demonic aura filled the air, and a demonic figure loomed in the demonic aura. The figure spoke coldly. It's enough to kill you. Old Tortoise's expression was extremely solemn. Although he said that he knew his own condition. He had used the Tai Sovereign's seal continuously, and his primordial qi was almost depleted. If it were not for the inner world providing him with an endless supply of spiritual qi, his vitality would have been sucked dry by the Tai Huang seal. He would have died before the demon could do anything. You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. Stop bluffing. A pair of blood-red eyes looked out from the demonic aura. The mysterious demon seemed to want to see through the old turtle. He had calculated very accurately. At this time, the great path fetus had been entangled by the divine light of the great path that rushed out from the Tai Huang seal. It was struggling, and a great power of the great path spread out from the great path fetus. The entire world was shaking, and the great tomb seemed to be on the verge of collapse. It was as if the end of the world had come. Give me the great path fetus and get out of here. The mysterious demon did not want to say much. He had been watching from the side for a long time, but he did not make a move. At this time, it was not the demon's turn to make a move. If he let the great path fetus fly away, it would be very difficult to find it again. No one has ever dared to be presumptuous in front of me. The old turtle stared at the demonic figure in front of him and said coldly. His fighting spirit was like a rainbow, and the ancestral dragon primordial spirit and the Tai Huang seal intertwined above his head. The old turtle drew the power of the Tai Huang seal to his body, but even so, he was really at the point of exhaustion. Just as the old turtle and the mysterious demon were confronting each other, a few figures appeared in the void nearby. These people all had the majestic aura of the Saint Plane. Needless to say, these people all had divine implements. Without the protection of divine implements, even a semi-saint would not be able to come here. These were three terrifying experts who could compete with the mysterious demon, and each of them had a powerful aura that could shock the world. Finally, a yellow figure walked over from afar. The yellow qi in the sky and the earth surged with a powerful pressure, causing the expressions of everyone present to change. The yellow skeleton had finally appeared. Chapter 1190. The waters of the heavenly realm are very deep. The old tortoise muttered to himself. His gaze swept across the 5 supreme experts. None of them were weak. Each of them had Tao rhymes circulating around their bodies. Even if they were not saints, they were at least half-saints. Moreover, they should have saint tools on them. Otherwise, they would not have been able to withstand the divine aura of the extreme Tao and come here. It seemed like, without any unnecessary words, the 3 supreme experts and the great demon immediately made their moves. The 4 supreme experts only had one goal, the Tao embryo that was frozen by the supreme emperor seal. This was the hope of becoming a saint. Everyone was envious of it. Great Sky Demon Hand. The mysterious great demon made his move. Demonic chi spread for 30,000 miles. The entire world was shrouded in demonic chi. A pitch-black hand reached out from the boundless demonic chi. The hand manifested the profound meaning of the demon path and triggered a trace of Tao power. It displayed a terrifying might, wanting to take away the Tao embryo that was frozen in the sky. An old Daoist snorted coldly. A divine light rushed out from the top of his head. This divine light looked like the Milky Way hanging upside down, rushing towards the demon hand in the sky. Rumble! The world shook as if there was a real Milky Way rushing up to the sky. An extremely terrifying fluctuation of the power of the celestial Tao was released. Everywhere it passed, the void was annihilated. Half-saint, a trace of the aura of a saint spread out. Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. This old Daoist was actually a half-saint. In this day and age where saints were extinct, a half-saint was an invincible existence. The demon path had been the land of all living beings since ancient times. No one was willing to see the hope of becoming a saint being taken away by a great demon. If this demon took away the hope of becoming a saint, an invincible demon saint would appear in the world. Boom! The divine light that rushed out from the top of the old Daoist's head collided with the great sky demon hand. The power of the celestial Tao and the power of the demon path clashed. The entire world seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The world was as fragile as a thin layer of paper. It was directly penetrated. A terrifying power came down from the sky. Even the old tortoise had to retreat. The layer of saint realm that Gu Fei had created with the 3 supreme saint tools collapsed immediately. The purple gold divine sword, half of the peerless ominous saber, and the mountain and river cauldron beneath Gu Fei vibrated at the same time. The purple gold divine sword exploded with a brilliant sword light, and the sword chi shot up to the 9 heavens. The peerless ominous saber exuded a boundless fiendish aura. A ferocious dragon shadow loomed over the peerless ominous saber, displaying a great ferocious might. The great heavenly demon hand dissipated in the void, and the divine light that rushed out from the top of the old Taoist's head also dissipated. In this attack, neither of them could suppress the other. It seemed to be a draw. Swoosh! At the same time, a silhouette flashed. The mysterious yellow skeleton took a step forward and appeared in front of the Tao fetus. An endless amount of mysterious yellow chi surged out from its body. It opened up a world and wanted to take the Tao fetus inside. It's not that cheap. The old turtle roared and opened his inner world. He stood in the inner world and shot beams of divine light that could pierce through heaven and earth at the yellow skeleton. This was an attack that drew upon the power of the inner world. However, the mysterious yellow skeleton seemed to be unable to see the old turtle's attack at all. A world formed by the mysterious yellow chi revolved around its body. All the destructive divine light that pierced through it could not get close to the mysterious yellow skeleton's body. The heaven and earth changed around its body, and the divine light rushed in front of it, then dissipated in the void. Invulnerable to all techniques? Everyone who saw this scene was taken aback. This mysterious yellow skeleton was truly terrifying. It stood in an invincible position, and all the attacks were useless against it. The Tao fetus shook, and the aura of the Great Path surged. The marks of the Great Path flickered. It was actually shaken by the power of the mysterious yellow skeleton's inner world, and it slowly moved toward the mysterious yellow skeleton's inner world. Bam! The Tai Huang seal that was holding the Dao fetus in place shook violently. An extremely powerful force spread out from the Tai Huang seal, and the mysterious yellow skeleton was immediately sent flying. The mysterious yellow skeleton's inner world around its body almost collapsed. Lu Five's renewal speed invulnerable to all techniques was useless in front of the divine weapon of the extreme path. Stinking brat, take back the divine weapon. The old tortoise transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. These B** stards were too despicable, and they actually wanted to take advantage of a ready-made one. He wanted Gu Fei to take back the divine weapon and let the extreme great matrix operate again. All right. Gu Fei nodded. Only the mountain and river cauldron was not enough to protect him. The opponents were half-saints, and they also had divine weapons. Although they were not divine weapons of the extreme path, they were enough to pose a great threat to him. He sat cross-legged on the mountain and river cauldron and released his divine consciousness, connecting with the purple gold divine sword and the half of the peerless ominous saber. Buzz! The purple gold divine sword and the peerless ominous saber vibrated at the same time, and the vast sword chi and saber chi suddenly erupted. Then, the two divine weapons of the extreme path that were suppressing the matrix eye soared into the sky and flew back toward Gu Fei. Divine weapons of the extreme path? Everyone felt a trace of divine might of the extreme path. This trace of divine might of the extreme path made their hearts palpitate. Some people directly grabbed the purple gold divine sword and the half of the ominous saber. Only divine weapons of the extreme path could emit divine might of the extreme path. Divine weapons of the extreme path, like the hope of becoming a saint, were the most precious things in the world. The 5 half-saints knew their stuff. As long as they had divine weapons of the extreme path, they could go anywhere in the world. You guys are a little too much. Seeing this, the old tortoise could not help but be furious. These people were really despicable. He directly attacked. The Tai Huang seal shook, and rays of the divine light of the great path fell, strangling those half-saints. The expressions of those half-saints changed, and they immediately dodged far away. The battle of the semi-sage experts was unavoidable. The 6 super experts were moving rapidly in the sky. They were constantly attacking, and the void was collapsing and collapsing. This was a half-saint. Moving mountains and draining seas was just a small matter for half-saints. With old tortoise's help, Gu Fei successfully retrieved the purple gold divine sword and half of the peerless ominous saber. Then, he used the weapon refinement technique to refine the purple gold divine sword and half of the peerless ominous saber into his body. Clanging sounds came from Gu Fei's body, as if there were thousands of swords and sabers ringing in his body. Sword chi and saber chi clashed as he activated the power of the violet gold divine sword and the peerless saber. Borrowing the power of the divine weapons, Gu Fei felt that his body had endless power. It was as if he could crush the whole world with a raise of his hand or a kick. So what if you are a half-saint? Gu Fei simply put the mountain and river cauldron into his body. He activated the power of the mountain and river cauldron, and a shadow of a huge cauldron appeared on Gu Fei's body. As for the power of the violet gold divine sword and the peerless ominous blade, it was drawn to his right hand and left hand. The illusory image of the violet gold divine sword appeared on his arm, while a pitch-black blade appeared on his left arm. The mountain and river cauldron protected him, the purple gold divine sword and the ominous saber attacked him. This was Gu Fei's strongest combat state. Only someone like him, who had an extremely strong body, would dare to refine the divine weapons into his body. If it was an ordinary martial emperor, he would probably have died from his body exploding. Swoosh! Gu Fei rushed into the sky and joined the battle. He held a purple gold divine sword in his right hand and a pitch-black saber in his left. He rushed towards the great demon in the demon chi. The purple sword light cut through the void, shook off the endless demon chi, and penetrated the terrifying figure in the demon chi. The sword light tore the void apart. A trace of the divine sword of the extreme path spread out from the sword in Gu Fei's hand. This was not the real purple gold divine sword, but a sword condensed from the power of the purple gold divine sword. Although it was not the real divine sword of the extreme path, the power it displayed made everyone's expression change. Everyone was secretly shocked. What kind of cultivation method was this? It could actually refine the divine weapon into the body and use the power of the divine weapon to kill the enemy. This was a trump card that Gu Fei would never use unless he had no other choice. The weapon refinement body could draw the power of the divine weapon of the extreme path to his body. This was a supreme battle technique. Boom! A black sun the size of a millstone rose from the head of the demonic shadow. A powerful demonic power spread out from the black sun. The void could not withstand this power, and terrifying cracks appeared in the space. Black Sun Demon Venerable? Someone exclaimed. Some people recognized the origin of this demon and were extremely shocked. The Black Sun Demon Venerable was extremely powerful and was an invincible demon venerable in the 100,000 Devil Mountains. As soon as the Black Sun appeared, the entire space collapsed. The vast demonic power from the Black Sun sent Gu Fei flying. Then, a burly figure walked out of the demonic aura. With just a single step, he caught up to Gu Fei, who had been sent flying. Even though he had drawn the power of the divine weapon of the extreme path, he was still shaken away. This made Gu Fei extremely shocked. A great demon of the half-saint realm was really terrifying. Buzz! The shadow of the cauldron of mountain and river appeared on Gu Fei's body, blocking all the surging demonic power. At the same time, Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and instantly retreated 100 miles away, distancing himself from the great demon. The Black Sun Demon Lord stopped in his tracks and stared at Gu Fei. His eyes were filled with a black aura and were extremely horrifying. They were like 2 bottomless demon holes that had the power to suck one's soul away. The divine weapon of the extreme path, one that has not appeared for thousands of years. The Black Sun Demon Venerable murmured to himself. He could not believe that he could see 3 divine weapons of the extreme path on a single person. This was too unbelievable. One should know that the divine weapon of the extreme path was a weapon refined by the great saints of the extreme path. The great saints of the extreme path had disappeared, but their weapons were indestructible and existed forever. It was not that the divine weapon of the extreme path had never appeared in the world before. However, the divine weapon of the extreme path had a soul and could only be obtained by someone with great luck. This person's luck was too heaven-defying. He actually obtained 3 divine weapons of the extreme path. Even the Black Sun Demon Venerable was shocked when he sensed the aura of the divine weapon of the extreme path on Gu Fei. The others were also attracted by Gu Fei. Other than the old tortoise, the others were stunned. Chapter 1191. The battle was unavoidable. Everyone wanted to obtain the Tao embryo. It was the hope of becoming a sage. It contained the perfect great Tao and could help one become a sage. The world had changed. Sages were extinct. No one could become a sage in such an environment. These super antiques who had been stuck in the half-sage realm for countless years were determined to obtain the Tao embryo. Although Gu Fei had 3 sacred weapons of the extreme great path, everyone's attention was still focused on the embryo in the sky that was giving off an aura of the great path. Swoosh! Black Sun Overlord soared into the sky. He did not want to be entangled with Gu Fei. He rushed towards the Tao embryo in the sky. Monstrous demonic chi enveloped the entire void. As for the mystic yellow skeleton that was sent flying by the Tai Sovereign Seal, it rushed over and intercepted the Black Sun Demon Venerable. It displayed its unparalleled skills and fought with the Black Sun Demon Venerable. Rumble! At this time, the 49 dragon mountains began to tremble. Boundless earth dragon chi was released. Phantoms of dragons began to condense in the sky above the 49 dragon mountains. An extremely terrifying energy wave spread out. The extreme formation that was temporarily suppressed by the 3 sacred weapons began to operate again. The power of heaven and earth began to form. The aura of the extreme path was vast. Countless extreme path Tao patterns appeared on the ground. They interweaved into layers of formation patterns. They emitted boundless divine light as if they were drawing upon the power of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It seemed that everyone's expression immediately changed. If the extreme Tao Great Formation was activated, even if they had saint artifacts to protect themselves, they would still die. Unless they had the extreme Tao sacred weapon to protect themselves, they would be able to use their flawless Dao energy to fight against the flawless Dao energy. The Tai sovereign's seal trembled. Rays of great Dao light rushed out and entangled the Dao embryo. At this time, the other super experts also made their moves. The old Daoist directly created the void of heaven and earth. He wanted to suck the Dao embryo in. The other two half-sages also used their sacred weapons. A divine sword turned into a golden dragon that was 10,000 feet long. It rushed towards the Dao embryo with a terrifying holy aura. A divine mirror that looked like a bright moon appeared between the heavens and the earth. Its clear light shone through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and the endless demonic energy dissipated under the mirror's light. Gu Fei also soared up into the sky and dashed towards the embryo of Dao. This was a holy embryo born from the great Dao of heaven and earth, and only those who were fated could get it. Gu Fei also wanted to fight for it. Clang! A myriad of violet gold sword lights shot out from his right hand while numerous peerless and domineering saber chi charged out from his left hand. It was like a myriad of sabers and swords were slashing down, and it was extremely powerful. The void was instantly sliced into thousands of pieces by the power of the sword and saber. Wherever the sword light and saber chi passed, countless fine lines were left in the void. Gu Fei activated the power of the purple gold divine sword and the peerless ominous saber. His battle prowess was unparalleled, and everyone's expression changed. The purple gold sword light pierced through the void created by the old Daoist and rushed towards him. There was nothing that could stop it. At the same time, the domineering saber chi that rushed out from Gu Fei's left hand rushed towards the big demon that was hiding in the demonic energy. Gu Fei's battle-intent soared to the sky as he attacked 2 half-saints at the same time. He was just like the reincarnation of an ancient god of war, and he was insanely brave. All the super experts took out their holy weapons, and the heavens and earth collapsed. The old Daoist was forced back by Gu Fei's purple gold sword light. No one dared to go against the sharpness of the purple gold divine sword. Even if it was just a wisp of the holy aura, a half-saints would be killed. The peerless saber chi broke through the layers of demonic energy, and the edge of the saber pointed towards the Black Sun Demon Lord who was in the midst of the demonic energy. The Black Sun above the Black Sun Demon Lord's head vibrated continuously, and a towering demonic power was released to block the attack. However, the peerless saber chi was unstoppable, and it was hard to resist. The Black Sun Demon Lord had no choice but to retreat. Even the mysterious yellow skeleton that was fighting with the Black Sun Demon Lord retreated immediately. As soon as Gu Fei made a move, he had forced back 3 super experts. His battle strength was so powerful that it shocked everyone. However, everyone was clear that this was not Gu Fei's own strength, but the power of the Extreme Path sacred weapon that he used to kill the enemy. This killing technique was too heaven-defying. The merging of the weapon into his body increased Gu Fei's battle strength to a level where he could go against a half-saint. Even the old tortoise was shocked. This killing technique was too terrifying. If Gu Fei could draw out the full power of the Extreme Path sacred weapon, wouldn't he be like a descending Extreme Path saint, and could display the battle strength of a saint? While Gu Fei forced the 3 super experts to retreat, the old tortoise quickly activated the Tai Sovereign Seal to block the Sky Dragon Celestial Sword and the moon-like Divine Mirror. Yao Tiandu, do you want to be my enemy? The old tortoise stared at the person behind the Sky Dragon Celestial Sword and said in a deep voice. This person was a half-saint of the demon race. In this world where saints were extinct, a half-saint of the demon race was a supreme great demon. However, after the return of the old tortoise, Yao Tiandu's position was threatened. The return of the Grand Emperor was undoubtedly an earth-shattering event for the demon race. Some of the great demons that had gone into seclusion were alarmed. Even the former subordinates of the Grand Emperor, who were said to have fallen, jumped out. The old subordinates of the Grand Emperor were the ancestors of the demon race and had a supreme status. Even Yao Tiandu had to be respectful to them and did not dare to slight them. The old tortoise had returned and gained the support of the old subordinates of the Grand Emperor. He should be the leader of the demon race, respected by all the demons in the world. Yao Tiandu's resentment was not ordinary and he disliked the old tortoise very much. However, the old tortoise's status was too noble, and no one was willing to challenge the old tortoise's position. Yao Tiandu could only swallow his anger. However, now that the hope of becoming a saint was right in front of him, how could he swallow his anger? As long as he had the hope of becoming a saint and become a great saint of the demon race, the old subordinates of the Grand Emperor would have to step aside. I've tolerated you for a long time. Yao Tiandu's expression was very ugly. After the Grand Emperor returned to the demon race, he had been suppressing him. This made him, a half-saint of the demon race, very sullen. Buzz! The sky dragon celestial sword vibrated and emitted sword waves that looked like golden dragons. It was like a real dragon leaping above the ninth heaven and attacking the old tortoise. This was a flawless sacred weapon of the demon race. Although it was not an extreme sacred weapon, it was not comparable to ordinary sacred weapons. This was because it was a sacred weapon refined by an advanced demon saint of the demon race. I knew you were disloyal, Humph. The old tortoise sneered. He knew Yao Tiandu's every move like the back of his hand. Only by knowing oneself and the enemy could one emerge victorious. The old tortoise was a very careful person. The old tortoise did not show any mercy. An ancestral dragon shadow rushed out from between his eyebrows and turned into a killing light, piercing towards Yao Tiandu. This was the Grand Emperor's soul-severing technique, which specialized in cutting the opponent's spiritual soul. Chapter 1192. The Tai Huang soul-severing technique was a killing technique created by the Tai Huang that specialized in severing the spiritual soul. The spiritual soul was the mark of a cultivator's life. Once the spiritual soul was severed, there would only be one outcome. The soul would be destroyed. The cultivator's physical body would not be damaged by the Tai Huang soul-severing technique, but the spiritual soul would be gone, leaving only a body. Swoosh! The soul-severing divine light was extremely fast. The moment it rushed out from the old turtle's brow, it had already shot in front of Yao Tiandu, causing his heart to tremble. This kind of attack was too terrifying. If he was not careful, his spiritual soul would be severed and he would become a walking corpse. Without any hesitation, Yao Tiandu flew backward. At the same time, his eyes lit up, and then there were Dao marks intertwining in his eyes. Swoosh! Two divine lights formed by the intertwining Dao marks rushed out of Yao Tiandu's eyes. Two faint and illusory blade shadows that were only a foot long appeared in front of Yao Tiandu. These two blade shadows silently slashed forward with the great Dao's charm flowing. This was a terrifying killing technique, and it was also a great technique created by a supreme saint-level existence. The soul-severing killing light formed by the Tai Huang soul-severing technique collided with the two blade shadows. This was a confrontation between two saint-level great techniques. The Dao marks intertwined and vanished. The void was silently annihilated. Lu 5 renewal faster. Yao Tiandu's eyes emitted a strange power. The great Dao's charm flowed and flashed with evil demonic light, intertwining with the divine patterns of the great Dao. The faint and illusory blade shadows actually blocked the old turtle's Tai Huang soul-severing technique. The two powers of the great Dao cancelled each other out, and the soul-severing killing light and the two blade shadows dissipated at the same time. The old turtle was extremely shocked. He could see the origin of this saint-level great technique that Yao Tiandu used. This was a supreme killing technique that was not inferior to the Tai Huang soul-severing technique. The Tai Huang soul-severing technique is only SOSO. Yao Tiandu rushed back from afar, and a golden dragon shadow circled around him. This was a dragon-shaped sword light formed by the heavenly dragon sword. The dragon-shaped sword light gave off a terrifying saint-tier might. Sword chi rushed into the sky. This was sword chi formed from boundless dragon chi. It was golden dragon sword chi. I didn't expect you to obtain the heavenly Yao's legacy, old tortoise said coldly. In the primordial era, two supreme existences appeared in the demon race. One was the Grand Emperor, the first true dragon born from the 9 heavens 10 earths, the ancestor of all dragons. On the other hand, another demon spirit was born in the sun star in the sky. That demon spirit was the heavenly demon, a supreme demon saint that could compete with the Grand Emperor. Humph! My Sky Yao lineage is the true ruler of the Yao race. It looks like Lu 5. Yao Tiandu did not hide his killing intent towards Old Tortoise at all. He wanted to fight to the death with Old Tortoise and shed all pretense of cordiality. Since he had already made his move, there was no turning back. As long as he could kill this so-called Grand Emperor and seize the embryo of Dao, he would still be the demon lord who was respected by all the demons in the world. You want to be the leader of the demon clan? Did a donkey kick you in the head? Old Tortoise said disdainfully. Since ancient times, the only demon lord who was respected by all the demons in the world was the Grand Emperor. Although Heavenly Yao was the other demon lord of the demon clan, Heavenly Yao was like a wild crane that lived alone and did not have much power. But the Grand Emperor was different. He unified the demon clan and became the supreme demon lord. During the Grand Emperor's era, the humans controlled the land while the demons controlled the sky. The demon clan was extremely powerful. If the humans hadn't produced a few supreme saints, the entire world would have been taken over by the demon clan. Cut the crap. I'll still be the demon lord after killing you. Yao Tiandu was determined to kill Old Tortoise. If he didn't, there would be no place for him in the world. No one knew how strong the Grand Emperor's old subordinates were. They were the most terrifying existences in the demon clan, and even Yao Tiandu was wary of them. Old Tortoise had the support of the Grand Emperor's old subordinates, so it was only a matter of time before he became the demon lord. Swoosh! 2 beams of divine light shot out from Yao Tiandu's eyes again. 2 saber shadows appeared in the void and silently slashed at Old Tortoise. There were no fluctuations on the 2 saber shadows. There was only a trace of Dao rhyme circulating around them. They silently slashed through the void, leaving a spatial crack wherever they passed. Although the 2 saber shadows didn't emit any earth-shattering power, they were able to slash through the void, displaying a terrifying power that made one's heart palpitate. Divine light intertwined with Dao marks rushed out from Old Tortoise's glabella and went up against the 2 saber shadows. His expression was extremely solemn. His opponent's killing technique was not inferior to his, so he didn't dare to be careless. While Old Tortoise and Yao Tiandu were fighting, on the other side, Gu Fei was fighting against the 4 super experts. He punched the Black Sun Demon Venerable, stepped on the Xianhuang skeleton, and slashed the old Daoist with his saber. He was extremely fierce. The other black-bearded Daoist who used the Tai Ching godly virtual mirror was attacking the Black Sun Demon Venerable. A black sun and a divine moon kept colliding in the sky, causing the void to collapse. The black-bearded Daoist was a half-sage of the Tai Ching sacred realm. This time, he entered the peerless tomb with a sect-guarding treasure of the Tai Ching sacred realm. The Tai Ching godly virtual mirror was a sacred weapon, but it was not an extreme sacred weapon like the heavenly dragon sword. However, the power of the Tai Ching godly virtual mirror was enough to destroy a part of the world. The Black Sun Demon Venerable was attacked from both sides and had no choice but to retreat. Then, Gu Fei rushed forward and fiercely clashed with the clear godly virtual mirror a few times, causing the godly virtual mirror, which was like a moon, to tremble continuously. The Tai Ching half-sage was shocked. This guy was too abnormal. He could fight against a sacred weapon with his bare hands. He could fight against a sacred weapon with just his fists. This was a saint-level chaotic battle. After Gu Fei and the Tai Ching godly virtual mirror exchanged a few blows, he turned around and charged into the void of heaven and earth that the old Taoist had conjured. He charged toward the old Taoist. You really don't know your place. How dare you barge into my world? The old Daoist was surprised and happy when he saw Gu Fei rushing in. This was the void of heaven and earth that the old Daoist had conjured using a supreme technique. In this void of heaven and earth, he was an omnipotent supreme god. But soon, the old Daoist's expression changed. Rumble! The void created by the old Daoist was shaking violently. Gu Fei used the flawless 5 elements fist. Every punch almost shattered the void created by the old Daoist. He's actually this powerful? The old Daoist was really shocked by Gu Fei this time. He waved his hands in front of him and there seemed to be worlds appearing between his hands. Chapter 1193. The old Daoist displayed his supreme technique, conjuring the 3,000 void worlds to trap Gu Fei within. Such a technique was truly shocking. Those who were trapped would be lost within the 3,000 void worlds, never to be able to escape. Phenomenon of the immortal Tao? Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. He was surrounded by an endless void with no end in sight. He was like a speck of dust within, everywhere he looked was the same. 3,000 void worlds, endless void. Don't even think of escaping. The old Daoist's voice resounded in the void. Such a technique did not seem to have any killing power, but it was capable of trapping someone within. Below, left, and right were all boundless emptiness. As far as the eye could see, everything was the same color. If one were to be trapped in such a place for countless years, even a saint would go crazy. Do you really think you can trap me like this? Gu Fei sneered. He opened his martial path heavenly eye and scanned his surroundings. The martial path heavenly eye could see through the origin of the world, pointing straight at the essence of falsehood. Through the martial path heavenly eye, the surrounding space turned transparent. Following that, strands of the law of the void as thin as hair appeared before Gu Fei's eyes. This was a type of Tao law that constructed this void. This was the phenomenon of the immortal Tao cultivated by a half-sage. It could trigger Tao laws to construct a void. Wang. The violet gold divine sword materialized in Gu Fei's right hand, emitting a towering violet gold sword qi. Even before the sword slashed out, the sword qi had already torn apart the void. Watch how I slash through the void. Gu Fei roared. His blood and qi surged as yin and yang energy surged wildly towards the violet gold divine sword in his hand. The violet gold divine sword's sword light instantly shone 10 times brighter than before. Terrifying sword qi spread out in all directions, causing the entire void to tremble. Roar! Gu Fei's hair danced wildly in the wind as he let out an enraged roar. He raised his sword with both hands and slashed forward. A purple golden sword ray burst out from his hand like a purple golden dragon, soaring thousands of zhang into the sky. A strand of extreme godly might filled the entire space as Gu Fei slashed out with his sword with all his might. The 10,000 zhang long sword light tore through the space and shattered the world. It was as though the entire world had been cleaved into two by the sword. The boundless Tao laws collapsed under the sword light, and a spatial rift that was tens of thousands of feet long appeared in the void, causing the 3,000 worlds to tremble. What? The old Daoist was shocked. He stared blankly at Gu Fei, who was in the 3,000 worlds. He saw that one of the worlds was actually broken by Gu Fei's sword. This was something that had never happened before. Ever since the old Daoist cultivated this immortal Tao anomaly, as long as someone was trapped in the trichiliocosm, they would never be able to escape. They would be trapped inside until they died. No one dared to be trapped by the old Daoist's trichiliocosm. Even those who were also half-saints feared the old Daoist and didn't dare to provoke him. Gu Fei slashed open the void with his sword and rushed out. However, he only entered another world. The 3,000 worlds rotated, like 3,000 cycles of reincarnation, endless and endless. The world that was destroyed by Gu Fei was destroyed, but it condensed in the outermost layer. Unless the 3,000 worlds were destroyed at the same time, Gu Fei would never be able to break out of the 3,000 worlds. Could it be that there are really 3,000 small worlds that trapped me? After Gu Fei rushed out of the void, he saw that there was no sky nor earth, there was only the darkness below. It was exactly the same as before, there was no sky nor earth, there was only him in the entire void. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei slashed out again, cutting open the void, breaking open the heaven and earth. He rushed out again, but after rushing through the cracks in the void, Gu Fei saw that there was still nothing around him. Gu Fei slashed more than 10 times, rushing through more than 10 cracks in the void, but nothing changed in front of him. It was as if he was really trapped in the layers of void. Such a technique, Gu Fei had no choice but to stop. This immortal Tao technique was too terrifying. It interweaved the Tao laws to create layers of void, breaking one world and then another. It seemed endless. This is forcing me to be ruthless. Gu Fei gritted his teeth and was about to use his trump card to completely destroy the 3,000 worlds. However, at this time, the void that Gu Fei was in suddenly shook violently. What's going on? Gu Fei was shocked. An aura powerful enough to make the world tremble came down from above. A ray of divine light, like a divine rainbow, broke through the void and shrouded Gu Fei. The aura of the Grand Sovereign's seal. The purple divine light was dazzling, containing the aura of the great Tao. Within the divine light, Tao laws interweaved, like a divine bridge descending from the sky to receive Gu Fei. Upon seeing this, Gu Fei did not hesitate. He directly soared into the sky and rushed into the purple divine light, breaking out of the void that was devoid of heaven and earth. At this moment, the battle outside had already reached its climax. The old tortoise unleashed a supreme sacred art and fought against Yao Tiandu, the old Daoist, the grand pure half-sage, the black sun demon venerable, and the yellow skeleton. Buzz! The void trembled. A divine mirror that resembled a bright moon shone through the void and collided with a black sun. The void was constantly destroyed by the two extremely powerful forces. The Tai Ching half-saint and the black sun demon sovereign fought, but they soon separated, because Yao Tiandu and the old Daoist had attacked again. The black sun demon sovereign fought against Yao Tiandu, while the Tai Ching half-saint fought against the old Daoist. On the other hand, the old turtle and the Xian Huang skeleton were competing with the divine techniques of the Tao laws. The two super-powerful experts kept casting all kinds of deadly techniques to attack each other. The old turtle's supreme sovereign's seal stopped the Tao embryo that was trying to escape. With the grand sovereign seal in hand, the old tortoise had the upper hand. While fighting against the yellow skeleton, he also used the grand sovereign seal to break through the void and rescue Gu Fei, who was trapped in the 3,000 worlds of the void with a ray of divine light. Boom! After breaking free, Gu Fei's qi and blood surged all over his body. Streams of qi and blood rushed out of the top of his head like dragons. The qi and blood of the emperor martial body enveloped the entire world. Without saying anything else, Gu Fei directly attacked the yellow skeleton. Whoosh! A golden divine pagoda rushed out of the yellow skeleton's skull and rapidly enlarged. It emitted a monstrous qi of heaven and earth, suppressing Gu Fei. A strand of heaven and earth qi of heaven and earth could crush a mountain range. It was a kind of essence qi derived from the primordial chaos qi. The heaven and earth qi of heaven and earth created the world and then evolved into all things in the world. The qi of heaven and earth was also a kind of ancestral qi of the world. Golden divine pagoda of heaven and earth? Gu Fei was shocked when he felt a trace of the aura of the extreme Tao. With a thought, an ancient cauldron appeared around Gu Fei and protected him. Chapter 1194. The mysterious yellow skeleton transformed into a mysterious yellow pagoda and pressed down on Gu Fei. This wasn't the real mysterious yellow pagoda, but it had intertwining Tao patterns on it. It emitted an aura of the extreme great path. Bang! The mysterious yellow pagoda pressed down, and the void below crumbled and turned into primal chaos. The aura of destruction spread out in all directions. Gu Fei sensed the danger. A mountain-like pressure pressed down, and his body sank. He was almost pressed down from the sky. Buzz! A loud sound came out from Gu Fei's body. An ancient cauldron emerged from his body. The chaotic primordial qi lingered on it, and it emitted a terrifying aura that could shake the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The mysterious yellow pagoda that was pressing down from the sky was immediately stopped above Gu Fei's head by the power of the cauldron. It couldn't descend even half an inch. The mountain and river cauldron, the mysterious yellow skeleton's skull transmitted a trace of divine sense. Then, its eye sockets burst out with 2 divine lights that were as dazzling as heavenly swords. This mysterious yellow skeleton seemed to know the origin of the mountain and river cauldron. What emerged from Gu Fei's body was only the phantom of the mountain and river cauldron. The real mountain and river cauldron hadn't manifested yet. Even so, the aura of that illusory cauldron was enough to make the hearts of the common people palpitate. A trace of the extreme great path's aura circulated on Gu Fei's body. The power of the mountain and river cauldron was drawn out by him. It displayed a divine might that could suppress the world in all directions, and it stopped the mysterious yellow pagoda in the sky. Bang! The phantom of the mountain and river cauldron shook a little. Then, the mysterious yellow pagoda that was stopped immediately exploded and disappeared in the void. The mysterious yellow skeletons suffered a great impact. The mysterious yellow chi on its body was almost scattered. It was sent flying thousands of feet away. It didn't dare to confront the power of the mountain and river cauldron. In the end, it was a mysterious yellow pagoda that was created from a great technique. It was not a true divine weapon of the extreme path. The mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth could not truly contend against the cauldron of mountain and river. The yellow skeleton was forced back, and the old tortoise took the opportunity to soar into the sky and land on top of the Grand Sovereign Seal. It used all of its power to control the Grand Sovereign Seal to retrieve the Tao embryo that was bound. When everyone saw this, they immediately stopped fighting and rushed over to attack the old tortoise. Buzz! The great purity godly virtual mirror vibrated, and a dazzling divine light rushed out from it like a Milky Way, rushing toward the old tortoise. Within the divine light, there were Tao patterns interweaving. The Tai Ching semi-sage had released a trace of the power of the great Tao of the Tai Ching godly virtual mirror. Although it was not a flawless great Tao, it was enough to destroy a part of the world. That was equivalent to an attack from the Grand Pure One. The Great Purity Godly Virtual Mirror was a divine artifact refined by the Great Purity Saint. It could pierce through the 3,000 worlds and illuminate the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It possessed great divine might. Damn it! The old tortoise almost went berserk. These guys were too abominable. The attack of a divine artifact was earth-shattering, and the old tortoise could not keep calm. He attracted the interweaving Tao patterns to form the divine light of the great Tao and rushed toward the great purity godly virtual mirror. The two divine lights collided in an instant, and there was a muffled sound. Streams of light shot out in all directions like divine rainbows. Each stream of light was formed by the collapsed Tao patterns, and it was the power of the great Tao. The void was directly pierced, and a pitch-black spatial hole appeared in the void. All the people who rushed toward the old tortoise were shocked and quickly dodged. The power of the great Tao could hurt a saint, let alone a semi-sage. The Tai Ching semi-sage was forced to retreat. Although the great purity godly virtual mirror was very powerful, it could not compare to a divine artifact of the great path. It could not compete with a divine artifact of the great path. Buzz! Just as the old tortoise forced the Tai Ching semi-sage to retreat, a golden dragon rushed over from a distance. The streams of light that shot out in that direction were shattered one after another. That was a dragon shadow that looked like a real dragon. The dragon shadow erupted with a soaring sword chi, and the golden divine light illuminated the entire world. The golden dragon rushed over, and a majestic holy dragon's aura shook the heavens. This was the power of the heavenly dragon sword. The old tortoise immediately changed his expression, and Yao Tian made his move. This demon race semi-sage seemed to have a bellyful of grievances. The old tortoise knew that ever since he returned to the demon race, Yao Tian had been cast aside by the experts of the demon race. Yao Tian was originally very hopeful to become the leader of the demon race, but now that the old tortoise was back, he suddenly fell from his high and mighty position. It was absolutely impossible for Yao Tian not to hate the old tortoise. Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword. The old tortoise, who was sitting cross-legged on the Tai Sovereign Seal, could not help but narrow his eyes when he saw the golden dragon rushing over. He was very familiar with this divine artifact because it was made by a saint of the dragon race. And this saint of the dragon race had some friendship with the old tortoise. The original body of the Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword was a heavenly dragon, and it was an ancient heavenly dragon. This was because this divine sword was refined from the body of an old friend of the old tortoise. The power contained in the Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword was not to be underestimated. If its power was fully unleashed, even the old tortoise would have to retreat. It could destroy everything in the world, and only a divine artifact of the extreme path could suppress it. The old tortoise was not careless. He attracted another divine light of the great path and then strangled the dragon that was rushing over. Clang! The divine light of the great path tangled with the golden dragon, and there was a sound of metal clashing. The divine light of the great path could not destroy the golden dragon's shadow. However, The divine light of the great path blocked the heavenly dragon divine sword. Yao Tondu, are you forcing me to kill you? The old tortoise's words were extremely cold. He did not want to kill Yao Tiandu before because Yao Tian was a member of the demon race, and he was a demi-saint demon. In this world where saints were extinct, demi-saints were invincible. There were not many demi-saints in the demon race, and if the demon race were to kill them, the demon race would suffer a great loss. This was why the old tortoise did not take any action even though he knew that Yao Tiandu was disloyal. It's not certain who will kill who. Yao Tiandu sneered. Since he had already made his move, there was no turning back. Today, either the old tortoise or Yao Tiandu would die. There was only one demon lord in the demon race. Buzz! The heavenly dragon divine sword vibrated. Yao Tian used all his strength to activate the heavenly dragon divine sword, causing the heavenly dragon divine sword to emit a divine might of the great path. Within the divine sword, there seemed to be a primordial heavenly dragon awakening, and the aura of a divine dragon filled the world. Everyone's hearts trembled, and their expressions changed dramatically. If it were not for the fact that everyone present had a holy weapon, it was likely that they would not be able to stand. Even with the protection of a holy weapon, they could still feel their spirits trembling. Chapter 1195. He activated the power of the heavenly dragon sword with all his might. It was as if an ancient heavenly dragon was awakening, and the aura of the divine dragon filled the sky and the earth. Everyone's expression changed. The aura of the ancient heavenly dragon shocked the heavens, and the golden dragon shadow seemed to be coming out of the void. Every scale was opening and closing, emitting a sonorous sound that shook one's heart. Although it wasn't a true primordial sky dragon, it wasn't too far off. Bam! The power of the Tai Huang seal that the old turtle drew was shattered, and the divine light of the great path collapsed. Broken Dao patterns shot out and then disappeared in the void. Buzz! The heavenly dragon sword let out a sword cry that resounded through the 9 heavens, and a sword wave spread out. Sword chi swept in all directions, and the tip of the sword pointed straight at the old turtle. The old turtle sat cross-legged on the Tai Huang seal, and endless demonic light bloomed all over his body. An extremely powerful dragon aura erupted from his body, and there seemed to be an ancient heavenly dragon awakening in his body. Divine patterns of the great path appeared around him. He connected with the Tai Huang seal and attracted the dragon-like divine light of the great path. The divine light of the great path, which was formed by 18 interweaving Dao patterns, was drawn by him. Without saying anything, the old turtle directly shot out the 18 divine lights of the great path. Each divine light was surrounded by Dao patterns, and each divine light surged with the power of the great path that made the world lose its brilliance. Everyone's expression changed. Was the crown prince risking his life? The yellow skeleton, the old Daoist, the Tai Ching half-saint, and the great demon all stopped and then retreated. This was the power of the Tai Huang seal, an ultimate divine artifact. No one in the world dared to confront it head-on. Everyone was afraid of being hurt. Gu Fei also retreated. Even with the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, he had to be careful. He was not willing to take the risk. The collision of the ultimate divine artifacts was likely to destroy a part of the world. Now, everyone was just using divine artifacts, and they had already displayed a terrifying power that could destroy the world. The divine light of the great path collided with the sword wave created by the heavenly dragon sword. This was a collision of the 2 powers of the great path. There was nothing fancy about it. At Old Tortoise and Yao Tian's level of cultivation, there was no need for them to use any tricks. As long as they unleashed their strongest attacks, any tricks would be destroyed in an instant. The void was silently annihilated, and the patterns of the way were collapsing. The terrifying power of the great path crushed everything, and nothing was left. The heavenly dragon divine sword let out a mournful cry, as if it had a life of its own. The golden dragon-like sword chi was dispersed, and the divine sword trembled, almost falling from the sky. Compared to an extreme path sacred weapon, the heavenly dragon divine sword was nothing. After 18 consecutive attacks, the sky dragon divine sword's light was scattered by the divine light of the great path. In the end, it was knocked away. Even Yao Tian was severely injured. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood and flew backward. Swoosh! Just as Yao Tiandu was sent flying, a figure instantly appeared beside Yao Tiandu and struck him with a palm. Yao Tian was shocked. He barely managed to block with his hands. Gotcha! The sound of bones breaking was heard, and Yao Tiandu's hands were broken. White bones were exposed, and blood splattered everywhere. Moreover, that person's palm did not stop. Bam! Gotcha! With a muffled sound, the sound of bones breaking was heard again. That person's palm landed on Yao Tiandu's chest. His chest caved in, and all his bones were crushed. Yao Tiandu's body was almost split in half by that palm. Blood had already clogged his throat, and Yao Tian could not even scream. His body was like a broken sack, and he was sent flying thousands of feet away. Everyone was taken aback. The one who made a move was actually the mysterious yellow skeleton. The mysterious yellow divine light in its skull flickered, and then it grabbed the heavenly dragon divine sword. It struck Yao Tiandu to snatch the heavenly dragon divine sword. The golden skeleton did not seem to have a divine implement, but it could compete with others for the embryo of the way. It was truly unbelievable. Now that it held the heavenly dragon divine sword, its aura suddenly rose to its peak. The heavenly dragon divine sword vibrated in the hands of the mysterious yellow skeleton. It was like a golden dragon struggling. This was a saint weapon. It already had its own spirit. Naturally, it wasn't easy to control. But soon, the heavenly dragon divine sword in the golden skeleton's hand calmed down. What? When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but be taken aback. This mysterious yellow skeleton actually suppressed the heavenly dragon divine sword so quickly. This was something that no one expected. After all, it was absolutely not an easy task to control a saint weapon. Even if a half-saint obtained a saint weapon, he would need to refine it for a period of time before he could barely use it. Yao Tiandu roared in anger from afar. Demonic aura soared to the sky, and a huge shadow loomed, like a great ancient demon roaring. He did not expect that he would not be able to kill Old Tortoise, and that the heavenly dragon divine sword would be snatched away. That was the demon race's divine sword, a weapon left behind by an ancient great saint of the demon race. It was incomparably important to the entire demon race. In this world where saints were extinct, a divine weapon was, in a sense, a deterrent force. Having lost the heavenly dragon divine sword, Yao Tian was on the verge of going berserk. The demonic energy in his body was boundless, and his wounded body was recovering rapidly. In just a few breaths, his broken arms and sunken bones were all healed. Swoosh! Yao Tiandu directly rushed towards the golden skeleton, wanting to take back the heavenly dragon divine sword. However, the golden skeleton shook the heavenly dragon divine sword in its hand, and a golden sword wave immediately rushed out from the divine sword, spreading towards Yao Tiandu like a golden ripple. Heavenly demon forgetting slash! Yao Tiandu roared in anger. Endless demonic light gathered in his eyes, but his eyes did not emit a bright light. Instead, they were like two bottomless black holes, devouring endless demonic energy. Swoosh! Divine light flashed in the depths of the bottomless black holes. Two ink-black blade shadows, less than a foot long, rushed out from Yao Tiandu's eyes and slashed forward. Heavenly demon forgetting slash? Old Tortoise, who was sitting cross-legged on top of the Tai Sovereign Seal, was shocked to see this scene. This was an ultimate killing technique created by the heavenly demon. The forgetting slash that was shot out from his eyes could destroy the void of the world. The golden sword wave was broken apart by the two black blade shadows, and the two blade shadows streaked across the void soundlessly towards the mysterious yellow skeleton. At this time, everyone came back to their senses and attacked Old Tortoise together. Gu Fei soared into the sky and intercepted one of them. This person was the old Daoist who trapped him in the 3,000 voids. It was not easy to deal with this old Daoist at all. The old Daoist seemed to be standing outside of the world, and there were voids circling around him. This was the immortal Dao's 3,000 worlds phenomenon. Although it was not the real 3,000 worlds, it was still a great threat to Gu Fei. Once trapped in the 3,000 voids, it would be very difficult to rush out. Chapter 1196. The celestial demon forgets emotion was invincible in the world. The celestial demon forgets emotion / could destroy the void of heaven, earth, and everything. In ancient times, this killing skill had shaken the entire untainted land. The killing technique created by the extreme path demonic saint was definitely the most terrifying killing technique in the world. Apart from the great techniques created by other extreme path demonic saints, it could be said to be invincible. The killing skill created by Skyless Demon was definitely not inferior to Tai Huang's soul-slaying skill. Swoosh! The golden skeleton did not dare to neglect. It shook the heavenly dragon sword in its hand, wanting to destroy the two black saber shadows with the holy sword. However, the two saber shadows suddenly accelerated and disappeared into the void. The next moment, the two saber shadows suddenly slashed out from the void in front of the golden skeleton. Without a sound or presence, the two pitch-black blade shadows cut through the void. It was impossible to guard against them, and they instantly killed the mysterious yellow skeleton's body. Clang! Without any suspense, the two black saber shadows instantly slashed through the golden skeleton's body, producing a clanging sound like a peerless divine weapon. What? Yao Tian was dumbfounded when the two black saber shadows failed to kill the mysterious yellow skeleton. Every bone on the mysterious yellow skeleton's body was flowing with mysterious yellow divine light. The two saber shadows couldn't hurt the mysterious yellow skeleton at all. The celestial demon forgets emotion / could not break the golden skeleton's body? Not to mention Yao Tian, even Old Tortoise was shocked. What kind of body was this? Could it be the body of a supreme demon forgets emotion / Otherwise, how could it resist the celestial demon forgets emotion / One should know that the celestial demon forgets emotion / was a supreme killing skill that could destroy the void of heaven and earth. Even Yao Tian was not strong enough to fully exert the power of this great skill, but it could definitely kill a half-step saint. The body of a half-step saint definitely could not withstand the attack of the celestial demon forgets emotion / The two black saber shadows blended into the void and flew backward, slashing at the golden skeleton's head. They wanted to split open the skull of the golden skeleton and kill its spirit. However, at that moment, the mysterious yellow skeleton was already alerted. It disappeared from where it was and instantly appeared in front of Yao Tiandu. The speed of the mysterious yellow skeleton was so fast that it was even faster than teleportation. Yao Tiandu was greatly alarmed and didn't hesitate to attack. However, the mysterious yellow skeleton was faster than him and shot out another palm. The bony hand suddenly pressed on Yao Tiandu's chest. Bam! A muffled sound rang out, and blood appeared. Yao Tiandu's entire body was split into two by this palm strike. The lower half of his body fell from the sky, while the upper half was sent flying. Yao Tian, who had lost his heavenly dragon divine sword, was no match for the mysterious yellow skeleton. The spectators couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts when they witnessed this scene. This fellow actually defeated a half-saint with such ease. That was something that none of them had imagined. The mysterious yellow skeleton had easily defeated Yao Tiandu, and he still wanted to make a move to completely eliminate this enemy. But at this time, a divine light of the great path rushed out from the Tai Huang seal like a huge dragon, rushing toward the Xian Huang skeleton. The divine light of the great path could kill a saint. Even the yellow skeleton had to retreat. Although he is a traitor of our demon race, it is not up to others to kill him. The voice of the old tortoise sounded in the void. It was he who made a timely move and saved Yao Tiandu's life. The Tai Ching demi-saint wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate the demon race half-saint, but after hearing the words of the old tortoise, he didn't have the intention to do so. Yao Tiandu only had half of his body left, and his physical body was severely injured. Although it was not fatal, his vitality was greatly damaged, and he was no longer able to fight. This fellow was also a decisive person. He didn't think too much and directly fled into the distance. If he didn't leave, he might lose his life here. No one went after Yao Tiandu because in everyone's eyes, there was only Tian's Dao fetus. Buzz! The void shook, and the Tai Ching godly virtual mirror emitted an unprecedentedly powerful divine light, attacking the old tortoise. The killing light was like the Milky Way, surging forward with indomitable will. On the other side, the Black Sun Demon Venerable also made a move. Boom! A black sun emitted endless black light, and the terrifying power of the demonic way was like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time, spreading from the black sun. The void was shattering, and heaven and earth were annihilated. Between heaven and earth, there seemed to be a divine moon and a demonic Sunday. The power of the Great Way spread to the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and the entire world began to collapse and collapse. At this time, the Tai Ching Demi-Saint and the Black Sun Demon Venerable actually showed signs of joining forces. Swoosh! The golden dragon soared for thousands of miles, and the yellow skeleton waved the heavenly dragon sword in its hand, directly shattering the divine light of the Great Way, and directly launched a powerful attack at the old tortoise. The endless divine dragon aura spread from the heavenly dragon sword in the yellow skeleton's hand, shattering the void of heaven and earth, and destroying a part of the world. The destructive sword light shook in all directions. The heavenly dragon sword in the yellow skeleton's hand displayed great power, which was much more powerful than when it was in the hands of Yao Tindu. The 3 half-saints launched a powerful attack with the sacred weapon. Even a real sage would be shocked, let alone the old tortoise. Even with the Tai sovereign seal in hand, the old tortoise felt great danger. The power of the sacred weapon was enough to destroy this part of the world, and even the 49 dragon mountains below might be affected. At this time, heaven and earth shook, and the extreme formation of the land of earth had already been activated, and the 49 dragon mountains emitted endless essence of heaven and earth. Rumble! There seemed to be a huge millstone on the land of earth, and the essence of the 49 dragon mountains were drawn by the extreme formation of the land of earth, forming a terrible power that could destroy the world. Without the suppression of the extreme sacred weapon, the extreme formation of the land of earth showed its true power. There was no time, and if the extreme formation of the land of earth was fully activated, everyone here would be in danger of dying. One should know that the extreme formation of the land of earth operated with the power of the 49 dragon mountains. Those were the 49 ancestral veins of earth, and the power contained in them was so huge that it could be said to be endless. Even a supreme sage might not be able to resist such power head-on. Just when the 3 half-saints launched their strongest attack, the Tao fetus that was bound by the Tai sovereign seal suddenly shook, and endless Tao rhymes circulated. Flawless marks of the Great Way intertwined, and the power of the Great Way was mighty. A vague figure condensed in the Tao fetus, and then walked out. This is Chapter 1197. It was a blurry figure. The figure was very burly, giving off an oppressive feeling like a huge mountain. The figure took a step out from the fetus of Tao. He then stretched out his hand and swiped in the void. The divine light of the great path that rushed out from the Tai Huang seal immediately shattered in the void. The fetus of Tao trembled and broke free from its shackles. It then rushed into the sky. It rushed into the distance. Everyone was shocked that the fetus of Tao was going to fly away. Swoosh! Old Tortoise immediately chased after it with the Tai Huang seal. The others also put away their holy weapons and used them to protect themselves. They rode on conveyance lights and chased after it with all their might. The extreme Great Path Matrix was activated. The power that could destroy the heavens and the earth was vast. Even the fetus of Tao sensed the danger and wanted to leave this area. Gu Fei used the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself and rushed out. He had the speed of 8 steps. In just a few steps, he had already caught up with the Black Sun Demon Lord. He then attacked the Black Sun Demon Lord. Virm! The sword light of the purple gold divine sword lit up the whole place. The sword aura rushed out. The sword aura of Gu Fei with all his might seemed to have split the whole world in half. The layers of demonic chi collapsed under the sword light. Even the Black Sun Demon Lord was frightened. This was an attack from the extreme Great Path divine sword. The black sun above the Black Sun Demon Lord's head was shaking. A terrifying power of demonic way spread out from the Black Sun. It was as if a terrifying ancient demon had awakened in the Black Sun. The towering demonic chi condensed into a 10,000 feet tall demonic shadow. Then, the 10,000 feet tall demonic shadow stretched out its hands and blocked the purple gold sword light. The layers of demonic chi smashed forward like a tsunami. The entire void was shattered in an instant, turning into a chaotic land of nothingness. Swoosh! The purple gold sword light was invincible. It directly broke through the layers of devil chi and slashed the 10,000 feet tall demonic shadow. Moreover, after slashing the 10,000 feet tall demonic shadow, the sword light's momentum did not diminish. It fiercely slashed the black sun. The black sun that emitted the power of demonic way was smashed away by the purple gold sword light. The black sun demon lord also suffered a great impact. A few drops of demonic blood dripped from the sky. Extreme saint weapon. Within the demonic chi, the cold voice of the black sun demon venerable could be heard. He was not forced back by Gu Fei, but he was suppressed by the power of the extreme Dao saint weapon. The power of the extreme Dao was not something that could be resisted. After being blocked by Gu Fei, the black sun demon venerable immediately distanced himself from the escaping Dao fetus. Gu Fei wanted to stop all of them so that the old turtle could collect the embryos of Dao. He attacked with all his might, and every strike was earth-shattering, causing the void in this part of the world to crumble. His battle intent surged and his chi and blood surged violently. After repelling the black sun demon venerable, he set his sights on the mystic yellow skeleton. A supreme saber light shot out from his left hand. The peerless saber light dominated the world. After rushing out of Gu Fei's left hand, it immediately turned into an extremely ferocious dragon, madly devouring the mysterious yellow skeleton. The mysterious yellow skeleton was taken aback as well. It seemed to have figured out the origin of the peerless saber. Divine light flickered in its eye sockets, and it sent out a strong divine thought. The peerless saber light turned into a dragon, and when it slashed out, the world seemed to lose its brilliance. The mysterious yellow skeleton did not dare to go head-on against the power of the saber, and instantly disappeared on the spot. Swoosh! The peerless dragon formed by the saber light rushed past, and the place where the mysterious yellow skeleton was immediately turned into nothingness, and everything was destroyed in an instant. In the next moment, the figure of the mysterious yellow skeleton seemed to have walked out of the void and appeared 100 miles away. This was not teleportation, but a magical technique that was much more mysterious than teleportation. Gu Fei could not help but be startled at the sight of this. It was a little beyond his expectation that he could not stop the mysterious yellow skeleton. A half-saint was the most powerful existence in the world. As long as the sages did not appear, a half-saint was invincible. This was not an empty saying. In just an instant, everyone rushed out of the extreme Dao formation and left the range of the 49 Dragon Mountains. All of you, stay here for me. Gu Fei's long hair fluttered wildly, and the moment he rushed out of the extreme Dao formation, his body erupted with a terrifying true force. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled, as though the entire world was about to collapse. The space within a radius of 1,000 zhang around Gu Fei was instantly shattered by the vast energy that surged out from Gu Fei. With Gu Fei as the center, a terrifying spatial crack spread out in all directions. Each spatial crack was thousands of meters long, and it seemed as if it would tear the world apart. Everyone felt a palpitating aura, and the power that erupted from Gu Fei's body made their hearts tremble, and they could not help but change their expressions. Buzz! The void shook as Gu Fei turned into a beam of divine light. With an unimaginable speed, he caught up with the Xianhuang skeleton in an instant and stomped on the Xianhuang skeleton. What? The mysterious yellow skeleton was shocked. It had never thought that Gu Fei's strength would increase to such a terrifying level in an instant. It had increased by 10 times, no, more than 10 times. Gu Fei's speed was too fast. Even with the mysterious yellow skeleton's cultivation and strength, it could not avoid the huge foot that was stomping on its head and was directly stomped down by Gu Fei. Boom! The earth shook, and the mysterious yellow skeleton fell from the sky like a meteorite, smashing a huge pit in the ground below, and dust flew up, and a circle of smoke spread out in all directions. Gu Fei took 3 steps in succession, and each step crossed the void, trampling Black Sun Demon Venerable, Tai Ching Semi-Sage, and the old Daoist who had manifested the 3,000 voids down from the sky. Stepping on a half-sage, Gu Fei's strength was unparalleled, and his combat strength was shocking. It was like the reincarnation of an ancient invincible ancestor of war, tyrannical to an unimaginable extent. He actually intercepted 4 half-sages, and if such a battle achievement were to spread, the entire heaven realm would be shaken. Roar! The 4 half-sages rushed out from the ground, and each of them was in a sorry state. They were actually trampled down from the sky by a junior, and all of them were enraged. This was unacceptable to them. One should know that they were usually high and mighty, and had never been trampled by anyone before. This was a great humiliation. However, no matter how great the humiliation was, it could not be compared to becoming a sage. Although the 4 half-sages could not wait to tear Gu Fei into pieces, they did not attack Gu Fei, and directly rushed in the direction of the Dao fetus. Swoosh! The old Daoist manifested the 3,000 voids, as if he was walking in the 3,000 worlds. With just a few steps, he was already 1,000 miles away, and his speed was so fast that it seemed to be on par with Gu Fei's 8 steps. The Black Sun Demon Venerable's figure disappeared in the Devil Chi, and he merged with the Black Sun above his head. He then turned into a ray of black light, and instantly disappeared in the void. The Xianhuang skeleton and the Tai Ching half-sage executed their skills and chased after him. However, Gu Fei had already locked onto them. He raised his hand and struck, and the 3,000 voids were shattered, causing the old Daoist to fall from the sky. He then took a step forward and appeared directly above the Black Sun Demon Venerable. He stepped on the Black Sun, and the Black Sun fell from the sky. Boom! It was as if a real Black Sun had fallen from the sky, and the entire ground was shattered by the Black Sun, causing the land within 1,000 miles to sink. The Xianhuang skeleton and the Tai Ching half-sage were no exception. They were instantly caught up by Gu Fei, and Gu Fei struck them to the ground with lightning speed. Damn it! You're courting death. Are you forcing me to kill you? The 4 half-sages roared furiously. Seeing that their hopes of becoming sages were about to disappear, everyone was extremely nervous, and could not wait to fly to where the Dao fetus was. However, Gu Fei was like an unparalleled god of war, intercepting them all. This made the 4 half-sages want to kill Gu Fei. Gu Fei was trying his best to buy time for the old tortoise. Although he seemed to be suppressing the 4 half-sages and displaying his undefeatable battle prowess, he knew very well that he could not maintain such an undefeatable state for long. Dao runes circulated around his body. He was using one of the 9 secrets of Immortal Dao, the secret art of ascension, to increase his strength to the limit. Logically speaking, even if Gu Fei were to use the secret art of ascension, it would be difficult for him to go against any half-sage. However, he had activated the power of 3 extreme sacred weapons. The stronger his own strength, the more power he could activate from the extreme sacred weapons. Only in this way would he be able to fight against a half-sage. The 4 half-sages rushed forward several times, but they were all intercepted by Gu Fei. No matter what kind of technique they used, Gu Fei directly broke them with absolute strength. This was the supreme profundity of the martial Dao. It didn't matter if you had tens of thousands of divine techniques or Dao laws. As long as I'm strong enough, I can break all techniques with a single punch. Gu Fei had used a small portion of the power of the 3 extreme path sacred weapons to strengthen himself, which was enough. Even if a half-step saint executed a great art, he could use his fists to break it. The 4 half-sages were going crazy. The aura of the Dao fetus had become very weak, and it was about to leave their sensing range. This was not a good thing. The 4 half-sages knew that they would not be able to catch up to the Demon Emperor and fight for the Dao fetus if they could not defeat Gu Fei. Therefore, they all attacked Gu Fei at the same time. Bang! A mysterious yellow pagoda fell from the sky like a mountain and pressed down on Gu Fei's head. The endless power of the mysterious yellow pagoda was boundless, and the entire void was sealed. The void was annihilated, and the mysterious yellow pagoda displayed a great divine might. Lines of the great Dao were circulating above the pagoda. This was the power of the great Dao. Although this mysterious yellow pagoda was not the real mysterious yellow pagoda, It had attracted a trace of the power of the great Tao under the drive of the mysterious yellow skeleton's supreme technique. Gu Fei couldn't help but palpitate. The power of the mysterious yellow pagoda was too strong. This mysterious yellow skeleton might have a great relationship with the mysterious yellow skeleton. Boom! Gu Fei blasted his fist upwards. He used the flawless 5 elements fist technique. Moreover, it was a punch with the power of the purple gold godly sword. A purple gold godly sun emerged above his fist, and the purple gold godly light penetrated the void. The purple gold godly sun and the mysterious yellow pagoda collided. The mysterious yellow pagoda was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch, and then disintegrated in the void. Chapter 1198. Gu Fei was incomparably powerful. He directly blasted out a punch and blasted the yellow pagoda that was pressing down from the sky high up in the sky. Then, the yellow pagoda disintegrated in the sky. Countless beams of golden light shot out in all directions, piercing through the void and destroying the world. Countless pitch-black spatial holes appeared high up in the sky. It was too powerful. At this moment, Gu Fei only felt that his body was filled with inexhaustible power. He could crush the heaven and earth with just a lift of his hand. This was a kind of almost invincible power. The yellow skeleton was forced to retreat. It was inexplicably shocked. The opponent could actually force it to retreat. What kind of cultivation technique was this? It could actually increase a person's power to this level. Could it be? The yellow skeleton was blasted thousands of feet away by Gu Fei's punch. The yellow divine light in its eye sockets flickered rapidly. It seemed to have thought of something. A violent wave of divine thoughts came out from its skull. Swish! A clear radiance, like the Milky Way, rushed over from the side. The holy power was vast and mighty. The Tai Ching semi-sage had made a move. The Tai Ching godly virtual mirror shone towards Gu Fei. Divine patterns rushed out from the Tai Ching godly virtual mirror. That was a phenomenon that would only appear when the mirror was activated. This was the release of the power of the great Tao. This was different from the yellow pagoda that the yellow skeleton had evolved with a great technique. This was the attack of a real divine tool. It was almost equivalent to a sage attacking Gu Fei. Even a semi-sage would have to retreat from such an attack. This was a terrifying power that could kill a semi-sage. It made the semi-sage present to be moved. Boom! Gu Fei did not dodge. He directly rushed forward. The true force in his body was surging violently. An extremely vigorous qi and blood shrouded in all directions. He blasted out an incomparably fierce punch. An extremely tyrannical and ferocious power rushed out from his left fist. He drew the power of the peerless ominous saber and struck out such a punch. Gu Fei's entire left arm had Tao patterns flowing and intertwining. The peerless ominous saber's power dominated the world. Gu Fei blasted out a punch that had a divine might that could destroy everything. Bam! The mirror light of the clear godly virtual mirror was dispersed by Gu Fei's punch. Gu Fei let out a furious roar and instantly raised the power of this punch to its limit. The sleeve on Gu Fei's arm was shattered into thousands of pieces by this force. He fiercely punched the Great Purity Godly Virtual Mirror, completely ignoring the power of the Great Purity Godly Virtual Mirror. With a muffled sound, Gu Fei's fist smashed directly onto the clear godly virtual mirror, causing it to shake continuously. It almost flew out of semi-sage Tai Ching's hand. The Grand Pure One was sent flying, and the Grand Pure One godly virtual mirror in his hand immediately dimmed. The Grand Pure One was shocked. He only felt a sharp pain in his arm that was holding the divine mirror. It was almost broken by Gu Fei's fist force. The physical body of a semi-sage was extremely strong. Even though semi-sage Tai Ching was not a warrior that cultivated the physical body, he was still a semi-sage after all. His flesh, blood, tendons, and bones all contained vast power of the immortal Tao. The strength of semi-sage Tai Ching's physical body was almost comparable to that of a mighty martial emperor. However, he still suffered a significant impact from Gu Fei's punch. Fighting against a sacred weapon with his bare hands? Everyone could not help but be dumbfounded when they saw this scene. However, the 4 semi-sages immediately felt relieved. They did not know what great technique this kid used to actually fuse the extreme Dao's sacred weapon into his body. How profound were the four semi-sages' knowledge? They knew that this was not Gu Fei's own power, but the power of the extreme Dao's sacred weapon. They were being suppressed by the power of the extreme Dao's sacred weapon. Gu Fei forced semi-sage Tai Ching to retreat, but the Black Sun Demon Venerable and the old Daoist attacked again. Buzz! The void trembled as the void around the old Daoist fluctuated violently like raging waves that surged towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei discovered that each void wave was a small world. The old man was creating 3,000 voids in an attempt to suck Gu Fei into them again. Gu Fei had been trapped by the 3,000 voids once before. This time, he knew how powerful it was. He executed the desolate steps and soared into the sky, dodging the void waves. Flawless 5 elements void break. Gu Fei let out a loud roar as he waved his hands. Boundless true force frantically gathered towards his fists. The power of the violet gold divine sword and the peerless savage saber were drawn out as much as possible. A pair of fists that seemed to be able to destroy the world came crashing down at the old Daoist. This was the flawless fist art created by martial ancestor supreme. Gu Fei's fists seemed to contain 5 different heavens and earth, which then smashed downwards. The extremely ferocious fist energy shattered everything, piercing through the heavens and earth, displaying a might that caused everyone's hearts to palpitate. The old Daoist standing in the 3,000 voids had a change of expression. The 3,000 voids around him were shaking violently as if they could collapse at any time. Layers of void waves were collapsing. Gu Fei's fists seemed to be indestructible as they could even penetrate the heavens and earth, let alone the 3,000 voids that the old Daoist had created. Gu Fei, who was using the Heaven Ascension secret technique, displayed an invincible combat strength. The 3,000 voids that the old Daoist had created were shattered by his fists. The old Daoist's life was forced out from the 3,000 voids by Gu Fei. However, at the moment when Gu Fei had forced the old Daoist out from the 3,000 voids, the Black Sun Demon Venerable had arrived. A black sun came crashing down from the sky like 100,000 ancient demonic mountains. The terrifying demonic force that came from the black sun sealed the heavens and earth, sealing off all of Gu Fei's escape routes, making it impossible for Gu Fei to escape. At the same time, the real body of the Black Sun Demon Venerable appeared behind Gu Fei silently. He slammed his palm on Gu Fei's back, sending Gu Fei flying 3,000 zhang away. Even with the protection of the cauldron of mountain and river, Gu Fei still suffered a great impact, causing blood to leak out from the corner of his mouth. It was a full-force attack from a half-martial sacred, but it only managed to send Gu Fei flying instead of killing Gu Fei. Even the Black Sun Demon Venerable found it unbelievable. Gu Fei wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He then let out a furious roar and charged at the Black Sun Demon Venerable. He used the 8 desolation steps and displayed the extreme speed of 8 steps, closing in on the Black Sun Demon Venerable instantly. It was a great taboo for a martial artist to get close to him. The Black Sun Demon Venerable instinctively retreated without hesitation. Gu Fei's 8 desolation steps were unparalleled in the world. Under the state of using the Heaven Ascension secret technique, even the speed of a half-martial sacred was no match for Gu Fei. The Black Sun Demon Venerable was caught up by Gu Fei in an instant. What? How can he be so fast? The Black Sun Demon Venerable was truly taken aback. His opponent's speed was far too fast. Before he could even recall the saint weapon of the demonic path, the palm had already landed on his chest. Chapter 1199. Roar. The Black Sun Demon Venerable let out a furious roar as demonic aura surged out from his body. Although his physical body was almost torn apart by Gu Fei's attack, he still managed to land a powerful punch on Gu Fei's chest. Kacha! The sound of bones cracking could be heard from Gu Fei's body. The place where his chest was punched had caved in, revealing a deep fist mark. The Black Sun Demon Venerable was ruthless. This was a method that would cause both sides to suffer. Gu Fei was sent flying over 10 miles away as he spat out a mouthful of blood. If it wasn't for the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, he would have been punched through by the Black Sun Demon Venerable. Although a half-sage was not a sage, it had the word sage attached to it. Every move was natural and powerful. Every move he made was a Tao law sacred technique. The punch of the Black Sun Demon Venerable also contained a trace of Tao power. Even a half-sage would not dare to take it head-on. As the demonic aura penetrated his body, Gu Fei's face turned pale instantly. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron vibrated and the primordial chaos qi surged. Immediately, the demonic aura that had invaded Gu Fei's body was expelled from his body. The fist mark that had sunk deep into Gu Fei's body also disappeared gradually. In the blink of an eye, Gu Fei's injured body had fully recovered. The physical body was the greatest advantage of a successful martial artist. No one could compete with a martial artist in terms of physical strength. This was because martial artists spent their entire lives tempering their physical bodies. To a martial artist, they did not need to use any weapons. This was because their physical bodies were already the best weapons. The supreme martial ancestor was unparalleled in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. No one had ever heard of him using a weapon. The supreme martial ancestor did not have an extreme Tao sacred weapon. This was definitely an anomaly for a supreme existence who had comprehended a flawless great Tao. When an extreme Tao expert achieved his Tao, he would definitely refine a Tao protection sacred weapon. The Tao ancestors, Fei ancestors, demon ancestors, and other supreme existences all had sacred Tao protectors. The ancient Buddhist Lord had refined more than one Buddhist artifact. Of course, the Millennium Buddha Lord was also an oddity because he had refined a lot of extreme Tao Buddhist weapons, unlike the other extreme Tao experts who only had one extreme Tao sacred weapon. Damn it! You actually injured my demonic body. The Black Sun Demon Lord was enraged. This was a great humiliation. To think that his demonic body would be pierced by a sovereign. This almost drove him crazy. Black light and demonic qi were flickering and surging. Streams of demonic qi rushed out from Black Sun Demon Venerable's body like huge dragons. His demonic body was also recovering rapidly, but the speed was obviously not as fast as Gu Fei. Rumble! A black sun rose from the head of the Black Sun Demon Venerable, emitting a terrifying demonic might that shocked all directions. Then, it directly pressed down on Gu Fei, destroying the void of heaven and earth under the Black Sun. Just as Gu Fei was about to use the flawless 5 elements fist, his expression suddenly changed. The terrifying aura that surged out from his body retreated like a tide. Time's up. Gu Fei was taken aback. The time limit for the secret art of ascension was up. He could no longer maintain his invincible state and was powerless to stop the 4 half-sages. Boom! The Black Sun descended and the entire world seemed like it was about to collapse. Gu Fei was directly pressed down from the sky by the power of the Black Sun. An ant will always be an ant. Even if you have an extreme Tao sacred weapon, you are just a child playing with a big knife. What's the use? The Black Sun Demon Venerable sneered. His murderous aura soared into the sky as he pressed forward, swearing to kill Gu Fei. At this moment, the mystic yellow skeleton, Tai Ching half-sage, and the old Daoist all soared into the sky and chased after the direction where the Tao fetus disappeared. Becoming a sage was their lifelong goal. Now that the hope of becoming a sage had appeared, no one was willing to give up. Everything else had to be put aside at this moment. They no longer cared about Gu Fei. In fact, no one was willing to care about Gu Fei at this moment. Gu Fei's body had a problem and could no longer stop them. Even the Black Sun Demon Venerable stopped and recalled the Black Sun. He turned into a demonic light and chased after the mystic yellow skeleton and the others. The strike of the Black Sun caused the ground to sink. The area within a radius of 1,000 miles was turned into a barren land. Nothing could be preserved. The entire area disappeared, leaving only a huge pit. In the bottomless pit, boundless qi and blood surged. Gu Fei was not killed. With the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, the Black Sun Demon Venerable could not kill Gu Fei. Gu Fei rushed out of the bottomless pit. His clothes were ragged and he was in a sorry state. There were even bloodstains on his body. The 9 secrets of immortal Tao allowed him to suppress a half-sage. However, once the time limit of the secret art of ascension was up, he would be beaten back to his original state. Although he could still fight against a half-sage with the power of the extreme Dao sacred weapon, it was impossible to stop 4 half-sages. At this moment, a clanging sound came from within Gu Fei's body. The purple gold divine sword and half of the peerless ominous saber rushed out from his body and entered his dantian. The dantian was connected to Gu Fei's inner world. The extreme Dao sacred weapon was stored in Gu Fei's inner world. After putting away the purple gold divine sword and half of the peerless ominous saber, Gu Fei felt his body collapsing. Using the extreme Dao sacred weapon required a huge amount of true energy. If it had been anyone else, they would have long had their vitality sucked dry by the 3 extreme saint weapons. Even without the 3 extreme saint weapons doing anything, they would have already been reduced to a dried corpse. Gu Fei flew towards the exit of the tomb. He no longer had the strength to fight against a half-sage. Even though the Black Sun Demon Venerable's attack was not enough to kill him, it was still a huge blow to him. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, he could only use a trace of the power of the extreme Dao sacred weapon. Just like what the Black Sun Demon Venerable said, even though he had the extreme Dao sacred weapon, it was like playing with a saber like a kid. Not only could he not use the power of the saber, he might even hurt himself if he was not careful. Gu Fei walked in the void, traveling tens of miles with each step. Using the extreme speed of 8 steps, he soon left the battlefield and appeared thousands of miles away. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering sound rang out in the distance. The entire world was shaking. Saintly might was mighty, shaking the world. Someone had used a sacred weapon. It was a battle between saints. These be asterisk stars. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. This wasn't the 49 Dragon Mountains. Without the protection of the extreme Dao sacred weapon, if those people were to use the sacred weapon with all their might, the entire world would be destroyed. Although he had the protection of the extreme Dao sacred weapon, he might not die. But if the world was destroyed, he would be swept into the chaotic void and lost in the endless void. Even a sage would not be able to return to this world. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei rushed towards the exit of the peerless great tomb. Rumble! At this moment, the sky and earth cracked. The void was really broken. The destructive power spread out and the entire world seemed like it was going to collapse. Chapter 1200. The battle for the embryo of Dao broke out. Someone used a holy weapon to shatter the void. The earth sank and the terrifying holy might spread in all directions, shaking the entire world. Gu Fei didn't dare to stay any longer. He quickly rushed towards the entrance of the tomb. He wanted to rush out of the tomb before the battle broke out. However, Gu Fei seemed to be worrying too much. Even if someone used a holy weapon, it would be difficult to destroy this part of the world. The broken void was quickly repairing itself. There seemed to be some kind of power protecting this part of the world. It was very difficult to destroy it. Using the heavens and earth as a tomb, this peerless tomb had already existed since ancient times. Even the Tai Emperor had once entered this place. One could only imagine how extraordinary this tomb was. Even the passage of time couldn't destroy this peerless tomb, let alone a holy weapon. Unless someone could trigger a supreme attack from a holy weapon of the extreme path, no one could really destroy this peerless tomb. If this tomb could be destroyed so easily, it would have already ceased to exist. This was a tomb built by a master of the extreme path. It was shockingly extravagant to use a part of the world as a tomb. This kind of method was definitely not something an ordinary saint could do. Only a master of the extreme path had this ability. The Tai Emperor Seal's aura was vast and mighty. The Tai Emperor Seal was a demon weapon of the extreme path, not an ordinary holy weapon. The old turtle had the upper hand and could suppress all the holy weapons. However, those half-saints were not to be trifled with. Although the old turtle had a demon weapon of the extreme path, it was difficult for him to take away the embryo of Dao. This was a great battle between saints. Saint might constantly erupted from the depths of this part of the world. Every surge of saint might was vast and boundless, containing supreme power. Among them, there was the flickering light of the Tai Ching godly virtual mirror, and there was also a huge golden dragon leaping about. There were 7 holy might in this part of the world. The whole world was shaking and large cracks in the void were constantly spreading out from the depths of this part of the world. The world was torn apart and the earth sank. This was the power of a holy weapon. It could unleash an attack from a saint. Below the saint level, everyone was an ant. Between a saint and a great expert, one was high and insurmountable, while the other was underground. At a time like this, even emperors at the almighty level could not interfere. The powerhouses of the almighty realm were constantly retreating from the depths of this world. Those who were attacking were all half-step great sages with holy weapons. 7 saints' might, that meant that there were 7 saint weapons fighting. The vast and mighty auras were too strong, even Gu Fei's heart palpitated, let alone the others. Even emperors at the almighty realm felt their souls tremble. Gu Fei had the protection of the cauldron of mountain and river, but he still felt a sense of danger. He used the desolate steps and quickly arrived at the entrance of this world. Without hesitation, he rushed out of the entrance of the great tomb. Boom! Just as Gu Fei rushed out from the exit, an extremely powerful force erupted above Gu Fei's head. A huge bronze bell emitted a monstrous wave of energy. It descended from the sky and enveloped Gu Fei. Someone made a move at the moment when Gu Fei rushed out of the great tomb. The huge bronze bell pressed down like a mountain, sealing the void, so that Gu Fei could not escape and was sucked into the huge bell. A cry of surprise sounded. Then a group of bright starlight rushed over from the side, and then, like a meteor, smashed into the huge bronze bell. Ding! The huge bronze bell made a bell sound, and a circle of transparent ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from the huge bronze bell. Wherever the transparent ripples passed, the nearby mountains were instantly turned into flying ashes. There were many cultivators gathered near the exit. Some of these cultivators rushed into the sky to avoid this destructive force, but some were directly killed by the shock of the bell wave. This was a terrible sound wave that could kill people invisibly. Everyone was shocked. The huge bronze bell was directly hit by the starlight and flew thousands of feet away. Inside the huge bronze bell, Gu Fei only heard a "wung" sound in his ears, and then he could not hear anything else. He almost fainted from the shock. The powerful sound waves vibrated in the huge bronze bell, forming a killing power that surged towards Gu Fei from all directions. However, they were all blocked by the shadow of a huge cauldron that appeared around Gu Fei. Who was it that was attacking him? Gu Fei was shocked and angry. He activated the power of the cauldron of mountain and river, and a huge cauldron condensed around Gu Fei. It then rapidly expanded, and in an instant, it filled the entire huge bronze bell. And outside, there was a young man with starlight above his head, like a huge star floating in the sky. He was fighting a big demon with a towering demonic aura. This was a demon emperor. This demon emperor had a head of long blue hair and a pair of antlers on his head. The antlers were sparkling like red divine jade, and there seemed to be traces of fire flowing within them. The person who was fighting this demon emperor was none other than Erebus. Clang! He Tian activated the huge star, and the endless power of the stars condensed into rays of killing light. The rays of killing light were like starlight swords, and they pierced towards the blue-haired demon emperor. The blue-haired demon emperor flipped his hand, and a fan that was surrounded by flames appeared in his hand. This was a fan that was refined with red feathers. The red feathers looked like they were formed by the essence of fire, and there were traces of Emperor's aura flowing around them. This was an Emperor divine weapon. Whoosh! The blue-haired demon emperor directly fanned at He Tian, and monstrous flames immediately rushed out from the red fan. The terrifying flames immediately enveloped the whole sky, and the void almost collapsed from the heat. The streaks of starlight that pierced through the sky were not extinguished by the monstrous flames of the blue-haired demon emperor's fan. Instead, they directly broke through the layers of flames and rushed towards the blue-haired demon emperor. The blue-haired demon emperor was shocked. His opponent's huge star seemed to be a divine weapon of the Almighty, and a divine weapon of the celestial being realm was not comparable to an emperor divine weapon of the celestial being realm. The blue-haired demon emperor turned into a ray of demonic light and retreated. At the same time, a pitch-black shield appeared in front of the blue-haired demon emperor. The pitch-black divine shield was surrounded by essence, and the divine shield quickly enlarged. The streaks of starlight hit the pitch-black divine shield, but the divine shield was not penetrated, and only a few shallow marks were left on its surface. Just as He Tian forced the blue-haired demon emperor to retreat, the bronze divine bell that trapped Gu Fei suddenly shook, and then it was gradually expanded by something from the inside. Soon, cracks appeared on the bronze divine bell, and it seemed as if a terrifying prehistoric beast was about to rush out from the divine bell. Boom. Chapter 1201. How is this possible? Everyone was stunned. A divine weapon of an almighty was broken just like that. Everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded. It should be known that that was a divine weapon of an almighty. In the heaven realm, Almighty's divine weapons were also known as imperial weapons. This was because Almighty's divine weapons were known as emperors in the heaven realm. The divine weapons refined by Almighty were known as imperial weapons. In the heaven realm, there were many emperors with Almighty's imperial weapons. However, no one had ever heard of anyone being able to break an imperial weapon. Unless it was a semi-saint, but this young man who rushed out from the great tomb was definitely not a semi-saint. He was not even a Tao-severing almighty. Boom. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Gu Fei was like an ancient war god. His whole body was filled with boundless qi and blood. His whole person gave off an extremely strong sense of oppression. He strode through the void, and with every step he took, the entire void trembled. It was as if an ancient divine mountain was moving, and his aura was unparalleled. How can a human have such vigorous qi and blood? Qi and blood like the sea. This person is unfathomable. When did such a person appear in the human race? In the surrounding sky or on the distant mountain peaks, many figures flashed. There were many experts who came out from the great tomb watching the battle. They did not leave. The feng shui formation laid down by the heaven, earth, and human masters of the Central Earth feng shui aristocrat family no longer existed. No one knew whether they had rescued the genius Duan Muhong. At this moment, everyone already knew that Duan Muhong had found this peerless tomb, and he had even used a nearly decayed saint bone to open this peerless tomb. The great tomb had existed for countless years. Even thousands of years could not erase it. Even if Duan Muhong had the ability to transcend the heavens, he would still die if he entered it. However, at this time, no one cared about Duan Muhong's life or death. A battle between saints had broken out in the great tomb. Terrifying Saint Might would occasionally surge out from the black hole on the ground. No one dared to approach. The whole area was shrouded by Saint Might. In this world where saints had disappeared, only saint weapons could emit Saint Might. This was a kind of supreme pressure that surpassed all living things in the world. Everyone's mind was shaken, and they all retreated far away. When the blue-haired demon emperor who had launched a sneak attack on Gu Fei saw that the situation was not right, he immediately turned around and rushed into the distance. He wanted to escape. Gu Fei was too monstrous. He had actually shattered the bronze divine bell. This was an imperial weapon that had been refined by a supreme being of the demon race and was brought out by the blue-haired demon emperor. However, it had now been destroyed. This was a loss to the demon race, a loss that the blue-haired demon emperor could not afford to bear. The blue-haired demon emperor could not afford. When the bronze divine bell was broken, a almighty of the demon race, in demon emperor, a mighty, a dragon, a was, the mighty. An emperor's might surged out from the ancient cave, and the depths of the mountain immediately fell into chaos. Countless savage beasts were startled, and they fled in all directions, knocking down many trees. Old ancestor. A few figures rushed out from the mountain. Each of them was a sovereign. They were the sovereigns of the demon race. Demonic chi rose from the mountain. These monarchs all looked in the direction of the ancient cave in shock, their faces filled with shock. Playing with fire? At this time, He Tian saw that the blue-haired demon emperor wanted to escape. He Tian was not willing to let him go. He chased after him and stretched out his hand. A 5-colored divine fan appeared in his hand. It was a divine fan refined with 5-colored feathers. The 5-colored divine light circulated and the power of the 5 elements intertwined. There seemed to be phoenixes appearing on the fan. He Tian waved the fan at the fleeing blue-haired demon emperor. As He Tian waved the fan, the power of the 5 elements in the void was activated. The essence of the 5 elements gathered from all directions and was ignited by the 5 elements fire essence that rushed out from the divine fan in He Tian's hand. Boom! Monstrous flames appeared in the sky and engulfed the whole place. The blue-haired demon emperor was immediately swallowed by the flames. There was no suspense. The space within a radius of 100 miles was instantly transformed into a 5-colored sea of fire. Everyone's expression changed. This is 5 elements divine fire. Many people were shocked to see this. The young cultivator was holding a 5 elements divine fire fan. It ignited the essence of the 5 elements and burned the void. The void was distorted by the heat. The blue-haired demon emperor roared in anger and wanted to rush out of the sea of fire. But who was He Tian? How could he let the blue-haired demon emperor escape so easily? Array patterns appeared on the 5 elements divine fire fan in his hand. A bird's cry was heard. A 3-legged divine bird rushed out of the 5 elements divine fire fan. This was not a real 3-legged divine bird. It was a shadow formed by the essence of the 5 elements fire. Back when Gu Fei and He Tian broke into the land of the fallen phoenix and lost dragon, they met a 3-legged divine bird that was born from the earth fire vein. That day, He Tian obtained the feather of the 3-legged divine bird. He said that he wanted to refine a divine fire fan. He seemed to have succeeded. When he waved the fan, the 5 elements divine fire was mighty and powerful. It was powerful enough to destroy everything. The 5 elements divine fire fan contained the essence of the 3-legged divine bird. This essence was driven by He Tian and turned into a divine bird. It rushed into the sea of fire in front of him. A scream of horror came from the sea of fire. Soon, the scream weakened and the blue-haired demon emperor's aura disappeared in the sea of fire. He was refined? There's going to be a good show. This demon emperor has a strong background. He actually killed him. They're in trouble. Bronze divine bell. Could this demon emperor be that person's descendant? In the end, the monstrous fire disappeared into the 5 elements divine fire fan in He Tian's hand. A 3-legged divine bird appeared on the fan, surrounded by fiery aura. The blue-haired demon emperor was really refined by the 5-element divine fire. Only the pitch-black shield fell from the sky to the ground. However, after being refined by the 5-element divine fire, the shield had lost all its spirituality and became a piece of scrap metal. A divine weapon that could withstand the attack of a great sovereign weapon was actually refined to the point where its spiritual chi was completely depleted. This was truly shocking. This 5-elemental divine fire was simply too tyrannical. In an ancient cave in the depths of Nanling Mountain, a green magical lamp was extinguished. A roar resounded from within the ancient cave, causing the entire cave to tremble. If it wasn't for the formation protecting the entire ancient cave, it would have collapsed by now. Who is it? Who is it? How dare you kill my descendant? A deep voice echoed in the ancient cave. A shocking murderous aura rushed out from the cave. Several demon emperors in the distant mountains felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Their bodies shivered. Chapter 1202. He Tian had killed the blue-haired emperor beast with the 5 elemental godly fire. Everyone was astonished by his strength, as every emperor beast from the Nanling Mountains had experienced countless battles. Unfortunately, the blue-haired emperor beast had encountered He Tian. Humph! How impressive! Gu Fei and He Tian were about to leave, but at that instant, a figure appeared in front of them and stopped them from leaving. It was a black-haired middle-aged man. He did not have a strong physique and was wearing a green robe. His skin was dark, and his appearance was ordinary, but no one dared to underestimate him. There was a vertical eye on his forehead, which was different from ordinary people. The vertical eye was tightly shut, and a faint demonic aura lingered around his body. Demon? Gu Fei's eyes widened. This person was not a human, but a demon. Furthermore, he could not see through the person's cultivation. The heavenly eye of martial path could see through all illusions, but this person was shrouded in a strange force, which even the heavenly eye of martial path could not see through. Is he carrying a forbidden weapon? Gu Fei was secretly shocked. This person must have a powerful background. What, are you going to stand up for the despicable person who ambushed our leader? He Tian glanced at the person in front of him and said coldly, "That guy is not worthy of me standing up for him. I just want to have a spar with you guys." The middle-aged man's body radiated with a powerful will to fight. That person seems to be the emperor of the demon race? The celestial-eyed emperor beast? There were people who recognized the middle-aged man and were discussing in low voices. These words were all transmitted into Gu Fei's ears. This person was indeed not ordinary. A friendly match? He Tian laughed as the evil aura on his face intensified. A cold glint flickered in the depths of his eyes. The so-called sparring was just an excuse. He Tian was using this as an excuse to avenge the blue-haired demon ruler. Everyone knew that the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor had stopped Gu Fei and He Tian because he wanted to defeat the two of them and dampen their spirits. "If you want to spar, we can arrange another time," Gu Fei said after thinking for a while. He was not afraid of the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor, but it was not a good time to cause trouble. At this moment, the saintly might emanating from the great necropolis was even stronger than before. It was so terrifying that it felt like it was going to overturn the entire world. Everyone was observing, and no one dared to approach the entrance of the peerless tomb. "Are you scared?" The Celestial Eye Demon Emperor sneered. "Although you defeated the blue-haired kid, you're just two ants in my eyes. Since you're scared, just admit defeat. From now on, wherever I am, you'd better stay as far away from me as you can." He Tian's eyes widened when he heard this. A murderous intent emanated from his body without any concealment, and the power of yin and yang circled around him. The power of yin and yang intertwined on He Tian's body and seemed to be evolving into the great path of yin and yang. There was an inexplicably weak Dao rune circulating around his body. The people present could not help but be shocked when they heard the words of the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor. Was the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor forcing the two of them to fight? The strength of Gu Fei and He Tian was obvious to all. Even some experts of the older generation who had cultivated for thousands of years might not be a match for them. Was the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor confident that he could defeat them? "Very well, you've achieved your goal. Now I'm very angry, and the consequences will be severe." He Tian flipped his right hand, and a feather fan with flowing five-colored divine flames immediately appeared in his hand. The Celestial Eye Demon Emperor sneered. He then turned around and flew toward a nearby mountain range. He was not trying to escape, but he did not want to fight someone near the entrance of the tomb. Swoosh! He Tian did not hesitate. He took a step in the void, covering thousands of feet with each step, and chased after the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor. Gu Fei could not help but frown when he saw this. The Celestial Eye Demon Emperor gave off an unfathomable feeling and was very mysterious. Who exactly was he? There were many experts of the demon clan present, but no one dared to stand up for the blue-haired Demon Emperor. Only the three-eyed demon wanted to fight Gu Fei and He Tian alone. Gu Fei also chased after him. Although He Tian was powerful and was half a step into the realm of mighty figures, and he was only half a step away from the great path-severing realm, his opponent was not weak either. Many people did not want to miss such a battle, and they also rushed into the nearby mountain range to watch the battle from afar. After entering the mountain range, He Tian directly waved his fan at the Celestial Eye Demon Emperor without saying anything else. Endless five elements essence immediately gathered from all directions. A wisp of five elemental fire essence rushed out of the fan and instantly ignited the five elemental essence chi that had gathered from all directions. The entire world was instantly turned into a five-colored sea of fire. This was the five elements divine fire. The void was burned to the point of distorting, and several mountains were instantly burned to ashes. The people who were watching the battle nearby had no choice but to retreat further away. The terrifying heat wave of the five elements divine fire burned everything. Not a single rock or tree was spared, and everything was turned into ashes. Even a thick layer of the ground was shaved off. Such a divine fire made everyone's heart palpitate. It was no wonder that the blue-haired demon emperor was trapped by the divine fire. This divine fire was too overbearing and terrifying, and it seemed to be able to burn everything. "This is useless against me." The celestial eye demon emperor stood in the sea of fire, and endless divine fire surged around him. However, the celestial eye demon emperor seemed to be invulnerable, and all the divine fire that surged towards him could not get close to him. He seemed to have become one with the void of heaven and earth, but it also seemed like he was not in the 3 realms and 5 elements at all. His entire person became illusory. When He Tian saw this, he could not help but be shocked. His eyes shone brightly. This person was actually able to enter his sea of fire as if there was no one there. Gu Fei could not help but frown when he saw this. He's not afraid of the 5 elements divine fire? The people who were watching the battle from afar were dumbfounded. It was known that even emperors could not withstand this kind of 5-colored divine fire. The blue-haired demon emperor was a good example. This was a type of fire that could burn emperors into ashes. The celestial eye demon emperor moved quickly in the sea of fire and attacked He Tian. 5 rays of divine light rushed out of his hand, broke through the layers of 5 elements divine fire, and pierced towards He Tian. Buzz! The void trembled, and a huge star rose from the top of He Tian's head. The dazzling starlight illuminated the entire world as if it was daytime. The terrifying power of the stars was vast and mighty, and the emperor's might was terrifying. He Tian used the divine weapon of a great figure. Chapter 12:03. Boom! There was a deafening sound as if heaven and earth had collapsed. A circle of visible ripples spread out in all directions. Wherever it passed, more than a dozen mountains were instantly turned into ashes. The power of the stars that He Tian had triggered collided with the finger radiance of the heavenly eye demon emperor. The 2 extremely powerful forces erupted with terrifying fluctuations, and the mighty aftershocks caused the earth to undulate violently like waves. Everyone was shocked. This was a battle between 2 peak emperors. The heavenly eye demon emperor was the emperor of emperors and was invincible among his peers in the entire Nanling Mountains. Even those of the older generation who had cultivated for many years were no match for him. He had once fought his way into the 100,000 demonic mountains alone, took the head of an old demon emperor, and retreated calmly. This incident had shocked the entire Nanling Mountains. The demon clan and the demons had fought in the Nanling Mountains for countless years and attacked each other. However, it was unprecedented for the heavenly eye demon emperor to fight his way into the 100,000 demonic mountains alone and kill an old demon emperor who had been famous for thousands of years. There was no doubt that the heavenly eye demon emperor was powerful. However, He Tian was not a good person either. He did not stick to a single pattern and would use any means as long as he could defeat his opponent. Buzz! The huge star above He Tian's head vibrated, and spots of starlight appeared in the sky. Beams of starlight fell from the sky and merged into the huge star. A starry sky appeared in the sky. Countless stars were twinkling. He Tian had attracted the power of the stars from the 9 heavens with his extraordinary ability. Stars appearing in the daytime? Everyone was a little dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Why would there be stars appearing in the daytime? Such a strange phenomenon was too heaven-defying. This way, it won't be boring. The heavenly eye demon emperor's eyes shone brightly as he stared at He Tian in front of him. His aura was rising rapidly, and the heavenly eye between his eyebrows was vibrating gently as if it was about to open. This demon emperor was very confident and proud. Do you think you're a Tai Huang? Or was it a sky demon? How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? He Tian said disdainfully. His background was mysterious. Even Gu Fei could not figure out his background. The arrogant look on the celestial eye demon emperor's face made He Tian very unhappy. Clang! Endless starlight poured down from the star above He Tian's head. Then, streams of starlight condensed around He Tian to form a dazzling divine sword. In just an instant, the space around He Tian was densely filled with sword shadows. Countless divine swords floated around He Tian, and the power of stars transformed into sword chi that shook the heavens and earth. Even those who were 100 miles away felt a chill run down their spines, as if a peerless divine sword was pressed against their throats. Boom! As He Tian's hands danced, the thousands of divine swords that floated around him began to dance around him. Every beam of sword radiance had the power to tear the void apart. Every beam of sword radiance streaked across the void quickly, leaving a spatial crack that looked like a black line. Go! As He Tian shouted, countless beams of sword radiance immediately flew forward. They were like tiny streams of flowing light that instantly streaked across the void and pierced through the celestial eye demon emperor in front of them. The silk-like sword radiance cut through the void. Everyone was moved when they saw this scene. Even the emperors of the older generation were shocked. A single beam of sword radiance was enough to destroy a mountain range. Sword of Starlight? The celestial eye demon emperor's expression became solemn. His opponent was very strong. He was afraid that he had already stepped into the mighty realm, just like himself. In this world, it was almost impossible to become a sage. Even cutting one's way had become much more difficult. No one could cut their way easily. However, once he severed his Tao, he would be much more powerful than those who severed their Tao in the untainted land. He Tian and the celestial eye demon emperor had already taken half a step and were in a state of cultivation between mighty realm and celestial emperor. Such figures were known as half-emperors in the heaven realm, but in the human realm, they were known as half-mighty realm. Just as the thousands of sword radiance pierced through, a strange force suddenly surged from the celestial eye demon emperor's body. Then, the void around him turned pitch black. It was as if a spatial black hole had suddenly appeared. Then, everyone saw that a small universe seemed to have appeared around the celestial eye demon emperor. In the darkness, there were specks of divine light flashing, and a terrifying aura that seemed to have opened up the sky spread out, transforming the body into the universe, invincible. It was as if the celestial eye demon emperor was standing in a small universe. Galaxies could be vaguely seen in the pitch-black void. Thousands of sword lights rushed into the small universe around the celestial eye demon emperor and disappeared. Everyone who was watching the battle from afar was inexplicably shocked. The great technique that the celestial eye demon emperor displayed was too terrifying. He was simply invincible. The celestial eye demon emperor is invincible among his peers. It's really not a lie. He actually cultivated such a great technique. No wonder he could kill his way into the 100,000 demon mountains alone. Many people were amazed. The celestial eye demon emperor's great technique could indeed be considered invincible among his peers. This was truly invincible. Gu Fei could not help but frown when he saw this scene. The celestial eye demon emperor had the right to be arrogant. Such a strength was indeed almost invincible among his peers. He was even stronger than Zi Huang back then. He Tian felt a great deal of pressure. The strength of the other party was beyond his expectations. Such a great technique was terrifying, and it was innately invincible. Even if the celestial eye demon emperor stood still and let He Tian attack, He Tian might not be able to hurt the celestial eye demon emperor. I don't believe that your cosmic void can even take in my mighty holy weapon. He Tian was ruthless as he drove the large star above his head with all his might. Rumble! The entire world trembled as boundless starlight cascaded down from the 9 heavens. Mahakala had used his great star to draw upon the power of the stars in the heavens, and as the boundless power of the stars flowed into his body, it was as if a starry sky had appeared around him. He Tian began to press forward, and the starry sky around him also moved forward. The void between heaven and earth was almost crushed by the power of the stars. Everyone felt a great deal of pressure. The nearby mountains continued to collapse, and the entire mountain range was shaking. He Tian wanted to use absolute power to break the celestial eye demon emperor's invincible technique. It seemed that this was the only way to break the small universe outside the celestial eye demon emperor's body. Everyone was extremely nervous. The scene in front of them was absolutely shocking. The starry sky was moving towards the small universe in front of them. This was a battle of supreme techniques. There were no expenses and there was no way to use tricks. Victory or defeat would be decided in one move. If he lost, he would probably lose his life. The starry sky around He-Tian finally collided with the small universe of the celestial Eye Demon Emperor. The two forces collided, but there was no sound. Where the starry sky and the small universe came into contact, the void between heaven and earth was silently annihilated. This was a great destruction, as if two worlds had collided. This kind of destructive power would probably make even the expressions of mighty figures change. Roar! He-Tian roared, and the essence of his body was vast and mighty. The power of yin and yang intertwined between his eyebrows, as if a divine eye was about to open. The starry sky around He-Tian was annihilated, and the small universe of the celestial Eye Demon Emperor was also collapsing. Bright starlight fell from the 9 heavens, and the power of the stars was endless. However, the small universe of the celestial Eye Demon Emperor was also attracting the power of the void between heaven and earth. It was absorbing the power of heaven and earth, making the small universe more and more real. He-Tian was still approaching the celestial Eye Demon Emperor step by step. With every step he took, countless large stars were annihilated in front of him, and the power of the stars was obliterated by the power of the small universe. During this process, the celestial Eye Demon Emperor was not having it easy. With every step He-Tian took, his body trembled. Although he was not forced to retreat, his dark face had already become black and red. He-Tian was using absolute power to break the invincible technique of the celestial Eye Demon Emperor. This was a martial arts method to break all techniques with force. He-Tian had been with Gu Fei for a long time, so he naturally knew some of the mysteries of martial arts. In the face of absolute power, any magical technique would be destroyed. Very good. I didn't expect you to make me show my true strength. The celestial Eye Demon Emperor suddenly said. Then, the closed divine eye between his brows began to emit rays of divine light. A terrifying aura spread from between the celestial Eye Demon Emperor's brows, as if a terrifying primordial beast was about to awaken. The celestial Eye Demon Emperor is going to go all out. How terrifying! Is this the true strength of the celestial Eye Demon Emperor? Everyone was extremely shocked. The reason why the celestial Eye Demon Emperor was called that was because of the divine eye between his brows. It was a heavenly eye. If the heavenly eye were to open, it could destroy the void between heaven and earth and kill all enemies. In the entire heaven realm, no one had ever seen the divine eye between the celestial Eye Demon Emperor's brows open. That was because anyone who had seen the divine eye open was already dead. In the entire Nanling Mountains, there was absolutely no one who could force the celestial Eye Demon Emperor to open his heavenly eye among those of the same cultivation level. However, He-Tian had forced the celestial Eye Demon Emperor to use his killer move. The heavenly eye between the celestial Eye Demon Emperor's brows vibrated, and rays of divine light shot out, piercing through the void, directly penetrating the small universe around him, and shooting outside. He-Tian could not help but slow down when he saw that. He sensed danger. Once the heavenly eye between the celestial Eye Demon Emperor's brows opened, everything would probably be destroyed. This guy is actually so powerful? He-Tian sensed that the heavenly eye between the celestial Eye Demon Emperor's brows was condensing a terrifying power. Rays of divine light shot out from it, and they were already able to destroy the void and break open the small universe. Several rays of divine light rushed into He-Tian's starry sky, instantly wiping out countless large stars and almost tearing the starry sky apart. The power of the stars could not withstand the divine light of the extreme path. Just a few rays of divine light already had such power. What would happen if the heavenly eye were to really open? It was unimaginable. Chapter 1204. He-Tian fought against the heavenly Eye Demon Emperor, and the two of them displayed supreme divine techniques. Heaven and earth were collapsing, and it was as terrifying as a duel between two ancient gods and demons. Rumble. The power of the stars drawn by Mahakala transformed into a starry sky that clashed head-on with the small universe of the heavenly Eye Demon Emperor. The heavenly Eye Demon Emperor's great technique, which was known to be invincible, was shaken by Mahakala. Absolute power could surpass all magical techniques. No matter how powerful one's magical powers were, they could not compare to that ultimate attack. The heavens and earth shook, and the power of the stars spread in all directions. 100 suns appeared in the starry sky, and the huge star above Tian's head emitted an unprecedented power, which had the power to crush the heavens. The power of the divine weapon of a great cultivator had been exerted to a terrifying extent by him. A mighty imperial might filled the heavens and earth, and everyone was shocked. Even the heavenly eye demon emperor had to be serious at this time. The combat power that the other party had displayed had exceeded his expectations. This person, like him, was about to cut the way. If it had been in ancient times, people like the heavenly eye demon emperor and Tian would have long cut the way and become powerful cultivators of the way. Cutting the way was a threshold, an insurmountable mountain in front of the celestial emperor. In the current world, it was almost impossible to become a saint, and cutting the way was about to become a dead end. For 10,000 years, only the Emperor Xian of the eastern land, Yuan Gu, had successfully cut the way and become an emperor. He had risen in the heaven realm and dominated the eastern land. 10,000 years ago, it was a great era. Everyone thought that the road to becoming a saint would open in that great era, and that the world would change. However, in the end, countless cultivators fell, and the blood of immortals and gods dyed every battlefield red. Thousands of corpses had only helped one person cut the way. The heavenly eye demon emperor had evolved into a universe, and he was innately invincible. However, Tian had mobilized the power of the stars with all his strength, condensing a terrifying power that was enough to shake the small universe. The invincible great technique was being challenged by an unprecedented power. The starry sky was shattering, and the microcosm was collapsing. The power of destruction surged out, and the surrounding mountains kept collapsing. Spatial cracks spread out in all directions. Two extremely powerful forces collided, and neither could truly suppress the other. Buzz. The huge planet above Mahakala's head was shaking. Ripples that were visible to the naked eye spread out like water waves. This was the power of the stars that was visible to the naked eye. The entire starry sky lit up. Tian continued to press forward. The small void universe was suppressed to the point of collapsing inwards. The body of the heavenly eye demon emperor swayed continuously. He had received quite a bit of an impact, and Eben made him feel a sense of danger. This was something he had never encountered when fighting against someone of the same level. The celestial eye demon emperor was the emperor among the emperors, and he was known as the emperor among emperors. He was said to be invincible among his peers, and none of the emperors of the same level were his match. The fact that Tian could make him feel a sense of danger was unacceptable to the celestial eye demon emperor. The celestial eye demon emperor stared at Tian, who was still pressing forward step by step, and said coldly, "You are the first among the emperors to die under my celestial eye demon emperor." Then, the closed divine eye between his eyebrows began to vibrate gently. Rays of divine light that emitted an endless aura of destruction burst out from the gap of his divine eye. A terrifying destructive power was emitted from the divine eye between the eyebrows of the celestial eye demon emperor. "You are the first to die under my yin-yang reincarnation eye." Tian sneered. His opponent had cultivated the celestial eye demon emperor, but he had also cultivated a great technique. "Die!" The celestial eye demon emperor roared angrily, and his long hair fluttered despite there being no wind. Rays of divine light of destruction burst out from between his eyebrows, and the eyelids of his divine eye twitched. One of the divine eyes opened, and a destructive power rushed out from between the eyebrows of the celestial eye demon emperor. Then, the void in front of the celestial eye demon emperor collapsed. Boom! The heavens and the earth shook, and the weather changed. An extremely terrifying power engulfed everything in an instant. The starry sky around Tian shook violently, and the endless power of the stars was engulfed by a strange power. The starry sky was collapsing, and the big stars were exploding. Even Tian could not help but fly forward, which made Tian turn pale with fright. The divine eye between the eyebrows of the celestial eye demon emperor opened. It was a terrifying divine eye that represented destruction. As long as one was shrouded by the destructive light of the divine eye, one would be turned into ashes. That divine eye seemed to be connected to a world of destruction. In the divine eye, only the power of destruction was surging and mighty. That power was enough to destroy everything. The eye of destruction? It's too terrifying. It can destroy the entire void with a single glance. I can't believe he has cultivated such a supreme magic. Everyone who was watching the battle from afar was stunned by the scene in front of them. They did not expect such a situation to occur when the divine eye opened. The destructive aura emitted by the eye of destruction made everyone's hearts palpitate. The celestial eye demon emperor was already invincible among those of the same level. Even a mighty cultivator of the severing path would probably be engulfed by the divine eye behind the divine eye and be completely obliterated. He Tian. Gu Fei was also shocked when he saw this scene. He could not watch He Tian be engulfed by the eye of destruction. He was about to make a move, but at that moment, a divine light also rushed out from between He Tian's eyebrows. It was a black and white divine light that was intertwined with the power of yin and yang. Then, the void trembled and the way flowed. The power of yin and yang that rushed out from between He Tian's eyebrows turned into a sword of the way. It cut through the void between heaven and earth and the destructive power emitted by the eye of destruction of the celestial eye demon emperor. He Tian manifested the great path of yin and yang. A divine eye also appeared between his eyebrows. The divine eye contained the power of yin and yang. The way flowed and the yin and yang intertwined, attracting a trace of the power of the great path. One eye of reincarnation. He Tian shouted, and the sword of the way condensed from the power of yin and yang disappeared in the void. Then, a strange power surged out from He Tian's divine eye. Then, the world seemed to be in chaos. A pitch-black whirlpool appeared between He Tian's eyebrows. The pitch-black whirlpool quickly became larger and shrouded the front. It seemed to be a reincarnation passage that connected to the legendary 9 serenities of hell. He Tian wanted to force the celestial eye demon emperor into reincarnation. The eye of reincarnation. It's the eye of reincarnation. Some of the old antiques of the heaven realm were shocked when they saw this. Some of them even cried out in fear, as if they had seen something unbelievable. What? The celestial eye demon emperor was shocked. The other party had also cultivated a divine eye, and it was the legendary eye of yin-yang reincarnation. Such a supreme technique was extremely terrifying. It could send one into reincarnation with a single look. In the past, someone had cultivated such a great technique. The power of yin and yang intertwined, as if it had really attracted the power of reincarnation. The pitch-black whirlpool shrouded the front, and nothing could stop it. The eye of destruction of the celestial eye demon emperor was gradually suppressed. The power of destruction was constantly dispelled by the pitch-black whirlpool, and all the power was unable to resist the power of reincarnation. Who is this person? He has actually cultivated the eye of reincarnation. This person seems to be someone that the South Mountains demon emperor brought. Is he the subordinate of the crown prince? Everyone was discussing in low voices, and everyone was extremely shocked. No one would have thought that someone had actually cultivated the 2 legendary divine eyes. The power of destruction and reincarnation clashed. It was obvious that the power of reincarnation that He Tian had attracted could suppress the power of destruction of the celestial eye demon emperor. This was a battle between 2 supreme techniques, and it did not cost anything. There were Dao rhymes flowing between the eyebrows of He Tian and the celestial eye demon emperor, shining with dazzling divine light. Boom! The void between heaven and earth collapsed, and the power of reincarnation completely shattered the power of destruction. The small universe around the celestial eye demon emperor instantly collapsed, and he roared as he was sent flying thousands of feet away. Emperor of Emperors? That's all there is to you. He Tian changed his usual frivolous demeanor and became majestic. The huge star above his head was unparalleled as he pressed forward. The eye of reincarnation between his eyebrows opened and closed, and the pitch-black reincarnation vortex shrouded the celestial eye demon emperor who was sent flying. At this time, the mountain was silent and everyone was stunned. The celestial eye demon emperor was actually defeated, and everyone could not believe what they had seen. This was the celestial eye demon emperor, the emperor of emperors. He was not called the emperor of emperors for nothing. The supreme small universe made him invincible, and countless powerful opponents had died under his small universe. The Eye of Destruction was even more terrifying. No one had seen the celestial eye demon emperor open his divine eye, because those who had seen him open his divine eye were all dead. Damn it! The celestial eye demon emperor was furious, and his long hair stood up. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and his face was extremely ferocious. He looked like an injured ancient beast. He had actually lost, and he could not accept this reality. A stream of scarlet blood flowed from the divine eye between his eyebrows. His divine eye had been seriously injured, and it was difficult for him to open it. Is the invincible emperor going to be finished? How is this possible? Unbelievable! Where did this person come from? He actually defeated the emperor of emperors. Everyone saw that He Tian had suppressed the celestial eye demon emperor. The eye of reincarnation had broken the eye of destruction. Everyone felt like they were in a dream, and the scene seemed so unreal. At this time, the reincarnation vortex in the sky became larger, covering the sky and the earth. It was about to hit the celestial eye demon emperor into the reincarnation passage. At this time, a figure rushed out from the body of the celestial eye demon emperor. An old man stood in front of the celestial eye demon emperor, emitting an aura that shocked all living beings in the world. It was a wisp of saintly might. A semi-saint? Chapter 1205. He Tian displayed the great yin-yang technique. His yin-yang reincarnation eyes penetrated reincarnation and opened the legendary gate of hell. He wanted to force the celestial eye demon emperor into reincarnation. Seeing that the celestial eye demon emperor was doomed, a figure rushed out of his body without any warning. It was an old man dressed in white. His figure was blurry, and one could see his white beard fluttering in front of his chest. However, no one could see his true appearance. The old man seemed to have merged with the Great Way, giving off an extremely powerful sense of oppression. He looked down on all living beings in the world, causing the world to pale in comparison. This is an incarnation of a saint? No, it should be the will of a half-saint. Something had happened. This old man wasn't a real person. He was just a phantom that seemed like it could be blown away by a gust of wind. However, it was this phantom that made Mahakala feel a great sense of danger. Who dares to hurt my descendant? A wave of will came from the faint, unsubstantial figure. A wisp of holy might lingered in the world, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Great ancestor. The celestial eye demon emperor did not seem to know that he had been planted with a will of will. He could not help but be surprised and happy. He had definitely escaped from death this time. It's just a wisp of will. If it was your real body, I might have had some scruples. He Tian sneered, and a hint of disdain appeared on his face. It was the will of a half-saint that had been planted in the celestial eye demon emperor's body. It would only take form if the celestial eye demon emperor's life was threatened. How dare you? No one has ever dared to be presumptuous in front of me. The faint, unsubstantial figure sent out an angry wave of will. Although it was only an incarnation of will, it still displayed supreme majesty. As if his real body had descended, the aura that emanated from the old man made everyone watching the battle from afar feel a sense of fear. I'm presumptuous in front of you. What can you do about it? He Tian did not say anything else. The power of yin and yang intertwined at the center of his brows, and the Daoist rhymes circulated. The pitch-black reincarnation vortex swallowed the incarnation of the will. The reincarnation vortex seemed to have connected with the cycle of reincarnation and opened the gates of hell. An extremely terrifying aura surged out from the vortex. The old man didn't say anything else. The current situation could no longer be benevolent. The old man in white stretched out his right hand and gently pressed upwards. Bam! The pitch-black whirlpool trembled before collapsing. The samsara whirlpool had actually been shattered by a single palm strike from the old man. This scene shocked everyone to the extreme. This old man was merely a manifestation of a strand of his will, yet he was able to display such great power. It was truly unbelievable. Roar! The reincarnation vortex was shattered, and Erebus roared in rage as he was sent flying backward. He had received a tremendous blow, and his head was spinning. His head felt like it was going to split open, and he almost passed out. He Tian was sent flying thousands of meters away. Another stream of blood seeped out from the center of his brows and flowed down He Tian's devilishly handsome face. The samsara whirlpool formed by the yin-yang reincarnation eye had been shattered, causing He Tian's yin-yang god eye to be severely injured. It would be difficult for him to use it again in the near future. How dare you injure my descendant? You truly deserve to die. The old man did not conceal his divine sense at all. Every cultivator there could sense it. The old man's killing intent towards my Tian had been aroused. Bam! As he spoke, the old man pressed forward with his palm again. There was no dazzling divine light, nor was there a monstrous wave of immortal force. However, there was a Tao rhyme circulating on the old man's palm. Although this attack wasn't an earth-shattering move, it was even more frightening than those techniques that could shatter the heavens and rend the earth. The old man seemed to have fused with the Tao. On his palm, the power of the Tao surged. This was the power of the Tao. A half-sage could already use a trace of the power of the Tao for their own use. Boom! Without any suspense, a muffled sound was heard. He Tian was sent flying thousands of meters away by the old man's palm. Blood spurted out of his mouth and he looked extremely miserable. This strike had almost killed my Tian. All the bones in his body had been shattered, and shocking cracks had appeared on his body. So powerful! He Tian fell from the sky. Then, his consciousness fell into endless darkness and he fainted. The impact just now was too great. Swoosh! Gu Fei took a step forward and appeared under He Tian. He reached out and caught him. Then, he opened up his inner world and threw He Tian into it. I didn't expect you to have cultivated a small world at such a young age. All the more reason why I can't let you live. The old man who rushed out of the celestial-eyed demon emperor's body suddenly had a murderous aura. Bam! A huge hand broke through the void and appeared above Gu Fei's head. It emitted a terrifying wave of energy and grabbed at Gu Fei. The huge hand enveloped the entire world and sealed off a part of the void. Divine inscriptions appeared indistinctly in the surrounding void, sealing off the area where Gu Fei was. Forcing me to fight? Gu Fei raised his head and looked at the huge hand that was grabbing at him. His pupils shrank involuntarily. A half-saint was indeed an invincible existence in the whole world. Just a strand of his divine will could easily defeat He Tian. Now, the divine will of this half-saint wanted to kill Gu Fei as well. The 3 realms and 6 Tao were about to usher in a great era that happened once every 10,000 years. The path to becoming a saint would probably appear in this 10,000-year cycle. The path to becoming a saint was destined to be paved with white bones. This old man actually wanted to kill a genius of the human clan in the cradle. It was really despicable to do this. However, there was no other way. Everyone wanted someone in their clan to become a saint. Flawless 5 elements fist. Gu Fei roared furiously, his long hair fluttering wildly. Boundless martial path true power erupted from his body, and then crazily gathered towards Gu Fei's right fist. Boom! The fist power was monstrous and shook the whole world. On top of Gu Fei's fist, there was endless 5-colored divine light flickering. In the 5-colored divine light, there seemed to be 5 small worlds revolving. The power of the 5 elements intertwined. Gu Fei's fist fiercely collided with the huge hand that was descending from the sky. The power of the flawless 5 elements shattered the whole void of the world. Terrifying energy waves spread in all directions. The ground was shaking violently and a few terrifying abysses appeared. In the abyss, there seemed to be ancient fighting souls roaring. It was a few dangerous places. The huge hand that the old man had sent out dissipated in the void. Gu Fei's fist power had also reached its strongest level. After dissolving the old man's sure kill attack, it was also completely cancelled out. Gu Fei was shaken down from the sky by a powerful force. Boom! Like a meteor falling from the sky, The whole ground was crushed by Gu Fei's feet. Within a radius of 100 miles, everything on the ground no longer existed. The ground was shaking violently like waves. What? The old man couldn't believe that this guy could actually resist his attack. Could it be that Yi Shiwen's body was so strong that it could be compared to a real dragon? The strength of Gu Fei's body really surprised the old man. The people watching from afar couldn't help but be dumbfounded when they saw that Gu Fei could actually contend with the divine will incarnation of a half-step saint. Although it was only an incarnation of the divine will, it was still a half-step saint. How could an emperor of the celestial being realm withstand the attack of the divine will incarnation of a half-step saint? Half-step sage had the word sage in it. Even if he wasn't a true sage, he was already close to one. Anything on a half-step sage was a supreme treasure. A strand of hair from a half-step saint could kill a peak expert. It was as easy as flipping a palm for the incarnation of a half-step saint to kill an emperor of the celestial being realm. However, no one expected that Gu Fei actually had the terrifying strength to go against the natural order and kill a half-step saint. It's my turn. Gu Fei shot up into the sky. Purple divine light flashed from his brow, and a little purple person sat cross-legged on his forehead, surging with the power of his primordial spirit. The primordial spirit he had unexpectedly obtained came in handy at this time. Gu Fei used the power of his primordial spirit to display the divine seizure's secret art, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. The little purple person walked out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Then, the little purple person turned into a beam of divine light of the great path and shot toward the old man. The power of the great path tore through the void, emitting a terrifying aura of destruction. The old man was only an incarnation of a half-step saint's divine will, while the divine seizure's secret art specialized in killing primordial spirits. It was the old man's nemesis. The old man was shocked to the extreme when he saw Gu Fei use the 9 secrets of the immortal path. He seemed to recognize this secret art, but he didn't dare to fight it head-on. He flew backward. The speed of the incarnation of the will was extremely fast. However, the demon emperor of Celestial I was right behind the incarnation of the will of the old man. The incarnation retreated with the demon emperor of Celestial I, but the divine light of the great path formed by Gu Fei's primordial spirit flashed by. The lower half of the old man's body was cut off along with the demon emperor of Celestial I's legs. Ah! The demon emperor of Celestial I roared. He had never been so severely injured since he began cultivating. This made him, who was extremely proud, feel humiliated and angry. Ancestor, kill him for me. The demon emperor of Celestial I roared. His legs were cut off at the knees by the divine light of the great path. For a moment, he was unable to regenerate his flesh and heal his injured body. Injuries of the great path were the most difficult to heal. The demon emperor of Celestial I might become a crippled demon emperor in the future. 9 secrets of the immortal path. You actually obtained the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Is this the legendary divine seizure's secret art? The old man was completely shocked. His incarnation of the will had been cut off at the waist, and there was no way for him to recover. Only the upper half of the incarnation of the will of the old man remained. The lower half had already dissipated in the void, and the power of his will was immediately greatly reduced. What? The 9 secrets of the immortal path? That person actually used the 9 secrets of the immortal path? Haven't the 9 secrets of the immortal path been lost for countless years?